In this video, we're just going to do a quick overview of Inkscape's interface, and in the following videos, we'll look at things in more detail. First, this vertical bar over here on the left is the toolbox, which contains tools we can use for drawing and editing objects. The tool we will use most often is the Select tool up here, which we use for selecting parts of our drawings. We also use the Select tool for transforming our objects, which includes moving them, resizing them, and rotating them. This tool with the square icon here is used for creating squares and rectangles. This next tool is for circles, ellipses, and arcs. The tool under it is for creating stars and polygons. These three tools here, the Bezier pen tool, the pencil tool, and the calligraphy tool, are used for creating paths, which are sequences of line segments and/or Bezier curves. We will be learning a lot more about these and all of the other tools in upcoming videos. Also, depending on your screen resolution and size of your Inkscape window, you might not see some of these last few tools here. Instead, you might see an arrow at the bottom, which you can click to display all of the missing tools. All the way over here to the right of the screen is the Snap Controls bar. This bar gives us options to snap parts of our drawings together in many different ways. We'll be discussing them all in detail later. Next, we have this horizontal bar up here, which is called the Tool Controls bar, or Controls bar for short. The options that are available in the Controls bar depend on which tool we have selected in the toolbox. Right now I have the Select tool selected, so the Controls bar gives me options for selecting and transforming objects. I don't currently have an object selected, so most of the options are grayed out at the moment. Now if I click on another tool, such as the Squares and Rectangles tool, the options in the Controls bar change. It now gives me options for editing a selected square or rectangle, such as by changing the width and height. Above the Controls bar, we have the Commands bar. Depending on your screen resolution, your Commands bar might be in another location, such as over here on the right. And if you don't see it at all, you can go up to the View menu, then go down to Show Hide, then check this box to show the Commands bar. We can also show and hide the other bars and the toolbox here as well. Anyway, the Commands bar gives us easy access to general commands, such as creating new documents, opening existing documents, saving, printing, importing, exporting, copying, cutting, pasting, duplicating and cloning objects, and grouping and ungrouping objects. Now let's look at this group of 6 icons here. If we click one of these, for instance the first one, it will open what's called a dockable dialog here on the right. The dialog I just opened is the Fill and Stroke dialog, which allows us to modify the appearance of objects, such as by changing colors. If we go back up to the Commands bar and click this button with the T icon, it will open the Text and Font dialog, which allows us to edit text objects, such as by changing the font family, font style, and font size. We now have 2 docked dialogs in this panel here. We can move back and forth between them by clicking on the tabs. We can also rearrange them by clicking and dragging one of the tabs to the left or right of another tab. Another thing we can do is to pop the dialog out to a new window. We do this by right-clicking the tab, then choosing Move Tab to New Window. The Fill and Stroke dialog is now in its own window, which we can freely move around on the screen. I prefer to keep my dialogs docked in the panel here, and we can return it by clicking and holding on the tab, then dragging it back over to the top of the panel and releasing the mouse. We can also resize this panel by putting the mouse cursor over this bar here until we see a double-sided arrow, then clicking and dragging to the left or right. And when we're finished with the dialogs, we can click the X's on their tabs to close them. Let's now take a quick look at some of the options we have in the menus at the top. First, the File menu lets us do things like start a new document, open existing documents, and save our documents. Inkscape mostly deals with the SVG file format, which stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, and is a standardized file format for vector graphics. It's based on XML and basically holds all of the information required for rendering our drawings to the screen, such as colors, positioning, and sizing. If we go to Save As, we have some more file formats we can save to, such as HTML and PDF. Also from the File menu, we can do things like import images into our document and export to the PNG image formats. We'll be looking at these options a bit later. In the Edit menu, we can do things like undo, redo, cut, copy, and paste, duplicate and clone parts of our drawing, and select different parts of our drawing. From the View menu, we can zoom and rotate our canvas, show and hide parts of our interface, and change to full screen if we want. The Layer menu has a lot of functions we can use for dealing with layers, which are what we use to arrange our drawings. This works similarly to layers in digital painting software like Photoshop, and we'll be talking a lot about them later in the course. The Object, Path, and Text menus are, as the name suggests, used for manipulating objects, paths, and text, all of which we will be discussing very soon. The Filters and Extensions menus provide some cool effects we can add to our drawings, like blurs, distortions, and color effects. Finally, in the Help menu, we can look at the Inkscape manual, keys and mouse reference, tutorials, and check out some stuff about our current version of Inkscape. Okay, in the next few videos, we will discuss the canvas here in the middle and these two bars at the bottom, along with how to create primitive shapes. In this video, we're going to discuss the canvas, which is this large area in the middle. This is where we do all of our drawing. This rectangle in the center of the canvas is what is called the page. The size of the page depends on the template we're using, which, as we saw, can be chosen on the welcome screen. If we don't choose a specific template, the default template is a standard A4 paper size, which has a width of 210 millimeters and a height of 297 millimeters. We can see this by looking at the rulers above and to the left of the canvas, which are currently set to millimeters. The top left of the page is at 0.00, and the bottom right is at 0.210, 297. We can see our mouse cursor position relative to the page more accurately by looking at the X and Y values down here on the status bar. It's hard to get my cursor on the exact point, but it's pretty close to 210, 297 now. Next to the X and Y coordinates on the status bar, we have a Z, along with a text box and plus and minus buttons. These allow us to zoom in and out on the canvas. We can also type a specific zoom percentage in this box and press enter. For keyboard shortcuts, we can use the plus key to zoom in and the minus key to zoom out. To zoom with the mouse, we can hold Ctrl and right-click to zoom in, or hold Shift and right-click to zoom out. We can also hold Ctrl and scroll the mouse wheel up and down to zoom in and out. When we zoom with the mouse, Inkscape will take into account the position of our mouse cursor. So if I move the cursor up here and zoom, Inkscape will zoom in and out around the point under the cursor. Another way to zoom is by using the Zoom tool. We can get to it by clicking on the magnifying glass icon down here in the toolbox, or by pressing either the Z key or the F3 key. When we activate the tool, the cursor then changes to a magnifying glass with a plus sign in the middle, and we can zoom into a point either by left-clicking or middle-clicking. We can zoom out by right-clicking. If we hold the Shift key, the cursor will change to a magnifying glass with a minus sign in the middle. Now the mouse buttons have the opposite effect. So left-clicking or middle-clicking will zoom out, and right-clicking will zoom in. We can also use the Zoom tool to zoom in to a particular area by clicking and dragging over the area, then releasing the mouse button. We can zoom out the same way by holding the Shift key while doing this. You might have to play around with this tool a bit to really get the hang of it. Now, because we currently have the Zoom tool selected, if we look up here at the controls bar, we also have some buttons we can use for zooming. These include Zoom In, Zoom Out, Zoom 1 to 1, which will zoom to 100%, Zoom 1 to 2, which will zoom to 50%, Zoom 2 to 1, which will zoom to 200%, and some other options, such as zooming to fit everything we have selected, zooming to fit our entire drawing, zooming to fit our page, zooming to fit our page width, centering our page on the canvas, and going back and forth between zooms that we used before. All of these options are also always available in the View menu. I'll zoom out to 1 to 2 for now so we can see everything. To pan or scroll around the canvas, we also have a few options we can use. First, we can use the scroll bars on the bottom and right sides of the canvas. If you don't see these, you can go to View, Show Hide, Scroll Bars. Another way to pan is to hold Ctrl and use the arrow keys. To pan with the mouse, we can scroll the mouse wheel up to pan up and down to pan down. To pan left and right, hold the Shift key while scrolling the wheel. Up pans left and down pans right. We can also press and hold the middle mouse button or wheel, which will change the cursor to 4 arrows, and now we can freely pan around in any direction. We can do the same by holding the spacebar. To rotate the canvas, we can go back down to the status bar, and all the way over here on the right is an R with a text box and plus and minus buttons. The buttons allow us to rotate the canvas clockwise or counterclockwise by 1 degree increments. And we can enter a specific number of degrees in the text box. To rotate with the mouse, we can hold Ctrl and Shift and scroll the mouse wheel. Up goes clockwise by 30 degrees and down goes counterclockwise by 30 degrees. We can also rotate the canvas by going to View Orientation. Here we can rotate clockwise and counterclockwise, reset the rotation, lock the rotation, and flip the canvas horizontally and vertically. Now let's talk about how we can change the look of the canvas. First, if we want to change the template of our document, we can go to File, New from Template. If we click it now, it will bring up this dialog that allows us to choose a template. If we choose, for example, Business Card, we can choose what size business card we want. Then we can click Create from Template. We now have a new document open with the business card template that we chose. Also, when we start a new document like this, it will open the new document in a new Inkscape window. As you can see, this document is titled New Document 2, and we now have 2 Inkscape windows open. We can switch back and forth between them through Inkscape by going to View, Previous Window, or Next Window. We can also use the shortcut Control-Tab. When we're finished with a document, we can close it out either by clicking the X at the top right or by going to File, Close. Be careful not to click Quit though, as this will close out all of the documents. Let's go ahead and close out this document. Now let's say we want to change the size of the page within our current document. We can do this by clicking this Edit Properties button in the Commands bar or by going to File, Document Properties. Clicking this will dock the Document Properties dialog over here on the right. In the Document Properties dialog, we can set the display units for the document, such as pixels, which will set the rulers to measure the canvas in pixels. I will change this back to millimeters for now. Next, we can set the size of the page, either by choosing a preset size or by setting a custom width and height here. For example, I can type 300 for the width and 500 for the height and press enter, and it will change the size of the page. We can also choose portrait or landscape orientation for our page. Next, if we open this Resize Page to Content menu here, Inkscape gives us the option to resize the page to fit either our entire drawing or any parts of our drawing that we have selected. Just to show you an example, I'm going to create some squares on the canvas. At the moment, I have nothing selected, so if I click this Resize button, the page will resize to fit all of these squares. If now I select, for example, these 2 squares and click Resize again, it will resize the page to fit just these 2 squares. And by the way, this option is also available in the Edit menu here. Back over in the dialog, we can also set the margins between the border of the page and the drawing. If this lock is open, we can set each margin individually. And if it's closed, changing one margin will change all of the other margins to the same number. If I set a margin to 10, for example, press enter, then click the Resize button, it will resize the page to fit all of the squares, but it will also leave 10 millimeters of space between the page and the squares on all sides. Next, we have options to change the scale here. Different vector graphics editors use different scaling. So if you open an Inkscape file in Adobe Illustrator, for example, the scaling might be a bit off. You can fix that by going here and setting the scale to be the same as what Illustrator uses. However, unless you switch between the 2 often, you will likely never need to use this, and I've never had to use it myself. Down here, we can change the appearance of the entire canvas, such as by giving it a checkerboard background or by changing the background color, which we can do by clicking here and choosing another color, such as light gray. Now, if you look at this bottom bar here, this is the alpha or opacity channel. It's currently on 0, so the background is considered by Inkscape to be fully transparent. This means that if we print or export the document, Inkscape won't take into account the background color of the canvas. This is useful if you just want to change the color for your own preference. For example, maybe white is too bright for your eyes, so you want to darken it some. Or maybe you plan to put your artwork on a website that has a certain background color, and you want to see how your artwork will look against that same color. If we raise the opacity, however, Inkscape would then consider the background color when printing and exporting. Let's set it back to 0 for now. Over here on the right, we have options to change the border of the page. If we uncheck this Show Page Border option, it will effectively make the page invisible. We might do this if we don't care about constraining our drawing to a particular area. And the beauty of working with vector graphics is that we can always move things around and resize them without having to worry about any loss in quality. The next option is to make the border of the page always appear on top of our drawing. Right now, if I change the square to another color, such as red, and move it over the border of the page, the square will cover that part of the border. However, if I check this option, the border now appears on top of the square. Next, we can toggle on or off the border shadow, which is this gray area on the right and bottom of the page. Finally, we can change the color of the border by clicking this color swatch and choosing a different color. This last option down here, Use Anti-Aliasing, doesn't really apply for newer versions of Inkscape. In older versions of Inkscape, if you are using rounded objects like circles, the pixels around the object would appear jagged if anti-aliasing were turned off. What anti-aliasing does is it adds semi-transparent pixels around the object to make it appear more smooth. However, like I said, this isn't an issue with newer versions of Inkscape, but in older versions and in raster graphics software, you can clearly see the difference between graphics with and without anti-aliasing. There are other things we can change in the Document Properties dialog, such as settings for guides and grids, but we will talk about these things later, so let's just close out the dialog for now. And let's say we like the way our current document looks, and we want to save it as a template so we can use it again later. We can do this by going to File, Save Template. We can then give our template a name, such as Test Template, and we can add other information such as author and description. And if we plan to use this template very often, we can set this as the default template that Inkscape uses. Then whenever we start up Inkscape again, it will use this template instead of the default A4 page template. I'm just showing you an example of how to save a template here, and I don't actually plan to use this template later, so I'll leave this option unchecked and click Save. Now if I go back up to File, New from Template, I now see Test Template in the list. If I click on it, then click Create from Template, it opens a new document using the test template. As you can see, when you save a template, Inkscape will store in the template all of the canvas properties we changed, along with any drawings we made on the canvas. Okay, that's about it for canvas navigation and properties. See you in the next video. Before we start drawing, I just wanted to quickly show you how to change the layout and theme of the interface. To change the layout of the interface, we can go up to the View menu, and at the bottom we have three options: Default, Custom, and Wide. We're currently using the default layout. If we choose the custom layout, Inkscape will move the Snap Controls bar, which was previously over here on the right, and will place it right below the menus up here. This is good if we want to free up some space for our canvas. If we go back to the View menu and choose Wide, Inkscape will put the Snap Controls bar and the Commands bar all the way on the right. The toolbox is now longer. I will go back to the default layout, but feel free to use whichever works best for you. We can also change the theme of the interface, which includes things like colors and icon appearance. We can do this either by going to Edit, Preferences, or by clicking this button with the screwdriver and wrench at the end of the Commands bar. This will bring up the Preferences window, which allows us to change preferences for tools, interface, behavior, and input and output. We will look at some of these later, but for now, let's click this arrow next to Interface, then go to Theming. At the top here, we can change our GTK theme. GTK is a toolkit used for creating graphical user interfaces. We're currently using the High Contrast theme. Some others we can use are High Contrast Inverse, which is the dark theme, Minwaita Inkscape, which is like the style the old versions of Inkscape used, the dark version of it, Win32, which has an old-timey Windows 95 feel, and the system theme, which for me is only slightly different from the High Contrast theme. I'll put it back on High Contrast. You can also download or create your own themes, which you can load here. Next, we have some options for changing the appearance of the icons, such as High Color, Multicolor, and Tango. I'll set mine back to Use System Icons. We can also use symbolic icons, which are kind of cool. There are a few more things we can change down here, but these require that we restart Inkscape in order to see the changes. And that's pretty much it for the theming. I would just stick with the defaults, but feel free to play around with these settings and choose what feels best for you. In this video, we're going to finally start drawing by creating some shapes with the shape tools. So let's get started by clicking the squares and rectangles tool in the toolbox. We can also get to this tool by pressing either the R key or the F4 key. Next, let's click and hold somewhere in the canvas and drag until we have a square. Then release. Alright, we have our first square. My square is black, but yours might be another color. I believe the default color for the squares and rectangles tool is blue. And if you've drawn something before and changed the color, this square will probably be the last color you used. This is because Inkscape will remember certain settings like colors that we used previously and will continue using those same settings until we change them again. If we go down to the color palette here, which contains a whole bunch of colors we can choose from, and we click a color such as red, it will change the square to that color. Then if we create another shape such as a rectangle, it will also be red. And if I close out of Inkscape right now, when I open it back up again later and create another shape, it will also be red. This red here is called the fill color, as it fills up the entire area of the object. Your objects might also have outlines around them, which is called the stroke in Inkscape. We can set the stroke color by holding Shift and clicking a color in the palette. To turn off the stroke, we can click this red X while holding Shift. We can do the same with the fill color by clicking the X while not holding Shift. Let's click a color to turn the fill back on. At the left on the status bar, we can see the fill and stroke colors of the object we have selected. If we right-click one of these, it will bring up some options we can perform. For example, for the fill color, we can change it to the last set color, we can change it to white or black, and we can remove the fill color here. We have similar options for the stroke color. This number next to the stroke color is the stroke width. If we right-click it, we have a few options for setting it. And in this box here labeled O, we can set the opacity of our object, with 0 being fully transparent and 100 being fully opaque. These are just a few options we have for changing the fill and stroke of our object. We have many more options in the fill and stroke dialog, which we saw briefly in the interface overview video. We'll have an entire lesson dedicated to it coming up soon. For now, let's see what we can do with these objects. First, let's select this square by clicking it, and because we're still using the squares and rectangles tool, we have some options on the controls bar for modifying our square. For example, we can adjust the width and height here. And with most boxes like this, we can hover the mouse over them and scroll the wheel up and down for small increments. Or we can click inside them and use the up and down arrow keys for larger increments. We can also press the tab key to move to the next box. Another way to adjust the size is by clicking and dragging one of these little square-shaped handles on the corners of the object. If we hold Control while doing this, we can lock the ratio, or we can make it so it only stretches in one dimension. And if we ever want to undo any of the actions we've taken, we can use the keyboard shortcut Control-Z. To redo an action, we can use Shift-Control-Z. These two options are also available up here in the commands bar and in the edit menu. The edit menu also provides us with an undo history option, which, if we click it, will open the undo history panel over here. With this, we can move back and forth between actions. Let's go ahead and close this out for now. Next, to move an object, we can click and hold on the X in the middle of the object, then move it around freely. We can also move it by pressing the arrow keys for small increments, or by holding Shift and pressing the arrow keys for larger increments. Holding Alt and pressing the arrow keys will move the object by screen pixels. This is actually affected by our zoom level, so if we zoom in a lot, we can hold Alt and move the object by very small increments. Holding Shift and Alt at the same time while pressing the arrow keys will move the object by 10 screen pixels. Back up on the controls bar, we have these two boxes that are labeled RX and RY. These are for giving rounded corners to our shape. RX is for the horizontal radius, and RY is for the vertical radius. We can also round the corners by clicking and dragging these little circles at the top right corner of the object. This button up here on the controls bar will make our corners sharp again. We can only see one of the circles at the top right corner now, but if we drag it down, we can see the other one. The farthest each will go is to the middle of the object. And we can bring them both back to the top right corner to make the corners sharp again. We can also force the horizontal and vertical radii to stay the same by holding Control as we drag one of the handles. Or if we change one, we can Control click it to make the other one match. And a way to quickly remove the rounding is to shift click one of the handles. Now let's create another object with the squares and rectangles tool. But this time let's hold the Control key as we drag. If we look down here on the status bar, we can see that the Control key constrains the ratio between the width and height. The ratio would depend on how we move the mouse. Right now I'm moving mostly horizontally and a little bit vertically, and it's constraining the ratio to 2:1. If we move close to evenly horizontally and vertically, it will constrain the ratio to 1:1, allowing us to create a perfect square. If we release the mouse button, now we have a perfect square. Let's now start making another one, and as you can see, as we drag down and to the right, the object will start drawing with the top left corner at the mouse's starting position. And if we drag up and to the left, it will start drawing with the bottom right corner at the mouse's starting position. If we want to center the object at the mouse's starting position, we can do so by holding Shift. And if we want to center it and constrain the width and height ratio, we can hold both Shift and Control. If we decide we no longer want the selected object, we can right-click on the object or anywhere on the canvas and choose Delete. Or we can press either the Delete key or the Backspace key. The Delete option is in the Edit menu as well. Let's now go back to the toolbox and choose the Circles and Ellipses tool, which we can also get to by pressing either the E key or the F5 key. And let's create an object on the canvas. We now have some options on the controls bar for dealing with circles, ellipses, and arcs. First, we can change the horizontal radius and vertical radius here. We can also do this by clicking and dragging the handles at the left and top of the object. And if we hold Control while doing this, it would turn the object into a perfect circle. These two boxes up here labeled Start and End allow us to create segments and arcs. Another way to do this is by dragging these small circular handles around. If we drag one of these around the outside of the object, we can create segments. If we drag it inside, we can create arcs. If we hold Control, it will snap to 15-degree increments. And if we hold Shift, it will move both points together. And by the way, if you ever forget what a handle does, you can hover over it with the mouse, then look down here at the status bar, which will tell you the function of the handle as well as list some of the options you can use, like holding Shift or Control. If we look back up on the controls bar, there are some other options we have for changing the shape. This last button over here will make the shape whole again. Another way to do that is to shift-click one of the circular handles. One more thing we can do with the handles is, if we make this an oval, we can Control-click one of the square handles to make the object a circle. Finally, just like with the Squares and Rectangles tool, while creating an object with the Circles and Ellipses tool, we can hold Control to constrain the ratio and hold Shift to center it. Okay, let's delete these. Let's next check out the Stars and Polygons tool, either by clicking it in the toolbox or by pressing either the asterisk key or Shift F9. Up on the controls bar, we can choose if we want to create a new polygon or a new star. Let's choose polygon for now. The next option we have is number of corners. The smallest number we can use for polygons is 3, which will create a triangle. Next, we can choose whether we want rounded or sharp corners. 0 is for sharp corners, and anything above or below 0 will make our corners rounded. We can also right-click in here to see some options we have, such as stretched, twisted, slightly rounded, well-rounded, etc. I will leave it on 0 for now. Finally, this box labeled randomized allows us to randomize the angles of our corners. We can right-click here as well to see some of our options, such as slightly irregular, strongly randomized, and blown up. These can have some crazy effects and we'll check it out soon, but for now let's just create a plain old triangle by choosing 3 for the corners, then clicking and dragging in the canvas. To resize the triangle, we can click and drag this handle at the bottom right. This will also allow us to rotate the triangle around. To lock the rotation, we can hold the Control key. As we can see down in the status bar, if we hold Shift while dragging the handle, we can round the corners. We can make some pretty cool shapes with this. This is the same as changing the rounded number up here. To remove any rounding, we can either set it back to 0 in the controls bar or Shift click the handle. If we hold Alt while dragging the handle, it will randomize the angles of the corners, which is the same as changing randomized in the controls bar. If we now drag the handle without holding Alt, the shape will constantly re-randomize. And Alt clicking the handle will set randomize back to 0. Let's go up here and change corners to 5. We now have a pentagon. Just like with the triangle, we can scale it, rotate it, round the corners, and randomize the corners. Now let's click somewhere outside of the object to deselect it, then go up to the commands bar and click the star icon. For corners, the smallest number we can use is 2, which will actually create a diamond, not a star. Let's use 5 for a pentagram. The spoke ratio is the ratio between the base radius and the tip radius. We can right-click here to see a few options. I want to make a pentagram, so I would choose this option. And again, we can round and randomize the corners. I will set these back to 0 for now and create a star. Like with polygons, we can drag around this outside handle to scale and rotate the star. We can hold Control to lock the rotation, Shift to round the corners, and Alt to randomize the corners. With polygons, we only had one handle we could use. With stars, we have 2 handles. If we drag around this inner handle, we can change the spoke ratio. To prevent skewing, we can hold Control. And if we do skew it and decide we want to remove the skewing, we can Control click the handle. We can round and randomize with this handle as well. Whoa, let's undo that. Now let's say we want to draw a hexagram or 6-cornered star. We can do that by typing 6 for corners. So this object is now technically a hexagram because it has 6 corners, but it looks a little off because of the spoke ratio. We can fix this by right-clicking on the spoke ratio box and choosing the hexagram option. We also have options in here for heptagrams, octagrams, and thin raised stars, which are pretty cool. Finally, this button at the end of the controls bar will reset all of the parameters back to the defaults, which are the parameters for a pentagram. The next tool in the toolbox is for creating 3D boxes, but this is a bit more advanced, so we'll save it for later in the course. The tool under it is the Spirals tool, which you can also get to with either the I key or the F9 key. And let's go ahead and create one. If we look up here at the controls bar, we can change the number of turns or revolutions of our spiral. Right now it has 3 turns, so 1, 2, 3. We can change it to something else like 5. And we can right-click in here to see some other options, such as 1 full revolution and just a curve. I will set it back to 3 for now. We can also change the number of turns by dragging around this outer handle. We can snap it to 15-degree increments by holding Control. Holding Shift will allow us to scale and rotate around the center. And holding Alt will lock the radius. Next is divergence, which refers to how much the density of the outer revolutions changes as the spiral grows. By default, it's set to 1, which means the density is even. So there's equal space between each revolution and the previous one. 0 will actually create a circle. 0.5 will make the edge denser, so now there is less and less space between the revolutions as the spiral grows. And 1.5 will make the center denser, so now the space between revolutions will get larger and larger. I'll set it back to 1 for even. Another way to change the divergence by holding Alt while dragging the inner handle. Alt-clicking the handle will reset the divergence. Inner radius up here will let us change the radius of the innermost revolution. We can also do this by dragging the inner handle of the spiral. Holding Control will snap the angle, and if we shift-click the handle, it will go back to the center. If we look down here in the status bar, we can see that the spiral is actually just a stroke. The fill color currently says none, but we can change that by clicking on a color in the palette. We can also turn off the stroke if we want. Finally, at the end of the controls bar, we have another one of these buttons that will let us reset all of the parameters to the defaults. Okay, that's it for this video. I encourage you to play around with the shape tools and try out all the different key combinations we learned. We can make some really interesting shapes with just these tools. In this video, we're going to learn the various methods we can use for selecting objects. We saw in the previous video that one way we can select objects is by clicking them while we have one of the shape tools active. Let's create a rectangle and an ellipse. The ellipse is currently selected, as we can see by the bounding box around it. If we click outside of the ellipse, it will deselect it, and we can click it again to reselect it. Also, because we currently have the circles and ellipses tool active, and we use this tool to create the object we currently have selected, we can go up to the controls bar and change the parameters, and it will affect the selected object. If we select the rectangle, however, because we still have the circles and ellipses tool active, we can't affect this object by changing the parameters up here. So even if we change these numbers, it won't change the rectangle. To change the rectangle, we would need to make the squares and rectangles tool active. We can now change the rectangle's parameters. Another way to select objects, and the way we'll be using most often, is with the Select tool. We can get to the Select tool in several ways: by clicking it in the toolbox, by pressing either the S key or the F1 key, or to switch back and forth between our currently active tool and the Select tool, we can press the space bar, which I will do now. We now have the Select tool active, and we can click objects to select them. To deselect everything, we can click an empty area on the canvas. We can also select multiple objects by clicking one, holding Shift, and clicking another one. If we want to deselect one of them, we can hold Shift and click it again. Another way to select objects with the Select tool is by clicking and dragging around the object or objects we want to select. And we have to make sure the entire object we want selected is inside the selection box or it won't be selected. So if I do this, it won't select anything, because no objects are fully inside the selection box. However, if we hold Alt while dragging, it will switch to touch selection, and any object we touch with this red line will be selected. This touch selection method has some nuances though, and might not always give us the exact result we want, as we will see in a later video. A better way to do this for now is to go up to the commands bar and click this button that says Toggle Selection Box to select all touched objects. Now, any object the selection box touches will be selected. I like to keep this turned off unless I really need it though, because it makes it too easy to accidentally select things we don't want to select. Some other ways of selecting objects are provided at the start of the controls bar. This first button will select every object in our current layer. We will talk a lot about layers in an upcoming video, but for now, just know that we start out with one layer. So at the moment, this button will select every object on our canvas. We can also do this with Ctrl A, or by going to Edit, Select All. The next button is used to select all objects in all visible and unlocked layers. Again, we only have one layer at the moment, so this button will also select every object on our canvas. This is also available in the Edit menu and by keyboard shortcut. The next button is for deselecting everything, which we can also do by pressing Escape or again by clicking in a blank area on the canvas. And by the way, if we activate another tool and we don't have anything selected, pressing Escape will make the Select tool active. So if we have an object selected with another tool, we can press Escape once to deselect it and again to switch to the Select tool, which is pretty convenient. Anyway, another way to select objects is by right-clicking our currently selected one, then going down to Select Same. This gives us some options to select other objects that match our current object in some way. The two objects I currently have share the same fill and stroke characteristics, so if I go to Select Same and choose one of these first four options, it will select both objects. But if I select just this rectangle, then go back to Select Same and choose Object Type, the ellipse won't be selected because it's a different type of object. Let me make another rectangle and change the fill color. Now if I go to Select Same, Object Type, it will select both rectangles. These options are available in the Edit menu as well. Also in the Edit menu, we have the option to invert our selection. This will deselect everything we currently have selected and select everything we don't have selected. One final way to select objects is by cycling through them with the Tab key. Let's create a couple more objects to demonstrate. If we have no objects selected, pressing Tab will select the first object we created, which was this rectangle. Pressing Tab again will select the next object we created, and so on. To cycle backwards, we can hold Shift while pressing Tab. Tab actually cycles through the objects in Z order, which refers to the stacking order of the objects. We'll go more into Z order and stacking when we discuss how to sort objects in an upcoming video, but for our purposes here, the Z order is just the order of creation, as new objects will be stacked on top of old objects. Okay, so that's how we can select objects in Inkscape. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about the Select tool's other main function, which is to transform objects, allowing us to do things like move, rotate, and skew objects. First, let's create an object. Earlier, we learned that if we have an object selected with one of the shape tools, we can move the object by clicking and holding on the X in the middle, then dragging the object around. We can move it around freely, but we don't have much control over exact positioning. Now if we go to the Select tool, which I will do by pressing the spacebar, we can click and hold anywhere inside the object and drag it around freely. However, we can now see the exact positioning in the controls bar. We can also, of course, set these to specific numbers. And if we hold Control as we drag the object, it will restrict the movement either horizontally or vertically, depending on which direction we move the mouse. Also, like we saw with the shape tools, we can move the object in small increments by pressing the arrow keys, or in slightly larger increments by holding Shift and pressing the arrow keys. And by the way, if we want to create a selection box while our cursor is inside an object, we can do so by holding Shift before we start to click and drag. If we don't hold Shift first, clicking and dragging will move the object around, as we just learned. Another thing we can do with the Select tool is to scale the object, or change its size. One way to do this is with the boxes in the controls bar. If we close this lock here, when we change one dimension, the other will change by the same proportion. I'll reopen the lock for now. Another way to scale is by dragging one of these double-arrowed handles located around the object. If we hold Control while dragging a handle, it will lock the width and height ratio. And if we hold Shift, it will scale on the opposite side by the same amount. If we want to scale with the keyboard, we can do so by pressing the less than key to scale down while maintaining the width and height proportion, and the greater than key to scale up. If we hold Control while doing this, the increments will be much larger. We can also rotate and flip objects with the Select tool. One way is by using these arrow buttons in the controls bar. This one will rotate the object 90 degrees counterclockwise. This one will rotate it 90 degrees clockwise. This button will flip the object horizontally, but we can't really see the change with a rectangle. With a spiral, on the other hand, we can clearly see it flip. And this button will flip it vertically. These four options are also available in the Object menu, and you can see the keyboard shortcuts here as well. If we want to rotate an object by something other than 90 degrees, however, we have to first click again on the selected object. The arrows on the handles will then change direction. If we drag one of these corner handles, we can rotate the object. To snap the angle by 15-degree increments, we can hold either the Alt key or the Control key. If we hold Shift while rotating, it will rotate around the opposite corner. This is easier to see with a rectangle. So if we hold Shift while rotating with this handle, the object will rotate around this opposite corner over here. We can also change the point of rotation by changing the location of this pivot point, which is currently in the middle of the object. So we can move it over here and rotate around this point, or even move it outside of the object. And we can undo that until the rotation point is back in the center. To rotate with the keyboard, we can use the bracket keys. The open bracket key rotates the object counterclockwise by 15 degrees, and the closing bracket key rotates it clockwise by 15 degrees. We can hold Control while pressing these keys to rotate by 90 degrees. One other thing we can do with the Select tool is to skew objects. We can do this by dragging one of these center handles. We can hold Alt to snap the angle, and Shift to skew around the opposite side. Finally, to get back to the scale handles, we can just click the object again. Before we move on to the next video, let's create another rectangle, but let's create it so that it completely covers the first rectangle. Then let's change the fill color and switch back to the Select tool. Now let's say that we only want to select the bottom rectangle. One way to do this is, if we know about where the bottom object begins and ends, we can try to create a selection box over it, and now just the bottom object is selected. We won't always know how large the bottom object is, however, so another way to select it is to hold Alt and click on the top object in a location that we think is also inside the object under it. The first Alt click will select the top object, and the next Alt click will select the first object under it. If we Alt click again, it will go back up to the top object. This is because Alt clicking will cycle between the top object and any objects below it. If we make another object, such as an ellipse, on top of both rectangles and change the color so we can see it, then switch back to the Select tool and start Alt clicking the ellipse, it will cycle between selecting all three objects. And if we hold Shift while Alt clicking, it will add the next object to the current selection. By the way, these same methods can be performed by holding Alt and scrolling the mouse wheel on top of the objects instead of clicking them. So let's deselect all of these and give it a try. And as you can see, this method will temporarily change the opacity of the objects we don't have selected so that we can see our selected object better. Now let's deselect again, then Alt click up here 3 times to select the bottom rectangle. We can now transform it with the scale handles, through the controls bar, or by using keyboard shortcuts. However, what if we want to move the object around with the mouse? We can't just click and start dragging because this will select and move the top object. To move the currently selected object, we have to hold the Alt key first, then click and hold the mouse. Now we can move the object around freely. Alright, that's about it for transforming objects. There are a few more things we can do with the Select tool, and we will discuss those as we move through the course. In this video, we're going to be learning all about paths and how we can create them using the Pen tool. So everything we draw in Inkscape is referred to as an object. This includes all of the shape objects we can draw with the shape tools, like squares, circles, and spirals. Another type of object we can create is called a path. Paths, as I mentioned briefly in the interface overview video, are sequences of line segments and/or Bezier curves, with the most simple path being a single straight line segment. The most common method for creating paths is by using the Bezier Pen tool, or Pen tool for short. We can get to the Pen tool either by clicking it here in the toolbox, or by pressing either the B key or Shift F6. Let's activate it and make sure the first mode up here is active. And now let's create a line segment by clicking and releasing somewhere in the canvas, then clicking and releasing somewhere else. And let's do this a few more times. To finish the path, we have a few options. We can activate another tool, we can press the Enter key, we can double click somewhere in the canvas, or we can right click somewhere, which I will do now. We now have a path with multiple line segments. If we switch to the Select tool, it gives us all the same functions with paths as we saw with shape objects, such as moving, scaling, rotating, and skewing. If we want to edit the path's individual segments, however, we have to use this tool under the Select tool, which is called the Node tool. Let's go ahead and activate the node tool, which we can also do by pressing either the N key or the F2 key. We now see these little diamonds at the ends of each segment. With paths, these are referred to as nodes. Let's select the first node. Now in the controls bar, we can see a whole bunch of options for dealing with nodes. We will discuss all of these shortly, but for now, one option we have is to set the position of the selected node. We can also do this by dragging around the node on the canvas. And if we hold Control, it will restrict the movement either horizontally or vertically. We can use the arrow keys to move selected nodes as well. Just like with shape objects, holding Shift while doing this will move by 10 times a normal step, holding Alt will move by 1 screen pixel, and holding Shift and Alt will move by 10 screen pixels. We can add more nodes to our selection by holding Shift and clicking on another node. Clicking again while holding Shift will deselect that node. Another way to select multiple nodes is to hover over a node and scroll up the mouse wheel, which will select the node under the cursor and continue adding nodes to the selection in order of spatial distance from the cursor. You might have noticed that it selected this node before this one, because this node was closer to the cursor position. Scrolling down will remove nodes from the selection in the opposite direction. If we hold Control while scrolling the mouse wheel over a node, the nodes are selected based on the linear distance measured along the path. We can also use the page up and page down keys instead of the mouse wheel. If we press the Tab key while a node is selected, it will select just the next node along the direction in which the path was created. If we press Tab while no node is selected, it will start at the first node and we continue moving along the path. If we hold Shift while pressing Tab, it will move in the opposite direction. Another way to select nodes is to drag a selection box around them, or use Ctrl A to select them all. And we can move all the selected nodes together by clicking and dragging one of the nodes around. If we hold Alt as we drag a node, we enter what's called sculpting mode. With sculpting mode, the node being dragged moves the full amount, and the other selected nodes move at different distances, depending on how far they are from the node being dragged. As we can see in the status bar, paths created with the pen tool by default get a black stroke and no fill. We can change the color of the stroke the same way we change the stroke color of a shape, by holding Shift and clicking a color in the palette. We can also set the fill color. However, if we increase the width of the stroke, we can see that we don't have a stroke going around this part of the path, because we didn't create a line segment between these two nodes. This might be what we want, but if we would prefer to have a closed path, we can do so with the pen tool by clicking one of these square handles at the ends, which are called anchors, then clicking the other one. We now have a closed path with a stroke going all the way around it. If we click to start a new path, holding Control will snap the angle to 15-degree increments. Something else we can do while creating a path is to move the previous node using the arrow keys. And again, we can use the Shift and Alt keys to move it by different increments. We can also undo the previous node by pressing either Backspace, Delete, or Ctrl Z. And if we decide we don't want to create this path anymore, we can simply press the Escape key and now it's gone. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that paths are made up of line segments and/or Bezier curves. So far we've only created paths with line segments. To create a Bezier curve, also called a curve segment, we click and drag. Now we have a blue line leading from the node to the cursor, and under the cursor we have a circular control handle. When we release the mouse, it creates a control point for a curve. And now we have a red line showing us the curve we're creating. If we click and drag again, we get two more control handles. The one going in the opposite direction of the cursor is for creating the second control point of the current curve, and the one under the cursor will be the first control point of the next curve. The farther we drag these handles apart, the more the curvature. And if we hold Control while dragging, it will snap the angle. Let's release to create the first curve. And let's click and drag over here to create another one. If we hold Shift while dragging, only the handle under the cursor will move. If we release the mouse now, it will create a sharp point at that node. And if we want to go back to creating line segments, we can just click and release like normal. Let's go back to the first node and close it off. We can now go to the Node tool and play around with the nodes. If we select one of the curve segment nodes, we will see the control handles again, and we can adjust them here to change the angles of the curves. We can also adjust the handles of any curve segment nodes on either side of our selected node. Something else we can do with nodes is, if we select a few of them, then go up to the controls bar and enable this button with the arrows, we now have transformation handles around our selected nodes. Now we can transform the nodes the same way we can transform entire objects with the select tool. For example, we can scale them, and if we click one of the selected nodes again, we can rotate and skew the nodes. We can also switch between the transformation modes using Shift-H. The keyboard shortcuts we learned for the select tool work the same here as well, such as the less than and greater than keys for scaling, and the bracket keys for rotating. We also don't need these transformation handles if we use the keyboard shortcuts, and I like to keep them turned off when I'm not using them, as they tend to get in the way. Now let's look at the different types of nodes our path has. This node here with no curves and no handles, and this node here with handles that move independently, are called cusp or corner nodes, and are used for making sharp corners. Cusp nodes are represented by diamonds. These nodes represented by squares are called smooth nodes, and they are used to create smooth flowing curves. The handles of a smooth node are aligned on a straight line and will rotate together. The handles are one method we can use to change the curvature of our segments. Another method is to click and hold on the segment itself and drag it around. If we do this to a line segment, it would change into a curve segment. And now we have handles at the nodes for adjusting the curvature. Let's undo a few times to turn this back into a line segment. For custom nodes like this with the handles retracted, we can also hold Shift, then click and drag the node, which will give us a handle to work with. If we hold Shift again and click and drag the node in the other direction, we now have both handles. If we hold Control while rotating a handle, it will snap the angle to 15-degree increments. Holding Shift lets us rotate both handles together, and holding Alt will allow only the handle's angle to change and not its length. If we only have one node with handles selected, like we do now, using the less than and greater than keys will change the length of both handles. If we hold Control while doing this, it will only scale one of the handles. And we can actually hold the Control key on the other side of the spacebar to scale the other handle. We can do the same with the left and right Alt keys to scale by 1 pixel. Similarly, using the bracket keys will rotate both handles, and using the left and right Control or Alt keys along with the bracket keys will rotate the handles separately. We can change a node's type as well. Let's select the smooth node. To change it into a cusp node, we can either press Shift-C or click this button up here in the controls bar. And now it's a cusp node. If we click this button with a cusp node selected, it will retract the node's handles. We can use Shift-S or click this next button to change it into a smooth node. Let's undo that, and let's hold Shift and drag out here to extend the handles. Normally when we change a node into a smooth node, which I would do with Shift-S, it will rotate both handles and make them collinear. However, if we undo that and hover over one of the handles and press Shift-S, the position of that handle will be preserved and the other will rotate to become collinear with it. This next button, which we can also get to with Shift-Y, will make the node symmetric. This is a type of smooth node in which the handles are the same distance from the node. And if we move one, the other moves the same amount in the opposite direction. Finally, we have Auto Smooth here, which has the shortcut Shift-A. If we click this, our node will become an Auto Smooth node, which is represented by a circle. An Auto Smooth node is a special type of node that will attempt to maintain a smooth curve by automatically adjusting its handles when we modify it or its surrounding nodes. So if we change it to Auto Smooth and move it around, its handles adjust automatically. This happens as we move around one of the surrounding nodes as well. Be aware that if we start playing with the node's handles ourselves, however, it would change into a smooth node. So now its handles don't automatically adjust anymore. Some other ways of changing node and segment type are holding Control and clicking on a node to cycle through the types, and selecting one or more segments and clicking this button, which has the shortcut Shift-L, to turn them all into line segments, or this button, which has the shortcut Shift-U, to turn them into curve segments. Now let's say we want to insert or remove some nodes. One way of inserting a node is either by double-clicking in a segment or by holding Control and Alt and single-clicking. We now have a new node at that point, which we can move around and change as we like. Another way is to first click a segment, which is just another way of selecting its two nodes, then go up to the controls bar and click this button with the plus sign. We now have a new node inserted at the midpoint between the two nodes. And now, because we have 3 nodes selected, if we click this button again, it will insert a node at each midpoint. Let's zoom in so we can see it better. We can add as many nodes as we like, but be careful because having too many nodes can cause Inkscape to slow down a lot. If we click the arrow next to the Insert Node button, we will see some more options for inserting nodes. To demonstrate these, let's go to the Pen tool and create a square-shaped path. Then use the Node tool to drag out the segments. If we select all of the nodes, then go up here and choose Insert Node at Min X, it will insert a node over here at the minimum X position of our path. Similarly, Insert Node at Max X will insert one here at the maximum X position. We have the same options for Y. To remove a selected node or nodes, we can either click this button with the minus sign, or we can press either backspace or delete. We can also hold Control and Alt and click a node. As you can see, when we delete a node, Inkscape will attempt to preserve the path's shape by adjusting handles of the nodes adjacent to the deleted node. But if we undo the deleting and select the node again, then hold Control before deleting the node, the handles of the adjacent nodes won't be adjusted. Next, to duplicate selected nodes, we can use Shift-D, just like with objects. We now have 2 nodes in this location, connected by a segment. To break the path at a selected node, we can either use Shift-B or we can click this button in the controls bar. We now have 2 nodes here, but unlike with duplicating nodes, the nodes aren't connected, giving us an open path. Let's undo this until it's back to 1 node. Now let's select 2 nodes and break the path, which I will do with Shift-B. We now actually have a path object made up of 2 subpaths, one here and one here. And something I didn't show you before is that with the Pen tool, if we have a path object selected, we can add a subpath to it by holding Shift and clicking somewhere to create the first node. We can then let go of Shift and continue creating the path. When we finish it, we can see that it's a subpath of this object, as it's also within the object's bounding box. If we switch to the Node tool and select one or more nodes, we can invert the selection of the current subpath's nodes by pressing the exclamation point key. To do this for all subpaths, we can hold Alt before pressing the exclamation point key. If we want to connect the subpaths, we can connect the anchors with the Pen tool like we saw before. However, we have a couple other options for connecting subpaths up here. First, we can select the end nodes, then either press Shift-J or click this button up here. This will also join them into a single node. We can actually do this with connected nodes as well. And normally this will join the nodes right at the midpoint between them. However, if we undo that, then select the nodes again and hover over one of them, pressing Shift-J will merge them at the location of that node. Let's now choose these 2 end nodes. The other way to connect subpaths is with this button. What this does is it creates a line segment between the 2 nodes, similar to what we did before with the Pin tool. And finally, if we want to delete a segment between two nodes, we can select the nodes or the segment, then click this button. Next, if we look all the way over here at the right side of the controls bar, we have a couple other toggle buttons. This one that is currently toggled on is used to show or hide the Bezier handles of the selected node or nodes. Right now we can see the handles, but if we turn this button off, they become hidden. This is useful if we move around the nodes a lot, because the handles often get in the way, such as when we have a handle from one node overlapping another node, like this. This button at the end of the controls bar is for showing and hiding path outlines. If we hover our cursor over an unselected path, we will briefly see a red outline around the path. This is useful when we have overlapping paths, like this. Let me go back to the node tool. Right now, it's difficult to tell where one path begins and the other ends. So Inkscape helps us out by briefly showing us a red outline around the path under our cursor. If we click one, we can only see the nodes of the selected path. However, sometimes it might still be difficult to distinguish between the selected path and another one near it. To help with this, we can toggle on this button up here. Now, as long as we have a path selected, the outline will remain red. This is also useful for path effects, as we will see later in the course. I'll turn mine back off for now. Now let's look at a few more things we can do with the Pin tool. If we activate the Pin tool, then look here at the left of the controls bar, we can see some different mode options. The default, and what we've been using throughout this video, is the regular Bezier path mode, which lets us create line and curve segments. This next mode is for spiral paths. What this mode does is, when we start creating a path, it will automatically create curves and smooth them out as we go. We can also create cusp nodes by holding Shift and clicking. Then continue creating curves. And if we want to reposition the curve, we can do so by holding Alt and moving the mouse around. To finish the path, we can either close it off or press Enter or right-click like with Bezier paths. We can also switch to the Node tool and edit the nodes, and it will keep the curve smooth. Back in the Pin tool, we have this button here. This will flatten the spiral path, meaning it will turn it into a regular path. So if we click this, then switch to the Node tool, we now have more nodes and it won't maintain the smooth curves. The next mode in the Pin tool is the B-spline path. This is similar to the spiral path mode, but this one creates a red line connecting the points we click and allows us to make tighter curves. Like with the spiral path mode, we can Shift click to create a cusp node and hold Alt to move the current section around. With the Node tool, we can edit the B-spline points. And like with the spiral path mode, we can click this button to flatten the B-spline path, turning it into a regular path. So now we can edit the nodes like we would with a regular path. The next mode is the straight line segment mode. This is similar to the Bezier path mode, except now we're forced to only create line segments. So even if we click and drag, it won't create curves. This is useful if we only want perfectly straight lines and want to ensure that we don't accidentally create curves. The final mode is the paraxial line segment mode. Like the straight line segment mode, this one forces us to create line segments. However, if we create the first segment, this mode also forces us to create segments that are either perpendicular to the previous one, or if we hold Shift, collinear to the previous one. The next thing we see up here is this box labeled shape. It's currently on none, and if we drop down the box, we can see some more options. These have different effects on the shape of a path. So if we choose, for example, triangle in, then go back to the Bezier path mode and create a path, we can see that this gives the path a triangular shape going from thick to thin. We can also increase the scale of it here. And if we go to the Node tool, we will see this pink diamond here, which is called a stroke width control point. And we can use it to change the width of the stroke. If we control click on the control point, it will create another control point. And we can adjust this one as well. If we control alt click on a control point, it will delete it. And finally, if we shift-click a control point, it will launch this little Modify Node Position dialog, which we can use to set the node position and stroke width. Back in the Pen tool, the next shape option here is Triangle Out. This just does the opposite of Triangle In, now going from thin to thick. Next is Ellipse. This will give the path the shape of a stretched out ellipse, with the middle being the thickest. And like with the previous options, we can change the scale here, or we can do it from the Node tool. This is quite useful for doing line art. The next shape option is From Clipboard. If we create another object, for example a star, then copy it into our clipboard with Ctrl+C, we can then go back to the Pen tool and with From Clipboard set, it will use that copied object when creating a path. If we continue drawing from one of these handles, we can change the shape of it. We can also modify it with the Node tool. Next, Bin from Clipboard is similar, but instead of a stroke, it'll get a fill color. Another thing with Bin from Clipboard paths is that if we switch to the Node tool, they place these handles at the location of the copied object. And if we modify them, it will modify the path. And as you can see, this doesn't actually modify the original object. It's more like we're modifying a ghost object that has been placed in the same position. We can actually even delete the original if we want. If we hover over the path with the Node tool now, we'll briefly see the outline of the ghost object. And we can click the path to modify the ghost object's handles again. The types of handles we get here depend on the type of the original object. So if we did this with a rectangle, we would have the handle for rounding the corners. And if we did it with a path, we would have nodes that we could modify. The last shape option, Last Applied, will remember and reuse the settings we chose previously. One more thing we can do with the Pen tool is, if we zoom in a lot and activate a line segment mode, either the straight line segment mode or the paraxial line segment mode, it doesn't really matter, we can create dots by holding Ctrl and clicking. If we hold Ctrl and Shift, we can create bigger dots. If we hold Ctrl and Alt, we can create randomly sized small dots. And if we hold Ctrl, Alt, and Shift, we can create randomly sized bigger dots. These dots are actually circle objects, the same as we can create with the Circles and Ellipses tool. And we can actually go to that tool and modify these circles with it. We can change the colors as well. Okay, I think we've covered enough in this video. As you can see in the path menu, there are a lot of cool things we can do with paths, such as combining them in different ways and adding path effects. We'll be discussing all of these later in the course. There are as well a few things with the Node tool that we haven't talked about yet, namely these 2 buttons and these 3 buttons, because they don't yet apply to what we learned so far. But don't worry, we'll be getting to them throughout the course. Also, I know this video had a lot of information to take in, so in the next video, we'll put some of what we learned into practice. In this video, we're going to learn how to import images into our document and get some practice with the Pen tool by tracing an image. First, the image we're going to use in this video is an image of a kingfisher, which I found for free online. The image is called kingfisher.jpg, and I've attached it to this video. So if you'd like to follow along, go ahead and pause the video now and download the image. You can also use your own image if you'd like. So now that we have the image downloaded, let's import it by going to File, Import, which brings up this dialog that lets us choose a file to import. If we drop down this File of Type box, we can see that we can import all sorts of files, such as Adobe Illustrator files, Corel Draw files, and many different kinds of images. We can just leave this on the default option, which will display all files that we can import. Now browse to the location where you downloaded kingfisher.jpg, then select the image and click Open. Or we can just double-click the image. The import dialog that pops up next depends on the type of file we're importing. We're importing a JPEG image, so we get the JPEG bitmap image import dialog. At the top we have image import type, and our two options are embed and link. Importing the image creates an image object in our document. With embed, the object will be encoded into our document, so we will no longer need the image file itself. However, this can cause our document to have a large size, especially if we're using high quality images. Link, on the other hand, will just link the image object to the external image file. But then we will have to make sure the image file doesn't get deleted or moved. For the most part, I prefer to use embed, so I won't have to worry about accidentally deleting the image files or something later on. The other two options here give us more control over the image's DPI and its rendering mode, but we won't be needing these here, so let's go ahead and click OK to import the image. Now that we have our image imported, we can use the pen tool to trace around the bird. So let's activate the pen tool. And let's make sure we're on the Bezier path mode up here and that shape is set to none. This image has a lot of rounded areas, so we'll be using a lot of Bezier curves here. Let's start at the top of the head and go counterclockwise. So first let's zoom in a lot on the head, which I'm doing by holding Control and scrolling the mouse wheel. And for the first node, let's click near the top point of the head. Next, let's click and drag here until we have the curvature of the head. Then release the mouse. Then let's do the same here. And don't worry about getting it perfect, because we can always use the node tool later to fix it. This next area where the head intersects with the body is a good place for a cusp node. So first let's pan over by pressing the middle mouse button and moving the mouse. Then let's click drag here, and without releasing the mouse, let's hold Shift to create a cusp node. Then release the mouse here. Now we can release Shift and start click dragging again. For this point, because there isn't much of a curve here, we can just click to create a cusp node. And let's continue tracing around the body. For this feathery part of the body, we can randomly click drag or click points to give it a jagged look. I'm also not going to worry about the bird's leg. And remember that we can always press Ctrl Z to undo the previous node. And now let's go back around the head and close off the path by clicking the first node. Now we have a path around the outline of the bird. And if we want, we can give it a fill color. And we can remove the stroke by shift-clicking the X down here. We can now switch to the node tool and fix up parts of the path by moving the nodes around or dragging around the handles to fix the curves. We can also delete some nodes to make the curves a bit smoother, such as here, and here, and here. We could probably spend an hour fixing this up, but I think it's good enough for the moment. We can also go ahead and delete the image now if we want. Alright, so that's how we can trace an image with the pen tool. I highly recommend trying this for several different images until you get the hang of the pen tool and node tool, because you will likely be using them very often in your journey with Inkscape. But anyway, that should do it for this video, so I will see you in the next one. In this short video, we're going to learn how to turn objects into paths. So first, let's create a shape object with one of our shape tools. I'll create a rectangle. And if you recall from the creating shapes video, when we create an object with a shape tool, we have a few options for modifying them. For example, with this rectangle, I can drag this handle to round the corners. I can also change the size. And if we go to the select tool, we can do some rotations and stuff. However, that's pretty much all we can do with it. If we go to the node tool, we just get these same handles again, and we don't actually have access to the nodes. This is because objects created with the shape tools aren't paths. And although all objects in Inkscape technically have nodes, they'll be located at the corners of this rectangle. We only have access to the nodes of paths. Fortunately, we have the ability to change objects into paths. To do this, we can either click this figure 8 looking button on the controls bar, or we can go to Path, Object to Path. This also has the shortcut Shift-Control-C. As soon as we do this, the object becomes a path and we get access to the nodes. And now we can modify this path in the same ways as we learned earlier, such as by inserting nodes and changing node types. One thing to note though is that if we go back to a shape tool, we no longer have those options for modifying the object like we had before. As you can see, the handles are no longer there, so with this rectangle I can't easily round the corners anymore. This is because Inkscape no longer recognizes the object as one that was created with a shape tool. We now have to use the nodes to modify it, and we have no way of changing the path back into a shape object. So be aware of this before you decide to change a shape object into a path. However, we will often run into situations in which it will be necessary to change objects into paths, particularly when we want to perform path operations on them, as we will see later in the course. We'll also learn how we can do things like round the corners of paths. In this video, we're going to learn about all the ways we can change the colors and styles of our objects, particularly by using the fill and stroke dialog. Let's create a rectangle for demonstration. We already learned previously that we can change the fill color of our currently selected object by clicking a color in the palette down here. We can actually also simply drag and drop a color onto the object. This will work even if the object isn't selected. To change the stroke color of a selected object, we hold Shift and click a color. We can also hold Shift and drag and drop a color. We can change the opacity of our object down here. 0 is completely transparent and 100 is completely opaque. To change the stroke width, we can right-click the stroke width value here, which gives us a few options, but that's about it. For more palette options, we can go to View Swatches, which will open the Swatches dialog on the right. If we click this arrow here, it will give us a bunch of options for different types of palettes, such as Android icon palette, greens, and reds. If we click on a color swatch, it will change the selected object's fill color to that color. And just like with the bottom palette, holding Shift and clicking a color will change the object's stroke color. We can also change the color palette down here by clicking this arrow all the way at the right. But I prefer the Inkscape default palette. This is all well and good, but what if we want complete control over the colors? And what if we want to do things like change the style of an object's stroke? The answer is the fill and stroke dialog, which we saw briefly in the interface overview video. To get to the fill and stroke dialog, we have a bunch of options. We can right-click an object and go to Fill and Stroke. We can click this brush icon in the commands bar. We can go to Object, Fill and Stroke. We can use the shortcut Shift-Control-F, or we can get to it from the status bar by clicking on either the fill color swatch, the stroke color swatch, or the stroke width. All of these options will dock the fill and stroke dialog. We can close out the swatches tab now as we won't be using it anymore. The first tab in the fill and stroke dialog is for setting the fill color and style. If we click this X here, it will turn off the fill color. The solid square next to it is for giving our object a flat fill color. This is what we have been using so far in the course. For choosing a flat color, we have a few different color modes we can use. First, we have RGB, which stands for red, green, blue. With this, we can choose how much red, green, and blue the fill color will have. with 0 being the minimum and 255 being the maximum. If we set them all to 0, we get black. And if we set them all to 255, we get white. We can also set the alpha, which is similar to opacity. 0 is for fully transparent, 100 is for fully opaque. However, it's important to note that if we change the opacity here, it will only affect the fill color. If we change it down in the status bar or here at the bottom of the fill and stroke dialog, it will affect both the fill color and the stroke color. So with this one, we can only make the fill color transparent, and with the other two, we can make the entire object transparent. The next option up here is HSL, which is the most commonly used way to select colors in Inkscape. HSL stands for Hue, Saturation, Lightness. Hue is the base color, which is basically all the colors of the rainbow. Saturation is how much of the color shows. All the way to the right is fully saturated, and all the way to the left is fully desaturated, which gives us gray. Lightness is how dark or bright the color is. As we move to the left, we get closer to black, and as we move to the right, we get closer to white. And again, we have the alpha channel. The next option is HSV, which is similar to HSL, but instead of lightness, we deal with the value of the color. If you've done any digital painting, such as with Photoshop, you're likely familiar with HSV. CMYK is the next option, and it stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Next we have wheel, which gives us a color wheel to choose our color from. This is also common in digital painting software, and it's basically the same as HSV, except now we choose the hue by dragging this line around on the wheel, and we choose the saturation and value by moving the circle around in the triangle. Finally, we have CMS. This is for dealing with color profiles. We won't be covering color profiles in this course, but if we open the Document Properties dialog really quick, and we go to the Color tab, here we can change our color profile or add a new one. We can then go back to the Fill and Stroke dialog and use that color profile here. I don't know enough about color profiles to go into any detail, as I've never had to deal with them myself. But if you know more about them than I do, you might find this useful. I usually just stick with HSL. Okay, these next three buttons up here are for applying gradients to our object. There are a lot of things we can do with gradients, and we will have entire videos on them later in the course. So for now, we'll just take a quick look at the basic functions of each one. The first one is the linear gradient, and if we click it, we can see that the default is to have the fill color go from fully opaque on the left side to fully transparent on the right side. If we go over here to the gradient tool in the toolbox, we can click on each of these handles and change the color at that position. As well as the opacity. We can also move these handles around and create more handles, as we will see later. The next type of gradient is radial gradients. This will create a circular gradient starting from the middle. Like with the linear gradient, we can use the gradient tool to change the colors. And we can move the handles around as well. The third gradient option is mesh gradient. With this one, we have multiple handles placed around our object. To edit a mesh gradient, we use the Mesh tool, which is located under the Gradient tool. We can use the Mesh tool to move the handles around, and we can change the colors at each corner. Okay, that's a quick overview of gradients. We'll go into much more detail about them a bit later in the course. The next option up here is Pattern. If we click this, we give our object a pattern fill. The current pattern is stripes 1 to 1, and we can drop down this menu to choose another one. As you can see, we have a whole bunch of options, such as different types of stripes, polka dots, etc. Later in the course, we will learn how to modify these patterns and how to create our own patterns. The next option is Swatch. This option lets us create our own custom color swatches. So right now a swatch has been created using our current fill color, and we can modify it down here. Now if we go back to Flat Color and choose another color, then go back to Swatch, it will create another swatch with the new color, and we can easily switch back and forth between them. These last three buttons we will save until later in the course. The question mark button will be useful when we talk about cloning objects. And the last two will be useful when we start dealing with path operations. If we look down here at the bottom of the tab, this box here labeled RGBA is the hexadecimal value of the current color. If you've done any web design before, you're likely familiar with hexadecimals, because it's the most common way to represent colors in HTML. This is useful if you're making artwork for a website and you want to use similar colors, or if you find a color that you like on the internet, you can copy it and paste it into this box. To the left we have these icons. These first ones have to do with color management. Color management refers to converting between color representations on various types of devices. We won't be discussing color management in this course because its scope spans beyond Inkscape and vector art, but if you do a search for it, it's pretty interesting. Next is this eyedropper button. Let's create a couple more objects and give them different colors. And let's raise up their opacities. Now if we go back to the fill and stroke dialog and click the eyedropper button, our cursor changes into an eyedropper. And if we now click on another color somewhere on our canvas, it would change the fill color of the selected object to that color. And what this button actually does is it temporarily switches our tool to the color picker tool over here in the toolbox. After we choose a color, it switches back to our previous tool. We can also just select the tool from the toolbox or by pressing D or the F7 key. However, when we use it now, it won't switch back to our previous tool. To change the stroke color of our object, we can hold Shift and click a color. If we click and drag over colors, we get a color that is an average of all the colors in the area. To demonstrate this, let's move these objects closer together. And I'll give this one a red fill. Then let's select this object again and go back to the color picker tool. If we now click and drag here, we get a circle around our cursor, and when we release, the selected object's fill color becomes the average of the colors that are inside the circle. We can do the same for the stroke color by holding Shift as we click and drag over the colors. If we hold Alt and click a color, it will give us the inverse of that color. While holding Alt, it will show us what the inverse color is in the little box to the right of our cursor. If we go over here to the color wheel, the inverse of a color is just the color that's on the opposite side of the wheel. So this green gives us a magenta, and this blue gives us yellow. If we hold Shift and Alt together and click a color, it would change our stroke color to the inverse color. Also, with the color picker tool active, we can copy a color into our clipboard by pressing Ctrl C. If we have an object selected, it will copy the fill color of that object. But if we deselect everything and go back to the color picker tool, we can hover over any color on the canvas and press Ctrl C to copy it. This actually copies the hexadecimal value. So now we can select an object and paste the copy color into the RGBA box. If we activate the color picker tool again and look up here at the commands bar, we have two buttons under opacity labeled Pick and Assign. Let's first go to the select tool and select this object and change the opacity to say 50%. Now if we select this object and go to the color picker tool, when these two buttons appear toggled on like this, it will copy the fill color along with the alpha value into our selected object. However, if we undo that, then go up here and turn off Assign, when we click this color, it will ignore the alpha value and only copy over the color. And if we turn off Pick, it will give us this exact color it sees under the cursor, which is this light red, but it will leave the alpha value at 100. So this object is actually still fully opaque, but it appears to have the same fill color as the other objects. Of course, if we raise the opacity of this object back up, the actual fill color of it is the darker red. Let's now go back to the color picker tool. Also, the Assign button only applies if Pick is turned on, so right now it's disabled. Let's turn them both back on, then switch to the Select tool. Back over in the Fill and Stroke dialog, we have the Stroke Paint tab. This tab is for setting the color of the selected object's stroke. We basically have the exact same options here as in the Fill tab, such as no color, gradients, patterns, etc. So let's now go over to the final tab, Stroke Style. In this tab, we have some options for changing other properties of the stroke. First, we can change the width of the stroke here. We can also choose what type of units we want to use, such as centimeters or pixels. Next, we can choose the dashes of our stroke. Right now, the stroke is a solid line, but if we drop down this box, we can see a whole bunch of other options we can use, such as dotted lines with various spacing between the dots, dashed lines with various spacing between the dashes, etc. We can also set the offset of the dashes, which will basically slide them around on the stroke. The next option is markers. Markers lets us place various types of markers on the nodes of our object. The first one will place a marker on our first node, which for our rectangle is at the top left corner. The middle box lets us place a marker on all but the first and last nodes. And the third box lets us put a marker on our last node. As you can see with closed objects like rectangles, the first and last node are the same. So we now have 2 markers on the top left node. Let's now go to the Pen tool and create an open path. And let's make the stroke a bit wider. We can add markers to this path as well. The direction of the markers and the locations of the first and last node depend on the direction in which we created the path. We created this path from left to right, with this node being the first node and this one being the last. Because of this, the right-facing arrow marker we chose for the first node is also facing right on our path. And these left-facing markers we chose for the middle nodes are facing left on our path. If we create another path, but this time from right to left, the end nodes will be switched and the markers will point in the opposite direction of what they show in the boxes. And if we want to change the direction of a path, we can do so by selecting it and going to Path Reverse. So now the first and last nodes have been switched and the markers have changed direction. We can do that again to change it back. This only works for paths though, so we can't reverse the direction of our rectangle object. That is, unless we change it to a path first by going to Path, Object to Path. Now we can reverse the direction. These next options here, labeled Join, let us change the appearance of the stroke at all the nodes where 2 segments are joined. Let's turn off the markers of this rectangle for now by choosing the straight line at the top of each one. And let's give it no dashes. Now let's zoom in on it some. The segments of the rectangle are joined at the corners, and right now mine is on Round Join, which gives me these rounded corners. Yours might be on one of these other options. The option in the middle is Bevel Join, which will basically cut off the corners, making them flat. Next is Miter Join, which will make the corners sharp. For Miter Join, we also have this box here for setting the maximum length of the miter in units of stroke width. Sometimes when we create a path with a really sharp angle, like this, the join will be beveled, even though we're on Miter Join. To fix this, we just have to give this a higher number. And we might have to make the number quite high. There we go. Okay, let's delete this path now, and let's go back to the rectangle. Also, just as a reminder, these effects here are only applied to the stroke. So if we round the corners of the rectangle stroke, then turn off the stroke, we won't see the rounded corners anymore. If we turn the stroke back on, it will have the same style that we set before. Alright, let's go back to the Stroke Style tab. Under Join, we have Cap. These options let us change the appearance of the end nodes of a path. Closed objects like the rectangle, of course, don't have end nodes, so let's create an open path. And let's zoom in on one of the end nodes. By default, the end nodes are set to butt cap, which gives them a flat cap that stops at the node. The next option is round cap, which will give us a rounded cap. And the last option is square cap, which is kind of like butt cap, but it also gives us some extra padding beyond the node. I will change it back to butt cap now. The final options we have in the Stroke Style tab are for changing the order in which an object's fill, stroke, and markers will be drawn. Let's go back to the rectangle for this one. Let's select it and turn on some markers. I'll also set the join to miter. If we hover over one of these buttons or look at the icon, we can see what order it will use. The default is to draw the fill first, then the stroke on top of the fill, then the markers, which are represented by a circle in the icons. The next one will draw the stroke first, then the fill, then the markers. With this one, the fill is actually drawn on top of the stroke, covering half of it, so the stroke actually appears to only be half of the width setting here. The next one is fill, markers, stroke, and so on. I invite you to play around with these, but when you're finished, be sure to set it back on the default at the top left, so that we'll be on the same page for the rest of the course. Let's now look down here at the bottom of the fill and stroke dialog. We already discussed the opacity slider, and the slider above it will give the object a simple blur. We also have some more advanced blur options in the filters menu, which we will discuss later in the course. Changing the blend mode here affects the way colors of objects are blended together with the colors of objects beneath them. If we create another object on top of this rectangle, we can go through the blend modes to see the different effects. If you've used any digital painting software before, you're likely familiar with blend modes. They're not quite as useful with vector graphics, but we can get some cool effects with it. Let's set it back to normal for now. Okay, that's pretty much it for the fill and stroke dialog. I use this dialog very often, and we'll be using it a lot throughout the rest of the course, so I will leave mine docked. If it gets in the way, we can easily show and hide all of the docked dialogs, either by going to View, Show Hide Dialogs, or by pressing the F12 key. And really quick, before we move on to the next topic, if we switch to the Select tool, we can see these 4 toggle buttons on the far right of the controls bar. When this first one is on, scaling objects will scale the stroke width by the same proportion. We can see that the stroke width changes over here as we scale the object. If we turn this off, the stroke width won't be affected when we scale the object. The second one is just for rectangles. If we create another rectangle, and round its corners, then switch back to the Select tool, when this button is toggled on, scaling the rectangle will also scale the radii of the rounded corners. When it's off, the corners become less rounded as we scale up, and more rounded as we scale down. The next button is for gradients. If we go back to the Fill tab in the Fill and Stroke dialog, and give the object a gradient fill, when this button is on, transforming the object will transform the gradient as well. When it's off, the gradient isn't affected by the transformation. We can see this better if we go to the Gradient tool. The gradient is still over here, even though the object has been moved. The last button is similar, but it will cause an object's pattern to transform with the object. And if we turn it off, this doesn't happen. Feel free to play around with these, but just be sure to turn them all back on before continuing with the course. And I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn some ways we can make copies of objects. The most commonly used method for copying objects in Inkscape is duplicating them. Let's first create an object and switch to the Select tool. To duplicate a selected object, we have a few different options. We can right-click it and go to Duplicate. We can click the Duplicate button here in the Commands bar, We can go to Edit, Duplicate, or we can use the shortcut Ctrl D. I recommend memorizing the shortcut because we'll be using it often. Let's go ahead and press Ctrl D now to duplicate the object. What this does is it creates an exact copy of the object directly on top of the object and selects the copy. So it doesn't look like anything happened right now, but if we drag this over, we can see that we have two copies of the object. And these objects aren't connected in any way, so we can modify them individually. We can also duplicate multiple objects at the same time. So let's duplicate this object again with Ctrl D. And I will drag this duplicate over here using Ctrl to restrict it to the horizontal axis. Now let's select this object as well by shift-clicking it and duplicate both of these with Ctrl D. Then we can drag these duplicates down. And again, I'm holding Ctrl to restrict the movement. And that's pretty much it for duplicating. We can also copy, cut, and paste objects. Most of you guys are probably already familiar with these functions from other software, and they work the same way in Inkscape, but just in case I will go over them all here. Let's first create another object down here and change the colors. Then go back to the Select tool. To copy a selection into our clipboard, we can either right-click it and go to Copy. We can click the Copy Selection to Clipboard button in the Commands bar. We can go to Edit, Copy, or we can use the shortcut Ctrl C. Let's copy it now. As you can see, copying something into our clipboard doesn't make a copy of it on our canvas straight away like duplicate does. To put a copy of it onto our canvas, we can right-click in the canvas and go to Paste, and it will paste it centered at our mouse cursor. We also have a Paste button in the Commands bar. Clicking this will create a copy at the center of the canvas. We also have an Edit Paste option, which will paste it at our cursor. And of course, like with other software, we can use the shortcut Ctrl V to paste. And we can make as many copies as we want. If we copy another object, I'll use Ctrl C, it will overwrite what was previously in the clipboard. So if we paste now, it will paste copies of the most recently copied object. We can copy and paste multiple objects as well. We can also still paste objects after the originals have been deleted. So if we select all of these objects, delete them, and hit Ctrl V, it will still paste what was saved in the clipboard. And if we want to copy something into our clipboard and delete it at the same time, we can cut it, either by right-clicking and going to Cut, by clicking the button up here with the scissors icon, by going to Edit, Cut, or by using the shortcut Ctrl X. When we do this, the original selection will be gone, but because it's saved in our clipboard, we can paste it. Another thing we can do is paste in place by going to Edit, Paste in Place, or by using the shortcut Ctrl Alt V. This will paste a copy of the object or objects at the original position. So if we copy this one, hit Ctrl Alt V, we will get a copy directly on top of it, similar to duplicating. We can also paste an object style into another object or objects. For this, let's create another object and give it different fill and stroke colors. Let's switch back to the Select tool and copy it. Then let's select another object. Actually, let's select two objects. To paste the style of our copied object, we can go to Edit, Paste Style, or hit Shift Ctrl B. And now our selected objects have the same colors and stroke style as the copied objects. Note, however, that we can't copy the style of multiple objects. So if we copy these two selected objects, although it shows the average of the colors in the fill and stroke dialog, it doesn't actually copy the average of the colors. We can see this when we paste the style into another object. It only pastes the style of one of the copied objects. And I believe it chooses the one that had the lowest stacking order when we copied it. One more thing we can do with copy and paste is paste size, which is also in the Edit menu. What this first option, Paste Size, does is it sets the total size of our current selection to the total size of our copied selection. So if we copy one object, then select another object and go to Paste Size, it will make the selected object the same size as the copied object. If we select multiple objects, the total size is now the area within this entire bounding box. So if we copy this, select an object, and paste size, the size will be changed to the total size of our copied selection. We can set the size of multiple objects this way as well. So if we select these two, then paste size, the total size of this selection is now the same as the total size of our copied selection. The next two options are basically the same as paste size, except they will only paste the width or height of the copied selection. The final three options will paste the total size of our copied objects into each of the objects in our selection. So if we choose paste size separately, now both of these objects have the same size as our copied selection. One more way we can copy objects is with the spacebar. To copy an object this way, we click and hold on it, and wherever we want a copy of it, we drag it there and press the spacebar. This is called stamping, and it's very useful for making fast copies. We can also stamp as we rotate. Okay, that's about it for making copies. Later in the course, we will learn how to make clones of objects, which will actually be affected by changes made to the original objects. In this video, we're going to talk about how we can group objects together. Let's start out by creating a simple animal. I'm going to go with a cat. I'll give it an oval-shaped body and change the color to a medium gray with no stroke. I'll give it a circle for a head. I'm holding Control here to make a perfect circle. And I'll give it some triangles for ears. I'll duplicate this here with Control D, then flip it horizontally, which we can do by pressing this button in the commands bar or by pressing the H key, then move it over here in a straight line by holding Control. And for this video, let's go over here to the top of the Snap Controls bar and click this top button to turn off snapping, so that our objects won't snap together. We'll be talking about these later in the course, but we don't need them for now. Next, I will make a couple black circles for the eyes. I will duplicate this one and move it over. This is just for demonstration, so none of this has to be perfect. It's just good to put into practice some of the things we've learned wherever possible. And finally, I'll just make a long oval for the tail and give it the same color as the rest of the cat. I think that's good enough. Now, if we want to select all the parts of our animal, we can drag a selection over them all. Or because we don't have any other objects on our canvas, we can use Control A. We can then move them around together, as well as do other things like scale them and rotate them. We can also change the colors of them all at the same time. However, as you can see, this will change all the objects to the same color, so now we can't see the parts of the face. Let me undo that. Selecting all of our animal right now is easy. However, when we start adding a bunch of other objects to our drawings, it will become more and more difficult to select just the objects we want to work on. A solution to this problem is to group objects together. We can group selected objects together in a few different ways. We can right-click one of the objects and go to Group. We can click this button in the commands bar with the circle and square icon. We can go to Object, Group, or we can use the shortcut Control G, which is what I will use now. Our animal objects are now all grouped together. If we look down here in the status bar, we can see that we have a group of 7 objects selected. As we can see with the single bounding box being shared by all of the objects, this group is now treated as one object, and we can select it by clicking anywhere inside it. We can also transform it like we would any other object. If we decide we want to ungroup a group of objects, we first select it, and like with grouping them, we have a few options. Right-clicking the group and choosing Ungroup, clicking the Ungroup button next to the Group button in the commands bar, going to Object, Ungroup, or using either the shortcut Shift-Control-G as shown here, or the shortcut Control-U. I'll just click on it here this time. We now have all of our 7 original objects selected, and we can select and change them separately again. However, what if we want to edit an object inside a group without ungrouping them all first? Let's select them all and group them again by hitting Control-G. We can enter inside this group either by right-clicking it and going to Enter Group here at the bottom, and as you can see, our group is given a label of #G followed by a random number. Or we can just double-click anywhere in the group. We're now inside the group, and we can select and modify each object individually. Also, notice that the objects in a group don't have to be touching. They can be infinitely far away and still be in the same group. Now let's look down at the status bar again. In this box here, we can see the label of the group we're inside. And if we deselect everything, notice that it doesn't take us out of the group. We can still select the individual objects. To get out of a group, we again have a few options. We can click this button in the status bar and choose something else. Right now, the only other option is Layer 1. We can select an object on our canvas that is outside of the group, which we don't have at the moment. Or we can double-click an empty area in the canvas. Now we're back in Layer 1 and can transform the group as one object again. Next, let's say we want to add something else to our group, like legs for instance. If we create an object right now, it won't be part of our group. We could just ungroup everything, then select all of the objects including the new one, and group them all again, but a better way is to create the new object while inside the group. And because I already created this object, I can cut it with Ctrl X, then double click the group to enter it, then paste the object with Ctrl V and move it into position. I'll also give it the same color as the body. The object is now part of the group. I can duplicate this now and move the duplicate over here. And there we go. If we double click the canvas to get out of the group, we can confirm that our new objects are part of the group. Let's enter the group again and create a ball or something over here. I'll change the color to red. If we leave the group, we can see that the animal and ball objects are all grouped together, and we can move them together. If we decide later, however, that we would prefer to be able to transform the animal and the ball separately, we would need to take the ball out of the group. One way to do this is to ungroup everything, then deselect the ball, then just group the animal objects together. But let's undo that. A better way to do it is to enter the group, select the ball object, then either right-click it and go to Pop Selection out of Group, or go to Object, Pop Selected Objects out of Group. Now the ball is no longer a part of the group. We can do this with multiple objects as well. So if we enter the group and select all the head objects, for example, then right-click and go to Pop Selection out of Group, all of these objects are no longer part of the group. But we don't want to do that, so let's undo it until they're back inside the group. We can also create what are called nested groups, which are groups inside groups. Let's create a nested group by grouping all of the head objects. We can do this by entering the group, selecting all of the head objects, and grouping them. We now have all of the head objects in their own group. And we can enter this group using the same methods as for any other group, which I will do by double-clicking it. We can now modify these objects if we want. If we look down at the status bar again, we can see that we're in a different group than we were before. If we click the box, we can see that the group we're currently inside is nested inside this group above it. Our current group is referred to as a child group, and the one above it is its parent group. To get back to the parent group, we have a few options. We can click on it in this box. We can right-click inside the child group and choose Go to Parent. Or we can just click on an object that is inside the parent group but outside of our current child group. And now we're back inside the parent group. Also, if we go back into the head group, double-clicking on the canvas will actually take us back up through the hierarchy, as shown in this box. So the first time we double-click, it will take us up to the parent group. If we double-click again, we'll be back in Layer 1 and outside of the animal group. And we're not restricted to just having one child group inside a parent group. So we can enter into the animal group, select the body, tail, and legs, then group these together. We now have two child groups nested inside the parent group. We can also create a child group inside a child group. Let's do this by creating a face group. So let's first enter the head group. And if we use Ctrl A here to select all objects, it will only select all of the objects that are inside our current group. We can then deselect everything we don't want by holding Shift and clicking it. I would deselect the ears and the head. So now I just have the eyes selected. Let's now press Ctrl G to group these. We now have a face group which we can enter into. I'll also add a triangle for a nose. And make it black as well. If we click the box in the status bar again, we can see that our current group is a child of the head group, which is the child of the main group above it. We can basically continue creating an endless number of nested groups, but I think you get the idea. Just a couple more things before we end this video. First, if we get out of all of the groups, which I will do by clicking this ball object, then select the whole animal object, clicking ungroup will just ungroup the next groups in the hierarchy, which are the body and head groups. Clicking it again will ungroup the objects that were in the head group, which includes the face group. And clicking it again will ungroup the objects that were inside the face group. So the point is that if you want to ungroup everything inside a group with nested groups, you will have to click ungroup multiple times. Let's undo all of that until we have the whole animal group again. The last thing I wanted to mention is that, as you might recall from the video on selecting objects, if we want to select multiple objects without having to drag a selection box over the entire objects, one way of doing this is to hold Alt while dragging, which will activate touch selection. However, I mentioned in that video that this method might not be exactly what we want, and that's because if we select objects this way, it doesn't take groups into account. So as you can see, it ignored the fact that these objects were inside a group. If that's what you want, then great. And there are a couple other ways of selecting objects without taking groups into account. First, we can use the Alt scroll method that we also learned in the selections video to cycle through the objects under our cursor. Holding Alt and clicking, on the other hand, will cycle through the objects while taking groups into account. So if we enter into the main group, we can cycle through both child groups this way. The other way to select an object without taking groups into account is to hold Ctrl and click the object, or Shift and Ctrl to select multiple objects. Finally, if we would prefer to take groups into account when touch selecting, we can do so by toggling on this button in the controls bar, which I also briefly mentioned in the selections video. We now just have to touch the objects with the selection box to select them. And just like with a normal selection box, it won't go inside groups. But we can enter the main group and select its immediate child groups. I'll turn this back off for now. Okay, for the next video about sorting objects, we will continue from right where we left off here. If you've been following along, you can either go straight into the next video without closing out Inkscape, or you can save your work and come back to it later. Or if you would prefer to use the exact same objects I have here, I provided this document as a downloadable resource for the next video, which you can download and open and use it to follow along with the video. See you there. In this video, we're going to talk about how to manage the Z order or stacking order of objects in our drawings. If you didn't follow along with the previous video, or if you didn't save your work and you want to follow along with this one, I provided this exact document as a downloadable resource for this video. Okay, so we have our animal-like thing here, and now we want to give it some accessories, like for instance a bed. For my cat's bed, I will just give him a simple teal rectangle. But right now it just looks like some object in front of him. I want to put it behind him so that it looks like he's standing on it. To do this, we have to change what's called either the Z order or stacking order of our objects. For our purposes right now, whenever we create a new object, it's given a higher Z order than all of the objects that we created before it. It would therefore appear to be in front of everything else or closer to us. For this object, we want to lower its Z order, and we have a few options for doing so. If we go to the Select tool, we can click this Lower Selection one-step button in the controls bar. We can go to Object Lower, or we can press the Page Down key. I'll just click this for now. And the bed object is now behind the animal object. Also, because this group object is treated as one object, as far as the objects outside of it are concerned, all of the objects in this group have the same Z order. That's why lowering the rectangle object one step placed it behind the entire animal object. Let's now undo so that the rectangle is back on top. We can also go the opposite way by selecting the animal object, then either clicking this Raise Selection one-step button in the controls bar, or going to Object, Raise, or using the keyboard shortcut Page Up. Alright, let's now give the bed some stands or something. I'll create a couple brown rectangles for this. I want to put these stands behind the bed, so let's select them both and press page down. And as you can see, only the first object went behind the bed. And that's because when we have multiple objects selected that aren't in a group, changing the Z order works in only one of the objects at a time. So if we press page down again, they'll both be behind the bed. To see this better, let's press page up a couple times to bring them both back to the top. Now let's move the right one to the middle and duplicate it, then move the duplicate to the right. Let's select them all and press page down a few times. So first the left goes down, then the middle, then the right. And if we bring them back up, it will happen in reverse. If we would prefer to move them all down at once, we can do so in a few ways that are similar to moving up and down by one step. We can click this lower selection to bottom button, we can go to Object, lower to bottom, or we can press the N key. And now all of the stands are behind the bed. However, be aware that whereas lowering and raising by one step only takes into account the Z order of the objects behind and in front of the selected objects, lowering them to the bottom like we just did will put them behind all of the objects that are currently on our canvas. That includes the ball object, which was previously behind everything. Now the stands are behind it. And if we move the ball back over here away from the other objects, we can press page up and page down as many times as we want and it won't have any effect because there aren't any objects in front of or behind it. Its Z order stays the same. If we click lower selection to bottom, however, it's now behind all of the objects on the canvas. Let's actually move the ball in front of everything, which we can do either by clicking this raise selection to top button, by going to Object, Raise to Top, or by pressing the Home key. There we go. I'm not sure cats really care much about balls, but whatever. Okay, now let's talk about Z order within a group of objects. Let's first enter into the animal group, then enter the body group. Let's change the body to a different color so we can distinguish it from the other objects. I would choose a darker gray. Things might be different for you if you're using your own artwork, but for me, the body object is behind the legs and tail and in front of the head. I want it to be in front of the legs and tail and behind the head. I could try to move it behind the head by clicking the lower selection one step button. However, as you can see, nothing happens. And that's because objects within a group have their own Z order, and they don't care about the Z order of objects outside the group. We can only place objects within our current group in front of or behind other objects in the same group. So if we click raise selection to top, the body object will now be above all of the other objects in the group. Also, notice that it doesn't go in front of the ball, because the ball is outside of the group. If we want to move the head group in front of the body group, we can click the head group once to select it, then click raise selection one step. It's now in front of the body group because the head group object and the body group object are both inside the main animal group. Next, let's add some white circles around these pupils on our animal's face. Let's double click to enter the head group, then double click the face group to enter into it. Let's now create a circle that's bigger than a pupil and turn it white. Let's switch back to the select tool and lower the white circle below the black one. I'm going to move it into place with the arrow keys. And I'm actually going to delete this black circle over here, then select these two, duplicate them both and move them over. I'll move this nose around some too. And even though we've only been using shape objects in our group so far, we're not restricted to them. We can use paths as well. I think I will add some whiskers to my cat with the pen tool. And there we have it. Beautiful. I encourage you to continue working on yours or create some other groups of objects and see what you can come up with. In this video, we're going to quickly go over how to turn strokes into paths. For demonstration, let's create an oval and give it a stroke. And let's change the width of the stroke to something thicker, like 10. Okay, so changing the stroke of this object into a path is similar to the ways we learned for changing an object into a path. One way is by going to Path, Stroke to Path. Another way is by using the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-C. And finally, if we switch to the Node tool, we can click the Stroke to Path button in the controls bar next to the Object to Path button. Let's do that now. And what this does is, if the object isn't already a path, it would turn the object and the stroke into paths. Of course, if the object is already a path, it will just skip the first step. I just wanted to mention this so you know that we don't have to change the object to a path first, then change the stroke to a path. Anyway, we now have an object with two paths. This one in the middle and this one around it, which used to be a stroke. And we can go in with the node tool and modify the nodes of each path. The reason I saved this video until after the video about grouping objects is that if we switch to the select tool, then deselect the object and select it again, we can see down on the status bar that our object is actually a group consisting of two objects. And we can, of course, enter the group, which I would do by double-clicking it. And if we get out of the group and select it, we can ungroup them if we want. Also, notice that the object, which we turned from a stroke into a path, is now a path with the middle cut out and with just the fill color set. We can give this object a stroke like we could any other object. And of course, we could turn its stroke into a path as well. Okay, so that's how we turn strokes into paths. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to create and edit text objects. Let's get started by activating the text tool here in the toolbox, which we can also get to by pressing either the T key or the F8 key. As you can see, we have a ton of options in the controls bar, and we'll be getting into them all shortly. But first, to create a text object, we have two options. First, we can just click somewhere in the canvas. We can now start typing, and the text will continue going to the right. We might have to zoom in a bit to see it better. We can press Enter to start a new line. If we drag this handle here to the left, we can shrink the width of the text area. Words that can't fit in a line will move to the next line, and the height will automatically adjust to fit all of the lines. And we can drag the handle to the right to widen it again. Another way to create a text object is to click and drag, which will create a box. As we type now, the text will stay within this box. This is called flowed text. And again, we can press Enter to start a new line. When we get to the bottom of the box, however, we won't be able to see the text anymore. But that has a simple solution, which is to drag this handle at the bottom right of the box to make it bigger, or smaller. With the text tool activated, we can click anywhere inside the text of the object to add text at that position. We can also click and drag over some text to select it, or press Ctrl A to select all of the text. If we hold Ctrl and press the left and right arrow keys, we can go back and forth between whole words in the text. And if we hold Shift, we can use the arrow keys to select text. We can also cut, copy, and paste text, either in the right-click menu or in the Edit menu, like with objects. If we click on an empty space, either outside the text object or inside it, it will deselect the object and start creating a new text object. But as long as we don't type anything, it won't actually create a new object, because a text object can't be blank. We can click inside the text of an object to select the object. And to deselect the text object without starting a new one, we can press Escape. Okay, let's now start looking at some of the things we can do in the controls bar. This first box is for setting the text object's font family. Let's select one of these text objects again. If we drop down this box, we can choose from all of the fonts installed on our system. We can also just type one in here. And as we type, it will give us some suggestions. This icon here will select all text objects that use the current font family. So if we deselect the text object and press this icon, it will reselect it. If we change this back to the previous font family, clicking the icon will select both objects. The next box is for the font style, such as normal, italic, bold, and bold italic. These might be different depending on the font family we choose. Next we have font size. We can drop this down to see some options, or we can just type any number we want. And we can choose a unit of measurement here. Another way to change the font size is to hold Ctrl and press the greater than key to make the size twice as large, or the less than key to make it half as large. The next box lets us change the spacing between baselines. The baseline of a line of text is, as the name suggests, a line that goes across the base of the text. However, it disregards the tails of letters, such as J's and Y's. So if I add some J's and Y's to this text, the baseline would be about right here. We can increase or decrease the space between the baselines with this box. It does this for all the baselines in the text. We can also right-click in this box to see a few options. I'll set it back to 1.25. And we can change the units for this as well. This next button is for text alignment. We can align it to the left like it is now, to the center, or to the right. The last option is only for flowed text, which we create when we drag out a box while creating a text object, like we did with this one. This is called justified alignment, and it will spread out the words so that the text is flush with both sides of the box. The next button is toggle superscript. For this, if we select one or more characters, clicking this button will make them a superscript. This would be useful if you're using numbered notes or something in your document. You could put, for example, a 1 next to some text and make the 1 a superscript. To turn it off, just reselect the text and click the button again. The button next to it is similar, except this for subscripts. Next, we have spacing between letters. With this, we can adjust the spacing between selected characters. And we might have to give it a big number to see the change. If we don't select any text, it will adjust the spacing between all of the characters. The next box is for spacing between words. First, let's put this back on left align. Now, if we select some words, or even just parts of words, we can adjust the spacing between them. Or if we don't have any text selected, we can adjust the spacing between all of the words. Next, we have horizontal kerning. These three boxes aren't enabled for flowed text. They are enabled for normal text objects, but they don't seem to work well after we adjust this handle. So let's create a new text object down here without dragging or adjusting anything. This time I'll use some real words. Okay, so kerning is similar to letter spacing, but it refers to the spacing between individual pairs of letters. It's also used as a verb, meaning to adjust this spacing. Each font actually has its own default kerning, which is why the letters aren't touching. This box is for manual kerning. And by the way, these three boxes all use pixels. To do manual kerning, we first click in between the letters we want to change the kerning for, then we can adjust it. We'll likely have to use larger numbers to see this work. Positive numbers will increase the kerning, and negative numbers will decrease it. Another way to do this is to click in the text object, then hold Alt and press the right and left arrow keys. As you can see, the text to the right of the letters will slide to the right and left as we kern. However, if we set this back to 0 and select a letter, or even multiple letters, then increase the kerning, the text to the right doesn't slide over, and the letters begin to overlap each other. If this isn't what you want, then be sure to just put the cursor between the letters without selecting anything. What we are just adjusting is the horizontal kerning. We can also adjust the vertical kerning here. If we put our cursor between two letters and set this to a positive value, all of the letters to the right of the cursor will move down. If we set this to a negative value, the letters will move up. We can also do this with the keyboard by holding Alt and pressing the up and down arrow keys. And by the way, holding Alt and Shift together while pressing the arrow keys will use larger increments. And like with horizontal kerning, if we select one or more letters and adjust the vertical kerning, only the selected letters will move. The last box is for character rotation and is in degrees. With this, we can rotate the character to the right of the cursor by, for example, 30 degrees. We can do this with more than one letter by selecting them first. we now have these last three buttons on the controls bar. The first button is block progression, which by default is on left to right, with the text starting at the top left. We can also set this to go from top to bottom. To see the difference between these last two options, we need at least 2 lines of text. If we choose the middle option in here, the block will progress from top to bottom and the text will start at the top right. If we choose the last option, the text will start at the top left. Let's set this back to the middle option for now. When we choose one of these top to bottom options here, in the next box we can choose the orientation of the glyphs, which are the characters in the text. Right now the text has been rotated so that the bottoms are on the left. The next option will rotate the individual characters back upright, but the lines will read from top to bottom. The last option appears to be the same as the first option, and the reason is that the text currently only contains characters that are normally written horizontally. However, if we were to add some Chinese characters, for example, this option would turn those characters upright in the text. Finally, this last button lets us change the horizontal direction of the text. The default is left to right, and if we create a new text object and put this on right to left, now as we type, the text will go from right to left. Okay, that's it for the controls bar. If we go to the select tool, we can do the same transformations as for any other object. Note that if we scale it, however, not holding Control will cause the text to become warped. Holding Control will prevent this from happening. We can also change the color of the font by changing the fill color. And if we add a stroke, it will put the stroke around each of the characters. If you want to edit the text again, one way is to go back to the text tool. Another way is to use the text and font dialog. We can get to this in a few ways. By right-clicking a text object and going to text and font, by clicking the button with the big T icon in the commands bar, by going to text, text and font, or the shortcut Shift-Control-T. This will dock the text and font dialog. In the font tab, we can change the family, the style, and the size of the fonts. It shows us a preview down here, which is good for scrolling through the font options and seeing how they will look. If we want to set these as the text tool's defaults, we can click this button down here. Then, every time we create a new text object, it will use the settings that we chose here. If we want to apply the changes to the currently selected text object, we have to click the Apply button. The next tab is Features. I've never had any need to change anything in here, but if you look through them, you might find something useful. The final tab is Text, where we can edit the actual text of the object. Unlike when typing the text directly into the text object, this tab does automatic spell checking as we type, underlining in red any words that we have misspelled, which is a nice feature. And again, we have to click Apply to apply the changes. This dialog is pretty useful because it lets us edit text objects conveniently, without having to switch back to the text tool every time. However, we won't be using it very often in this course, so I'll close mine out for now. Next, let's go over some of the options we have in the text menu. The SVG font editor lets us make our own fonts. We'll have a whole video on this later, so we'll skip it for now. Unicode Characters brings up the Unicode Characters dialog. In this dialog, we can find a whole bunch of special characters that we can use in each font family. We can see a lot more if we change Range to All. If we click a character, down here it shows the character's Unicode value, which is a 4-digit hexadecimal value. If we double-click a character, it will add the character to this box. We can add as many as we want to the box. We can then copy and paste these characters somewhere, or if we click the Append button, it will add the characters to the end of the text object that we have selected. Let's close this dialog out for now. Another way to enter Unicode characters is to click inside a text object and press Ctrl-U. As we can see in the status bar, we're now in Unicode mode. If we know a character's Unicode value, we can type it in now. I would just type a random 4-digit number, like 2345. In the status bar, we can see the Unicode value we typed and the character to the right of it. If we press Enter, it will add the character to our text and put us back in normal text mode. If we go back into Unicode mode with Ctrl-U, to get back to normal mode without adding a character, we can just press Escape or Ctrl U again. Next in the text menu is Put on Path. Let's delete this text object, and this one, and create a new one here. And let's put this back on left to right. Now let's create a circle. And I will turn off the stroke. If we select the text object and the circle and go to Text, Put on Path, it will wrap the text around the circle. And the text object is now connected to the circle. So if we move the circle, the text moves with it. If we change its shape, the text will wrap around the new shape. And if we rotate it, the text will also rotate. We can also turn off the circle's fill color to make it invisible. However, if we deselect it now, we can't select it again, because an object has to be visible for us to select it. To get around this, we can select the text object, then use the handy keyboard shortcut Shift-D. This will select the source object, which is the circle. We can now modify it again, and set the fill color if we want. Shift-D is quite useful, and we'll be seeing it more throughout the course. Next, if we delete the source object, the text object will disconnect from it and go back to the way it was before. Let's undo that. To disconnect the text object from the source object without deleting the source object, we can select the text object and go to Text, Remove from Path. And this doesn't only work with shapes. We can also create a path with the Pen tool, for example, then select it in the text object and put the text on the path. And we can go to the Text tool and add more text. And it will follow along the path. If we go outside of the path, however, we won't be able to see the rest of the text. But we can fix that by stretching out the path, either with the Node tool or with the Select tool. Next, we have Flow into Frame. For this, let's duplicate this text object and remove it from the path. Let's now also select the circle and go to Flow into Frame. What this does is it flows the text in a way that keeps it within the frame of another object we have selected. Like with Put on Path, the text object is now connected to the source objects, so if we change the shape of the source object, the text will flow accordingly. And even if we move the text object somewhere, it still thinks it's inside the source object. To disconnect the text object from the source object, we can select it and go to Text, Unflow. And it might do something crazy, like move it way over here. I'm not sure why it does this sometimes. But anyway, now it's back to the way it was. Another thing we can do with Unflow is to unflow a flow text object that we created. This is because if we go back to the Text tool, which we can do easily by double-clicking a text object, this box with the red outline is actually considered a frame, just like the circle was for the other text object. If we unflow this, it will become a normal text object with no frame, and it will stretch out to fit the full lines of the text. If we undo that, the next option here, Convert to Text, is supposed to convert a flowed text object into a normal text object while leaving the form of it intact, instead of stretching it out the way Unflow does. However, it doesn't seem to work in my version of Inkscape. If you have a later version, you might get different results with this. Next is Remove Manual Kerns. If we create another text object, and do some manual kern adjusting, which I'm doing by holding Alt and pressing the arrow keys, this option will remove it all in one go, which is quite convenient. The last option in the text menu is Check Spelling. We can also get to this by right-clicking a text object and going to Check Spelling. We now have the Check Spelling dialog docked. We can use this dialog to spell check all of the text in our document, and we can change the language down here. Before we start this, let's delete all of these nonsense text objects. And let's misspell some of the words in these two. To start the spell checker, we click the Start button at the bottom of the dialog. It will now start searching through all of the text in our document, and if it finds a misspelled word, it will highlight it in the text object and give us some suggested words here. Now we can choose a suggested word and click Accept to replace the misspelled word with the suggested word. Or we can click Ignore once, which will cause the spell checker to skip this particular instance of the misspelled word. Or we can click Ignore, which will ignore all instances of this word. Or if we think this word is correct, we can click Add to add the word to the dictionary, so the spell checker will no longer consider it to be misspelled. I'll click Accept for this one, and now it finds the next misspelled word. When we're finished spell checking, we can click Stop. And now we can close out this dialog. One more thing we can do with text objects is to turn them into paths. Let's do this by selecting this text object and going to Path, Object to Path. If we look down at the status bar, we can see that now we have a group of objects. If we enter into the group, we can see that each character is now an individual path, and we can move them around separately. We can also use the Node tool to modify the nodes. Be aware, however, that once we turn a text object into a path, we can no longer go in and edit the text, because the object is no longer recognized as a text object. But if we want to create custom text for things like logos, this is the way to do it. And another thing is that if we have some text objects in our document and we save it, then we send the document to a friend or open it on another computer. If that computer doesn't have the fonts used in those text objects, the text objects will change to some default fonts. If we change the text objects to paths first, however, that won't happen, because they will no longer have a particular font attached to them. So that's something to keep in mind if you plan to share your documents or use them on other devices. Okay, that pretty much does it for text objects. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the Align and Distribute dialog to arrange objects on our canvas. To dock the Align and Distribute dialog, we can either click this button in the commands bar with the icon of 3 stacked objects, or we can go to Object, Align and Distribute at the bottom, or we can press Shift-Control-A. And now it's docked over here next to our Fill and Stroke dialog. Let's now create a few objects and see what we can do with Align and Distribute. Okay, the first section in the dialog is Align. These options, as the name suggests, allow us to align selected objects in different ways. The result of the alignment depends on what we have chosen in this Relative To box. Let's leave it on Last Selected for now. If we add objects to our selection individually by shift-clicking, Last Selected will refer to the last object we selected. But if we select them all together, such as with a selection box, Last Selected will refer to the object with the highest Z order. For me, it's the star because I created it last. Let's select them individually for now. This first Align button will align the right edges of the objects to the left edge of the anchor. The anchor refers to what Relative To is set to. It's on Last Selected, so this object will be the anchor for me, because I selected it last. So if we click the button, the anchor stays in place and the other objects change position so that the right edges align with the left edge of the anchor. If we select them all together and press the button, the anchor is now the object we created last, because it currently has the highest Z order. If we select another object and raise it to the top, however, this object will now have the highest Z order and will become the new anchor. Changing Relative to First Selected will have the opposite effect. Some more Relative To options we have are Biggest Object and Smallest Object. For these two, when we click an Align button in this top row, it considers the object with the biggest height to be the biggest object, and the one with the smallest height to be the smallest object. It doesn't take width into account. So if we move these objects away from each other and select them all again, then click this button, it chooses this object as the anchor because it has the biggest height. Changing this to Smallest Object will choose this object with the smallest height. When we click a button in the bottom row, however, it does the opposite. I will click this one to demonstrate. This button aligns the bottom edges of the objects to the top edge of the anchor, and it chose this object as the anchor because it has the smallest width. If we change this to Biggest Object and click the button, it chose this object with the biggest width as the anchor. Let's choose Page now and click the button. As you can see, the page is now the anchor. For drawing, currently our entire drawing is all of the objects we have selected. So if we click that Align button again, it will move these objects so that the right edges will be where this leftmost edge of the drawing currently is. Let's click it now. And we can keep doing this. If we create another object and just have it selected, then click the button, it moves the object so that its right edge is aligned with the leftmost edge of the entire drawing. Selection area is similar to drawing, but it only cares about our current selection area. So if we select a couple of these objects and click the Align button, it will align the right edges of the selected objects to the leftmost edge of the selection box. If we toggle this button on over here, it would treat our selection as a group. If we have the anchor set to Selection Area, Drawing, or Page, Inkscape would treat all of our selected objects as one object and align them to the anchor. So let's select all of these objects again and give these a try. Selected Area, Drawing, and Page. So it basically leaves the objects in the same position relative to the selection and moves them around as a whole. However, if we use one of these other options to select an object as the anchor, it would treat the other selected objects as a group and align the group to the anchor object. Let's give these a try. Smallest object, biggest object, first, and last. Let's turn off the group button for now. Apart from these two buttons in the last column, all of the other align buttons behave the same way. We can look at the icons or hover over them to see what they do, such as align left edges, center on vertical edges, align bottom edges, etc. As you can see, the top row deals with the vertical axis, and the bottom row deals with the horizontal axis. Let's select an object and change the anchor to Page. We can center objects on the page both vertically and horizontally, which is pretty useful. Let's set the anchor back to Last Selected. These last two buttons are for text objects only. Let's create a couple text objects. I'll type the word text for the first one, and the word texty with a Y for the other one. So now we have a text object that contains a letter with a tail and one that doesn't. If we select these and click this button to align the bottom edges, you will see that it takes into account the tail of the Y, because these buttons go by the bounding boxes of the selected objects. If we click this button, however, it will align the base lines, which, as I mentioned in the video on text objects, are lines that go along the base of the text while disregarding any tails. The button above it will align the baseline anchors horizontally. For most fonts, this works the same as the button to align the left edges. However, if we use a font where the tails come way out to the left, as shown in this icon, the tails will be ignored. Let's move back over to the other objects and spread them out a bit. And now let's move on to the Distribute section. The buttons in this section will keep the size of our selection area the same, but will even out the spacing between the objects in different ways. Let's select these objects again. And this time the order doesn't matter, because the Relative to box only applies to the Align section. And now, if we click this first button, it will put equal distance between the left edges of the objects. If we were to now measure the distance between the left edge of this object and this one, it would be the same as the distance between the left edges of these two, and so on. The next button will put equal distance between the centers. This one will put equal distance between the right edges, so it does the opposite of the first button. And this one makes the horizontal gaps equal. To see this better, let's spread these objects out again. And now when we click the button, we can see that it makes the horizontal gaps between them equal. On the bottom row, we have similar options, but for vertical spacing. Top edges, centers, bottom edges, and vertical gaps. Also, like with the Align section, we have some Distribute buttons that will use the baselines of text objects. We will need a third text object for these to work, so I would just duplicate this one and move it over. then select them all and make them a bit bigger. If we click this button, it will distribute the baseline anchors horizontally, and this one will distribute the baselines vertically, and we might need to move these away from each other to see this better. The next section is Rearrange. We will skip this first button for now because it has to do with the connector tool, which we will talk about later in the course. The next button says it will exchange the positions of the objects based on selection order. This sounds confusing, but what it does is it moves an object into the position of the previously selected object. So if we select them individually from left to right, when we click the button, this object will move here, this one will move here, this one here, and the first one will move to the last position. Let's click it now. And we can do this multiple times. This next button will do the same thing, except instead of selection order, it will go by Z order. The next button is similar to the previous two, but it will rotate the objects clockwise. The next button will randomize the centers of the objects both horizontally and vertically, while keeping them within this original selection area. We can do this as many times as we want. And if we deselect them and select them again, we now have a smaller selection area than we had previously. So clicking this button will randomize them while keeping them closer together. The last button in the Rearrange section will unclump the objects, meaning it will try to equalize the edge-to-edge distances between the objects. The more we press the button, the closer the edge-to-edge distances come to being perfectly equalized. The next section in the Align and Distribute dialog is Remove Overlaps. What this does is, if any of our selected objects overlap each other like this button will move the objects as little as possible so that their bounding boxes no longer overlap. So after pressing the button, the objects have been moved just enough so that they still touch, but their bounding boxes don't overlap anymore. If we would rather put some gaps between them so they don't touch, we can add horizontal and vertical gaps in these boxes. And these are in pixels. So we can add, for example, 20 pixels of horizontal spacing and 10 for vertical spacing. Now if we overlap these objects again, select them all, and press the button, they have moved apart and gaps have been placed between them. And actually, even if the objects aren't overlapping, if the gaps between them are smaller than these numbers, the button will move them apart so that they have at least this much spacing between them. So if we set these to high numbers, like 100, and click the button again, the objects now have at least 100 pixels of spacing between them. The next thing we're going to talk about is this button up here at the top left of the Align section. If we toggle this on, it allows us to align objects directly on the canvas, so we don't have to come over here and press these buttons. Also, be aware that this doesn't work with the Relative To box. So right now we just have these scale handles like normal. If we click one of these objects again, we get the rotation handles. And if we click again, we now get these alignment handles because we toggled this button on. Now if we click any of these handles on the outside of the selection, the objects will move so that their edges and corners become flush with the handle. If we shift click a handle, it will do the inverse. Now the opposite edges and corners are flush with the handle. Let's undo until it's back to the start. Clicking the handle in the middle will center the objects horizontally. Shift clicking it will center them vertically. If we hold Control when we click these handles, it will treat the objects as a group. Control clicking the handles doesn't seem to do anything though, and that kind of makes sense because the objects are being treated as one object. However, if we hold Shift and Control and click the handles, we can get that inverse movement, but with all of the objects moving together. I guess this could be useful if we wanted to duplicate the objects and evenly spread them out. Feel free to continue playing with this and to use it if you want, but I hardly ever use it myself. I prefer to just use these buttons because they give us more control. So I will turn this off for now. There's actually one more section in the Align and Distribute dialog called Nodes, but we can only see it if we have the Node tool active. There it is. For this we will need a path. Let's grab the Pen tool and create a random path over here with a bunch of nodes. That should do it. And let's switch back to the Node tool. In the Nodes section, we have another Relative To box. The default is middle of selection. We also have first selected and last selected again, and we have min value and max value. Let's leave it on middle of selection for now. We can select a few nodes, or we can select all of the nodes, which we can do easily with Control A. The first button will align all of the selected nodes to a common horizontal line, which will run through the anchor points. So if we click it, the nodes are now all on a horizontal line that goes through what was the middle of the selection. Let's undo that and try some of the others. If we don't select the nodes individually, last selected will be the node in our selection that we created last. As you can see, the last node stayed in place, and now the other nodes are horizontally aligned to it. First selected will use the node we created first as the anchor. For the horizontal alignment button, min value and max value are the selected nodes with the smallest and largest y coordinates, respectively. Max value for me should be this node. Let's give it a try. And min value should be this one. The next button is the opposite of the first button, and it will align the nodes in a vertical line that runs through the anchor points. For this one, min value is the selected node with the smallest x coordinate, and max value is the one with the largest x coordinate. The last two buttons are for distribution, and just like with the buttons in the distribute section for objects, these don't use the relative to box, so I will just set it back to the default. This button will distribute the selected nodes horizontally. So, horizontally, the distance between these two nodes is the same as the distance between these two, and so on. The last button will do the same, but vertically. Okay, and that's it for the Align and Distribute dialog. We have another method of arranging objects, which is by using the Arrange dialog, also found in the Object menu, and we'll have a video for it later in the course. However, Align and Distribute is by far the most common method. I use this dialog very often, and we'll be using it more throughout the course, so I'll leave it docked. Also, for the most part, I'll be leaving the relative to box set to last selected, so make sure you have yours the same during the course so that we will get the same results. Okay, see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to draw freehand lines by using the pencil tool. Let's start by activating the pencil or freehand tool, which is located here in the toolbox. We can also get to it by pressing either the P key or the F6 key. One way to use the pencil tool is to click and release somewhere on the canvas, then click and release somewhere else to create a single line segment. If we hold Control after creating the first node, it will snap the angle. And if we decide we don't want to draw the segment, we can just press Escape. The most common use of the pencil tool, however, is for drawing freehand lines. We do this by clicking and holding, then dragging the mouse. And releasing the mouse will create the path. If we want to continue drawing the path, we can click and hold on one of the anchors and drag the mouse. And we can close the path by releasing the mouse over the other anchor. To add a subpath, we can hold Shift before we start creating a new path. As you can see, the paths we create by dragging aren't very smooth. And if we go to the Node tool, we can see that the paths have a bunch of nodes. If we go back to the pencil tool, we have this option in the controls bar called Smoothing. This is also called Simplifying in Inkscape. And the higher this setting, the smoother the path we create will be, and thus the fewer nodes it will have. Let's try a higher setting, like 30. If we draw a freehand path now, it's not quite as accurate regarding our mouse movement, but it's much smoother. It also has much fewer nodes. If we go back and set the smoothing to something really high, like the max of 100, it will be super smooth, but not at all accurate. On the other hand, if we set it to something really low, like 1, it will be very accurate, but quite rough. It will also have a ton of nodes. I don't recommend having the smoothing set too low, because the more nodes we have in our drawing, the more processing power it requires. I will set mine back to 10, which is the default. We can also smoothen or simplify a path we've already created by going to Path Simplify, which has the shortcut Control L. And we can do this multiple times. If we go to the Node tool, we can see that it reduces the number of nodes and moves them around to try to smoothen the path. Let's switch back to the pencil tool now. So at the moment, after we create a path, we can't go back up to the smoothing box and change its smoothing here. This setting only applies to the paths we create after changing the setting. However, if we toggle on this button next to it that says LPE-based Interactive Simplify, now when we create a path, we can still adjust its smoothing up and down. If we want to lock the path smoothing, we can click this LPE Simplify Flatten button here. Now we can't adjust the smoothing anymore. We can still simplify it from the path menu though. This Interactive Simplify function uses up more processing power, so I'll turn mine off for now. Next, we have the option to change the shape of new paths. This is actually exactly the same as for the Pin tool, so it's not necessary to go over it again. This goes for the modes here as well. We already saw the spiral path and B-spline path modes work in the video about the Pen tool. If we toggle on this button here, it will let us use the pencil tool like a brush. We now have these min and max settings. These let us set the minimum and maximum width of the brush. However, this really only works if we're using a pressure-sensitive device, like a drawing tablet. Then, depending on the amount of pressure we use, the brush width will be somewhere between min and max. If we're just using a mouse, however, the brush width will just be the max setting, like this. We also get this option that lets us change the appearance of the caps, or endpoints of the paths. The default is round, and we can go through some of these to see what they give us. This one's pretty cool. Alright, I will set mine back to round and toggle off this button. One more thing we can do with the pencil tool is create dots, just like with the pen tool. We do this by holding Ctrl and clicking. Holding Ctrl and Alt will create randomly sized small dots. Holding Ctrl and Shift will create larger dots. And holding Ctrl, Shift, and Alt will create randomly sized larger dots. And like I mentioned with the pen tool, these dots are actually circle objects, and we can modify them with the circles and ellipses tool. So that's how we use the pencil tool. This tool is great for making sketches before doing our actual drawing, especially if we have a drawing tablet. However, having a ton of nodes in our document consumes a lot of resources, and a large, detailed sketch can definitely have a ton of nodes. Also, if we try drawing over it with a pen tool, we might accidentally click on an anchor node and continue creating the path. To fix both of these issues, we can turn the sketch into a bitmap. We can do this by selecting the object and going to Edit, Make a Bitmap Copy. This will create a copy of the object and turn the copy into a raster image. However, it's very difficult to select it right now because it's just this thin outline. So let's undo all of that and let's give the path a fill first. I'll choose white since the background is white. And let's make a bitmap copy again. Now we can move it around easily. We can also delete the original sketch now. But be aware that because this is a raster image, we can't edit the nodes. And as you can see, there's some quality loss here. This isn't a big deal with sketches though. We can now lower the opacity some and easily trace over it with the pen tool. Okay, see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to export our drawings to PNG so that we can actually start using them outside of Inkscape. PNG is an image format that supports transparency and uses data compression that doesn't result in a loss in image quality. It is one of the most commonly used image formats on the web and in things like video games. And it is also the most commonly used format for exporting our drawings in Inkscape. And to do this, Inkscape provides us with the Export PNG Image dialog, which gives us a lot of control over the resulting exported image. To get to this dialog, we can either go to File, Export PNG Image, or we can click this button on the commands bar. And now it's docked over here. At the top of the dialog, we have options for the export area, including exporting everything inside the page, exporting all parts of our drawing, exporting just the parts we have selected, and creating a custom export area. And for all of these, we can set where the export area begins and ends, as well as its width and height. We can also set the units here. Note that if we change one of these values, however, it automatically switches to the Custom tab, because now we're actually customizing the export area. And if we set it back to the settings for the page, it will switch back to the Page tab. The next section is image size. Here we can set the size in pixels of the exported PNG. This actually has nothing to do with the width and height of the export area, although at the moment these are about the same, as we can see if we change the units to pixels. If we want our exported image to be bigger or smaller, we can change the size here, and it won't have any effect on the export area size. Also, note that changing the width or height here will automatically change the other value by the same proportion. The DPI value over here will change as well. And if we change the DPI, the size values will change accordingly. DPI stands for dots per inch, and is a measure of the number of dots or pixels that are placed in a line within the span of 1 inch. This is also called the resolution. The default for Inkscape is 96 DPI, which will correspond with the measurements used on the canvas. I believe the default for Adobe Illustrator is 72 DPI. But to be honest, unless you're printing the exported image, you can just ignore the DPI. If you're printing, you'll want to set it to something high to get a good quality print. I believe 300 is the standard. Otherwise, the DPI box here is really just useful for quickly changing the size of the exported image. If we made our drawings really small, for example, and we want the image to be twice the size, we can do this easily by changing the DPI to 192. If we wanted the image to be half the size, we could change the DPI to 48, which is half of 96. And of course we can just change the width and height directly instead. Let's set the DPI back to 96 for now. Finally, we have the File Name section, where we can set the file's name and location and export the image. So let's create some objects and do some exporting to see how all of this stuff works. I'll just go with a rectangle and an oval for now. The colors don't really matter, so I would just choose some random ones. I'll also make the oval slightly transparent and move it so it overlaps the rectangle a bit. And let's move these so they're within the page. Then choose Page in the Export dialog. Okay, for the file name, if we like what the default is, we can just click Export. Or we can edit it here, or we can click Export As and choose a location and name. We actually have a few other formats we can export to, but unless you really need one of these formats, I recommend just sticking with PNG. If we click Save, it will export the image. I will go ahead and open the export image now to show you the results. Because we had the export area set to the page, and because both of my objects were fully within the page's borders, they are both fully exported to the image. Also, it's hard to see right now because of the white background, but if I click Crop up here, we can see that the image is actually the same size in pixels as the page in our document. So all of the empty space in the page was also exported as transparent pixels in the image. We can also see that my oval was slightly transparent, just as it was in the document. Let's go back to Inkscape now. So when we have the Page tab selected, everything within the borders of the page will be exported. If we have part of the drawing outside of the page, it will only export this portion that is within the page. And by the way, when we select something, the export area will automatically switch to selection. So I will go back to Page and export this now to demonstrate. As you can see, the rectangle is smaller now, because only the part within the page was exported. If we go to the Drawing tab, we can export only the area of the canvas that our drawing covers. It will also show where our drawing starts and ends on the canvas, as well as the total width and height. Let's export now and see how this looks. So it exported everything in our drawing, and the drawing is flush with the sides of the image. If we wanted to add some padding between our drawing and the size of the exported image, we can do so by changing these values here. For example, we can subtract x0 by 10 pixels to move it left, subtract y0 by 10 pixels to move it up, and we can either add 10 pixels to x1 and y1, or we can add 10 pixels to the width and height, which will have the same result. And note that changing these switches to the Custom tab. If we export now, we have 10 pixels of padding on all sides of our image. Next, let's select one of these objects. We're now on the Selection tab. What this tab does is it exports all of the parts of our drawing that are within the bounding box of our selection. However, you might be wondering about this tiny bit of the oval that is overlapping the rectangle. To choose whether or not to include this part, we have this option down here that says Hide All Except Selected. When this is on, it will only export objects that are actually selected. So if I export right now, it only exported the rectangle because the oval wasn't selected. If we turn this option off, however, and export, this time it exported the rectangle as well as the part of the oval that was overlapping it. Next, if we select all of our drawing and export it like this, it would just give us the same result as choosing the Drawing tab. However, we also have this Batch Export option down here. If we turn this on, it will go through and export all of our selected objects individually. And don't forget to turn on this Hide option again as well if necessary, because Batch Export will also export these overlapping parts. I'll turn this off for now. And finally, if we want this dialog to close automatically after it finishes exporting, we can check this Close When Complete option. One more thing, just to reiterate what I said earlier. If we wanted to increase or decrease the size of the exported image, we can, of course, always scale the objects on the canvas. However, this isn't always convenient. And if we're exporting a lot of objects at once, changing the sizes this way will use up a lot of processing power and can cause Inkscape to freeze. That's why being able to change the image size here is so useful. We can keep the objects on our canvas the same size and export them at bigger or smaller sizes. And because we're working with vector graphics, we don't have to worry about loss of quality. Okay, that's it for the Export PNG Image dialog. If you know more about things like bit depth and compression, we have some options under Advanced that we can change. I've never needed to mess with any of these settings myself, but you might find some use for them. Anyway, we won't be using this dialog much throughout the course, so we can go ahead and close it, then move on to the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to add linear and radial gradients to our objects. Let's start out by creating an object. The colors don't really matter at the moment. The easiest way to create a gradient is through the Fill and Stroke dialog, as we saw briefly in a previous video. Under the Fill tab and the Stroke Paint tab, we have buttons at the top for applying gradients, including linear, radial, and mesh gradients. For now, let's give this object a linear gradient. This will create a default gradient that goes from the fill color at full opacity on the left to the fill color at full transparency on the right. Inkscape also gives the gradient a random name, which we can click to change if we want to. This number here is the number of objects currently using the gradient. To edit the selected gradient, we can click this button down here, which will switch us to the gradient tool. We could have also just activated the tool by clicking it here, or by pressing either the G key or Ctrl F1. We now see these two connected handles going through the center of the object. For gradients, these handles are called stops, and they contain color information. The first stop is denoted by a square, and the last stop by a circle. If we click one, the Fill and Stroke dialog changes to show the stop's color information. We can now change the color here, or we can just click a color in the color palette. We can also drag and drop a color onto the stop, just like with objects. If we click the last stop, we can see that the alpha channel was on 0, making it transparent. We can bring that up, as well as change the color. We can also move the stops around by clicking and dragging them. Holding Ctrl will snap the angle to 30-degree increments. If we hold Ctrl and Alt, it will snap to 90-degree increments. If we hold Ctrl and Shift, we can scale and rotate through the center of the gradient line. We can also redo the gradient by clicking and dragging. We can do this from outside the object or from inside it. The Ctrl, Shift, and Alt combinations work with this as well. We can also start the gradient from the other side to reverse it, or go vertically. If we select both stops by shift-clicking the other one, we can then move the gradient as a whole. Another way to move selected stops is by pressing the arrow keys. Now let's check out what we have in the controls bar. First, we have options for linear gradient and radial gradient, and for whether it should affect the fill or the stroke. And this is actually only for when we create a new gradient with the gradient tool. It won't change our current gradient. Next, we can select from the gradients we've created in our documents. We've only created one so far, so it's our only option. Let's create another object. And let's give it a linear gradient as well, then switch back to the gradient tool. We now have both gradients in the list. If we want to switch the selected object's gradient to a different one in the list, we can just click it. Note, however, that the previous gradient we were using has been removed. This is because Inkscape will automatically remove gradients that aren't being used by any objects. so that our document doesn't become overloaded with unused gradients. However, if we change the gradient color of one of the objects, it doesn't modify the original gradient because it's being used by another object. Instead, it creates a new one, and we can see them both in the select box. If we would prefer to change the original gradient, however, we can do so by toggling on this button with the lock icon. Let's first set this one back to the original gradient, then toggle on the lock. If we change the colors now, it will also change for all other objects using the gradients. Note, however, that only the colors are affected, not the locations of the stops. The next button here, with the arrows, reverses the direction of the gradients. And unlike when we move the stops around, this button actually affects the color information in the stops, because it switches the colors of them. So the stops haven't actually changed location. The first one is still over here, and the last one is still here. And because we still have the lock toggled on, it changed the original gradient. If we undo that and turn off the lock, now this button will create a new gradient with the colors reversed. Also, be aware that because a new gradient has been created for this object, if we click the reverse button again, we now have two gradients with the same color information. So if we want to make it so that the objects are sharing a gradient again, we either have to undo the reversal or just click the other one here. The next option we have is repeat. If we have this set to none and put the stops inside the object, the parts beyond the stops will just take the color of either the first or last stop. If we set repeat to reflected, it will repeat the gradient in alternating directions across the object, giving us this nice chrome-like effect. Direct will repeat the gradient in the same direction, giving us these harsh lines between them. The next box, stops, shows us either the first stop or whichever stop we have selected. We can drop this down to select one this way. With the offset box, we can change the offset of a stop. However, the first stop is always at 0.0 and the last stop is always at 1.0, and we can't change this. This box is actually for stops that we add manually between the first and last stops. One way to do this is with the Insert New Stop button here. And this doesn't work if the last stop is selected, so let's make sure we have the first stop selected. Now, if we click the button or press the Insert key, it will create and select what's called a mid-stop between the first and last stops. It's hard to see here, but mid-stops are denoted by diamonds. And this actually puts the mid-stop directly in the middle, with an offset of 0.5. We can change the offset here, or we can just drag the stop directly. If we hold Ctrl, it will snap the offset to increments of 0.1. And like with the first and last stops, we can change the color. If we add another mid-stop, which I would do with the Insert key, it will create a new one between the selected stop and the next stop. If we select multiple stops, we can add stops between each pair of adjacent stops, similar to adding nodes with the Node tool. Another way to add a mid-stop is by either double-clicking the gradient line or by Ctrl-Alt-clicking it. Also, note that we can't move stops past adjacent stops. We can put them in the same position though. And as you can see, moving mid-stops doesn't affect the positions of other stops. Moving the first or last stop, however, will move the mid-stops in order to maintain the offsets. To delete stops, we can select them and either click the Delete Stop button up here or press either the backspace key or the delete key. To delete a single stop, we can Ctrl-Alt-click it. If we delete either the first or last stop, the closest stop on the line will take its place. If we want the gradient to be centered, horizontal, and flush with the sides, like we get when we click a gradient button in the Fill and Stroke dialog, we can just double-click the object with the gradient tool. Be aware, however, that this creates a new gradient, which replaces the old one. So if we had changed any of these settings in new, we would have gotten a different type of gradient. Let's actually do that now to give this object up here a radial gradient. Let's select it first, choose the radial gradient option, then we can either double-click the object or we can click and drag. I'm holding Ctrl here to snap the angle. As you can see, radial gradients give the object a circular gradient starting from the first stop at the center of the gradient and moving out vertically and horizontally to two last stops, which are at 90-degree angles to each other. We can change the length of each last stop individually, but as we rotate, the whole gradient will rotate. Holding Ctrl will snap the angle to 15-degree increments. Ctrl and Alt will snap it to 90-degree increments. And Ctrl and Shift will scale both last stops together. These last stops also share the same color information, So changing the color of one will change the color of the other. We can move the first stop around to change the position of the gradient. And we can change the color of it. If we hold Shift and drag out from the first stop, we can separate the focus of the gradient away from the center. If we let go of the mouse, we can see this little X now, which denotes the focus. We can click and drag this around within the gradient. We can also put it back in the center. Up in the controls bar, we have the same options as for linear gradients. For example, we can reverse the gradient, which doesn't really do much for radial gradients, and we can repeat it. We can also insert stops. But when we insert stops in a radial gradient, it inserts one on both gradient lines. These will share the same offset and color information. And deleting one will delete the other. Stroke gradients are basically the same as fill gradients. Let's create another object and give it a stroke gradient. I will do it from the fill and stroke dialog this time. It can be either a linear or radial gradient. And if we switch to the gradient tool, we see that we have the exact same options. And we can move the stops and change the colors. An object can actually have both a stroke gradient and a fill gradient. And we can edit them separately. We can also merge the stops together by dragging one on top of the other. Now we can move and edit them as one. To separate them, we can hold Shift, then click and drag one. We can also merge the first stop of one with the last stop of the other, and vice versa. To remove a gradient, we can of course just select the object and change the type in the fill and stroke dialog, or click a color in the palette. We can also select all of the stops and delete them. Or if we would prefer to make the object the color of a specific stop, such as this one, we can select all of the other stops and delete them. Okay, just a couple more things before we go. Back in the gradient list, we had this plus button at the bottom. This will create a duplicate of the selected gradient. First, let's give this object the same fill gradient as this one. Now let's say we want to lock the gradient so that changing it on one object will change it on all the others. Then later we decide to create another object, give it a gradient, and set it to share this gradient as well. However, with this one, we want to be able to edit this gradient without affecting the other objects that use the gradient. That's where this duplicate button comes in. We can click it, and now we have a duplicate gradient up here, which we can then click on to use it for our object. Now we can modify this duplicate without affecting the original. The other objects are still using the original. Finally, and just as a reminder, we mentioned briefly in the video on transforming objects that in the controls bar for the select tool, we have this button over here that we can toggle on and off. When it's on, transforming objects will transform their gradients as well. And when it's off, the gradients will remain untransformed. I'll turn it back on for now. This works for mesh gradients as well, which we will talk about in the next video. In this video, we will continue our gradient discussion by talking about mesh gradients. If we create an object and look at the fill and stroke dialog, we have the mesh gradient option in both the fill and the stroke paint tabs. We actually have two types of mesh gradients, normal and conical. But currently we can only choose the normal one from the fill and stroke dialog. So for now, let's give the object a normal fill mesh gradient. This gives us a node at each of the four corners of the object's bounding box. And the color at each node is either white or the original fill color, with a gradient between the nodes. In the fill and stroke dialog, we get a list of all of the mesh gradients in our documents, and it tells us to use the mesh tool to modify the mesh. So let's activate the mesh tool, which is here under the gradient tool. To change the color at a node, you can select it and choose a color either from the fill and stroke dialog or from the palette. And we can do this with multiple nodes as well. If we drag around these Bezier handles, we can change the curve of the mesh at that point. We can also move the nodes around. And note that the gradient will only be visible within the bounding box of the object. Also, as you can see, when we select a node or modify its handles, the handles turn into arrows pointing toward the node, so that we can identify it easily. In the controls bar, we have some options for creating a new mesh gradient. From here, we can create a normal mesh or a conical mesh, and we can set whether it will affect the fill or the stroke. Next, we can set the number of rows and columns of the mesh. The mesh we have here is a 1x1 mesh. Like these options, the rows and columns boxes here only apply to new mesh gradients created with the mesh tool, so changing them won't affect an existing mesh. To add rows and columns to an existing mesh, we can double-click a vertical segment to split it into 2 rows and a horizontal segment to split it into 2 columns. We now have these new nodes at the ends of the segments and where they connect, and we can modify these as we like. If we want to subdivide one or more segments exactly in the middle, we can select the segments and press Shift-I. We can add many rows and columns, but be aware that Inkscape doesn't currently allow us to delete a mesh's nodes or segments. These other 2 sections of the controls bar work with the selected mesh. This first button here will toggle selected size between beziers and lines. Let's look at this segment in the mesh. At the moment, we have these Bezier handles, allowing us to modify the curvature of the segment. If we select the segment and then we click this button, the segment becomes a line segment and the handles retract. We can do this with multiple segments as well. If we click this button while we have line segments selected, they will become Bezier segments and the handles appear. We can also switch back and forth like this with the shortcut Alt-B. The next button will change the length of the selected segment's handles to try to make it more elliptical. And it says that it works best if the handles already approximate an ellipse. So if we change the curvature of a segment to make it somewhat elliptical, then select the segment and click this button, it will make the segment a bit smoother and more elliptical. And this has the keyboard shortcut Alt-C. This actually works better with conical mesh gradients, as we will see in a bit. This next button with the eyedropper icon lets us set the color of selected nodes to the color that is underneath each node. We can use this function to vectorize an image. To demonstrate this, I will import this watermelon image. If you want to follow along, I've attached this image as a downloadable resource, but you can use any image for this. Let's create a rectangle on top of the image. And we need to make sure the borders are within the image in order to sample the colors correctly. Now let's switch to the mesh tool and let's change the rows and columns to say 10. To apply the mesh to the gradient, we can either drag inside it or double click it. Now we can select specific nodes and sample the colors from the photo with the eyedropper button, or we can just select all of the nodes and click the button. We can also use the shortcut Alt-K for this. And now we have a vectorized version of the photo. Of course, the more nodes we have, the more accurate the result will be. We can also go in and adjust the nodes to get the correct shapes. But as this is just a demonstration, I'll leave it at that. Let's go ahead and delete this. Then move back over to this object and switch back to the mesh tool. Next in the controls bar, we have this button. This will scale the mesh to fit inside the bounding box of the object. So if we click the button, it scales down the whole mesh so that it's entirely within the object. If we move some nodes inside the bounding box and click the button again, it will scale the mesh up. This next button is just a warning, telling us that the mesh SVG syntax is subject to change. If we click the button, we get some more information. So the SVG files created in Inkscape can actually be used on the web. However, certain features aren't yet supported, including mesh gradients. Therefore, if we save this document and wanted to use it on a website, we would first need to convert all of the mesh gradients into bitmaps. As we saw in the video about the pencil tool, to do this, we select the object and go to Edit, Make a Bitmap Copy. Now we have a raster image copy of the object. We can now delete or hide the original one so it doesn't cause any problems on the web. But I'll just delete the copy since I'm not planning to use this on the web. Next in the Mesh tool, we have options for smoothing across patch boundaries. Patches are all of these areas between 4 nodes. Coons is actually no smoothing. The other option, bicubic, will smooth out the colors across the patch boundaries, and this will be applied to the entire mesh. If we prefer to just smooth out certain parts, we can set it back to coons, then select one or more nodes and press Alt-J. One more thing we can do with the Mesh tool, which isn't available in the controls bar, is to work with what's called the tensor points of a patch. To do this, we select one or more patches, then press Alt-G. Now the tensor points are visible, denoted by these squares. Tensor points allow us to further refine the gradients. I've never used these in my work, and I actually didn't even know they existed until just recently, but you might find them useful. To hide the tensor points, we just select the patches and press Alt-G again. Now let's move on to conical mesh gradients. We can use any kind of object for this, but I will go with an oval. Let's switch to the mesh tool, change the type to conical, set the rows and columns back to 1, and double-click the object. Conical mesh gradients, as the name suggests, are shaped more like a cone, and they have these nodes in the center. And we have two nodes on this side, so the mesh is actually split here. If we double-click one of these curved segments, we will get a new segment running from that point to the center. These are the columns. If we double-click one of these segments coming from the center, we will get a new circle of segments. And like with normal mesh gradients, we can select the segment and press Shift-I to subdivide the segment at its center. In the controls bar, we have all the same functions as for the normal mesh gradients. As I mentioned earlier, this button here works better for conical meshes. For example, if we move a node around, making the segment crooked, we can select the nodes or segment and click this button to make the segment more elliptical. Finally, we have mesh gradients for the stroke. Stroke mesh gradients can either be normal or conical, and to apply one to an object, we just select the stroke option here and double-click the object. As you can see, an object can have both a fill and a stroke mesh gradient. However, at least in my version of Inkscape, I can't edit the fill mesh now. I can only edit the stroke mesh. There actually used to be some buttons up here to toggle between the fill and stroke meshes, but now they're gone. So unless your version happens to have some extra buttons here, keep in mind that you won't be able to modify the fill mesh anymore after adding a stroke mesh and vice versa. Unless, of course, there's some other way to do it that I haven't been able to find. Anyway, that's how we can use mesh gradients. And by the way, some of the shape objects have different default mesh gradients. For example, if we create a star and give it a normal fill mesh gradient, we get all of these nodes in the center that we can modify. Also, a lot of the mesh gradient functions are still experimental, so things are likely to change in the future. In any case, it's definitely worth it to play around with them and see what kind of results you can get. In this video, we're going to learn how to do calligraphy by using the calligraphy tool. Let's start by activating the calligraphy tool here in the toolbox. This tool has the shortcut C and Ctrl F6. We can now start doing calligraphy by just clicking and dragging on the canvas. This creates a path with a fill and no stroke, and we can change the color if we want. We can also add a stroke. I'll turn mine back off for now. Up in the controls bar, we first have this drop-down box. This lets us choose from a list of presets that Inkscape provides for us. Each one has different settings for everything up here, kind of like brush presets in Photoshop. We'll go over these later in the video, but for now let's keep it on no preset. This button next to it lets us add or edit presets, and we'll go over how to do this later as well. In this next box, we can set the maximum width of the pen. If we right-click, we can see a few options. The minimum width we can use is 1, which will give us a hairline pen stroke. And the max is 100, which will give us a broad stroke. We can also change the width with the left and right arrow keys, and this works as we're drawing as well. If we press Alt-X, it will enable the width box so we can type in a specific number and press enter. I will set it back to the default of 15. Now we can continue drawing with the new width. If we have this button here toggled on, we can use the drawing tablet to control the width of the pen, similar to what we saw with the pencil tool. I'm not currently using a drawing tablet, so this button doesn't have any effect. If we toggle on the next button, the width of the pen will be dependent on the color under it. The closer to white the color is, the smaller the width of the pen, and the closer to black, the larger the width. So if we turn this on and draw on the canvas, because the background of the canvas is white, the pen width will be the minimum, which is 1. Let's create an object and set the color to black. If we switch to the calligraphy tool and draw over the object, The width will be what we set here. Let's create another object and give it a gradient. And now if we draw over it from left to right with the calligraphy tool, the width goes from large to small as the color gets closer to white. Let's turn this back off for now. Next is thinning. If this is a positive number, the slower we make the stroke, the thicker it will be. And the faster we make the stroke, the thinner it will be. Setting it to a negative number will do the opposite. If we set it to 0, the width will stay the same regardless of the velocity. I'll put it back on the default value of 10. Next up is mass. As we draw with the tool, we can see that the drawing actually lags behind the mouse a bit. This helps us create a smoother path, and is referred to as the mass. The higher the mass is, the more the pen will lag, and the lower the mass, the less it will lag. This can go from 0, which will have no lag and give us a rough path, to 100, which will make the tool lag a lot, but the path will come out much smoother. I'll set mine back to 2. The next setting is angle. This refers to the angle of the pen's nib. If you've ever used a real calligraphy pen, you know that the typical nib has a blunt edge that is shaped like a rectangle. If we hold the pen so that the edge of the nib is perpendicular to the paper and we draw up and down, the stroke will be the full width of the nib. And if we go left and right without changing the angle of the pen, it will give us the thinnest stroke. Similarly, moving in a diagonal will give us a width somewhere in between. The angle setting here lets us set the angle at which the stroke will be the thinnest. The default is 30, so drawing at a 30-degree angle will give us the thinnest stroke. If we toggle on this button next to it, it takes into account the angle of the input device. However, this really only works with drawing tablets, because you can change the angle of the pen you're holding. With a normal mouse, Inkscape just assumes we're holding the pen so that the nib is perpendicular to the canvas and that we're not changing the angle. So now drawing up and down gives us the thickest stroke, and drawing left and right gives us the thinnest stroke. If we turn this off and set the angle to 0, this actually gives us the same result. If we right click in here, we can see that the minimum angle is -90 and the max is 90. Setting it to -90 or 90 will make it so going vertically will give us the thinnest stroke and horizontally will give us the thickest stroke. We can also change the width with the up and down arrow keys, which allows us to change the angle as we're drawing. I'll put it back on 30 for now. Next we have fixation. The closer this is to 0, the more uniform the width will be, meaning the less it will take into account the angle setting. This would be like keeping our pen at the same angle as the stroke at all times, and is similar to what we would get if we were painting with a brush. The closer it is to 100, on the other hand, the more it takes the angle setting into account. The default is 90. The next setting we can change is caps. Let's delete all this stuff first. Caps lets us change the appearance of the ends of the stroke. This is similar to what we saw for cap in the stroke style tab of the fill and stroke dialog. Anyway, for the calligraphy tool, caps can go from 0 to 5, and we can use decimals. If it's set to 0, which is what we've been using so far, the caps will be blunt, like this. 5 will give us these long, round, protruding caps. And we can go with something smaller for less of a protruding effect. This works better if we set fixation to something low. I'll put these back on the defaults for now, and delete these paths. The last two settings we have are trimmer and wiggle. The closer trimmer is to 100, the more rugged the path will be, kind of like it's trembling. The closer wiggle is to 100, the more wavy and curly it will be. I'm actually just moving the mouse around normally, but it's creating all of these waves automatically. I don't recommend doing too many paths with high trimmer or wiggle settings because it creates a ton of nodes. This could slow down Inkscape a lot. Let's make sure these are back on 0 for now. And let's delete these paths. Let's now go do the presets and see what they give us. Drip Pen just uses the default settings, except with the two input device buttons toggled on. Marker has thinning and fixation set to 0, and slightly rounded caps, giving the path the appearance of being drawn with a marker. Brush gives the path the appearance of a brush stroke, and with thinning being negative, drawing slowly makes the width thin, and drawing fast makes it thick. Wiggly has trimmer and wiggle set, giving the path a wiggly shape. With splotch, the high width with thinning, trimmer, and rounded caps gives us a splotchy look. And finally, the tracing preset has this button toggled on, causing the width to change based on the darkness of the color under the pen. We can also change the settings here if we want something a bit different. And note that this switches us back to no preset, so it doesn't actually overwrite any of the presets. If we want to make our own preset, we can click this button. We can give it a name and click Save, and it will save all of our current settings into the preset. It's now in here, and we can use this in future documents as well. If we want to delete a preset or overwrite one, we can choose the preset, then click this button again. We can now either save it or delete it. I'll delete the preset I just made. Let's now delete all of these paths. And let's go back to the default settings by choosing the drip pen preset, then turning off these two buttons and setting the width to 15. Something else we can do with the calligraphy tool is add subpaths to a selected path by holding Shift while creating a new path, just like with the pen and pencil tools. We don't have a path selected right now, so let's create one. And the calligraphy tool actually selects the path after we create it. So if we hold Shift now and create another path, we will get an object with two subpaths. If we go back to the calligraphy tool and hold Alt as we create a path, it will delete the parts of any selected paths that we go over. We can do this with shape objects as well. And it will turn the object into a path. If we have one or more paths selected and we hold Ctrl with the calligraphy tool, it will use the nearest selected path as a guide path, meaning the next path we draw will follow along the guide path. We can see from the circle around the cursor which path is going to be used as the guide path. We can also use this circle to set how far away from the guide path that we want to draw. So if we keep holding Ctrl and start creating a path now, it will force the path to follow along the guide path. And because the last path we create with the calligraphy tool gets selected automatically, if we keep holding Ctrl, we can keep going with this, and it will maintain the distance. This lets us create hatchings. If we let go of Ctrl and hold it again, we can change the distance. We can also change the settings as we do this. As long as we don't let go of Ctrl, it will maintain the distance. Alright, so that's how we can do calligraphy in Inkscape. If you're interested in creating nice looking or even crazy looking fonts, getting good at using the calligraphy tool is definitely the way to go. In this video, we're going to talk about how we can snap objects together in different ways using the Snap Controls bar. If you don't see the Snap Controls bar here, you might be on the custom or wide layout, in which case the bar would be up here somewhere. If you don't see the bar at all, going to View, Show Hide, Snap Controls bar should bring it up. Okay, so this first button here is an on-off switch for global snapping. If this is turned on, snapping is enabled and we can choose the specific types of snapping we want. If it's turned off, all snapping is disabled. This is very handy because oftentimes snapping gets in the way of our drawing, so it's nice to be able to just turn it all off at once. It's also a good idea to memorize the shortcut for this, which is the % key. Let's use it now to turn snapping back on. The next button allows us to toggle on or off bounding box snapping. So if we create a couple objects, the bounding box, as we've learned before, is a square or rectangle that completely encloses the object, as represented by a dashed line around a selected object. If we turn this on, we can now choose how we want the bounding boxes to snap together. The first option allows snapping to bounding box edges. However, this is a bit confusing because it doesn't actually allow edges to snap to edges. Instead, it allows other points to snap to the edges. For example, if we turn on this next button, which allows snapping to bounding box corners, we can now snap a corner of an object's bounding box to the edge of another object's bounding box. As you can see, it will show us in this little pop-up what kind of snapping we're doing. And with this button enabled, we can also snap corners to corners. Let's turn that off for now. With the next button, we can snap bounding box edge midpoints. So if we turn it on, we can now snap the midpoints of the edges. And because the edge snapping button is still enabled, we can also snap midpoints to edges. This works from the inside as well. Let's turn that one off and the edge one off. The last button in this section lets us snap the centers of the bounding boxes, like this. And of course, we can use any combination of these buttons, such as snapping corners to centers or midpoints to centers. Okay, let's turn all of these off and move on to the next section. This next section gives us options for snapping paths and nodes. So let's enable this. The first button here toggles snapping to paths. Here, path refers to the actual shape of an object. So if we go to the pen tool, we can snap the tool to any point along the path of an object. Let's leave this one on for now, and also turn on the next button, which enables snapping to path intersections. For this one, if we move an object so that it overlaps another one, we can go to the pen tool and snap to one of these intersections. Also, if we draw a path down here that intersects itself, like this, we can snap to the intersection. And this actually also lets us snap to points in an object where the shape changes direction, such as here on the oval. Let's turn this one off for now. These next two buttons enable snapping to nodes. The first one enables snapping to cusp nodes, which, as we've learned before, are the nodes that form sharp corners, like the corners of the rectangle, and if we draw another path without dragging, this node is a cusp node. So if we enable this, we can snap the cusp nodes along the paths of other objects. Let's turn that one off and turn on the next button, which enables snapping to smooth nodes. Smooth nodes, of course, are nodes like this, which create smooth curves. However, this also includes the quadrant points of ellipses, which are the points where the curve changes direction. So now we're snapping quadrant points to edges. And now smooth nodes to edges. And we can even snap smooth nodes to quadrant points. Let's turn this off now. The last button in this section enables snapping to midpoints of lines. Let's turn this on and the cusp nodes option on, and let's turn the paths option off for this. And let's create a star. Now we can take the star and snap its cusp nodes to the midpoints of the rectangle. And we can snap the midpoints of the star's edges to the rectangle's cusp nodes, as well as to the midpoints of the rectangle's edges. Also, note that this doesn't work for ellipses, because it only applies to straight line segments. Okay, let's turn all of these back off. The next section enables toggling of miscellaneous points. So if we turn this on, the first option is for snapping to object midpoint. For the most part, this is the same as snapping to bounding box center. If we turn this one on and move the ellipse so that its center snaps to the rectangle center, it says object midpoint to object midpoint. But if we turn this option off and turn on the bounding box center snapping option, it now says bounding box midpoint to bounding box midpoint, though it's the same point. However, with some objects, like the star, the points are different. Let's turn on both of these center snapping options and move the star to snap its center to the rectangle center. So right now it says bounding box midpoint to bounding box midpoint. But if we move it over a bit, now it says object midpoint to object midpoint. So the star's midpoint is slightly different from its bounding box's midpoint. I'm not sure exactly how Inkscape calculates the midpoints of objects, but just keep in mind that it's usually the same as the bounding box midpoint, but not always. Okay, let's turn both of these back off. The next button enables snapping to the rotation centers of objects. The rotation center is the little crosshair we get when we turn on an object's rotation handles. By default, it's the same as the center of the bounding box, but of course we can move it around. So if we turn on this button, we can snap these two objects together at the rotation centers. And of course we can snap other things to this as well. For example, we can snap a custom node of one object to the rotation center of another. Really, we have almost endless possibilities for snapping here. Okay, let's turn these off. The next button is for snapping to text baselines and anchors. So let's create a couple text objects. If we select one, this little box on the left here is the text anchor. And if we turn on this button, we can snap this anchor to anywhere on the other text object's baseline. We can also snap their anchors together. And if we turn custom node snapping on again, we can snap an object's custom nodes to a text object's anchor and baseline. Okay, we have one more section. This first button enables snapping to the borders of the page. So right now we can snap an object's custom nodes to the page borders, both inside and outside. And if we turn on bounding box corner snapping, we can easily keep our objects within the page borders. Finally, we have buttons for snapping to grids and guidelines. We'll actually be learning about grids and guidelines in the next couple of videos, so we'll save these until then. Just a couple more things about snapping. If we hold Shift while moving an object, it will temporarily disable snapping. This works while moving nodes as well. So if we only need to disable snapping for one object at a time, this will be better than turning it on and off here. Also, if we want more control over how objects snap together, we can go into the Document Properties dialog located in the File menu. In the Snap tab, we can do things like make it so we always snap to objects regardless of their distance, or we can change the snapping distance in screen pixels. I've never needed to change any of this myself, but feel free to play around with it, because anything we change in Document Properties only affects our current document. So if we screw some stuff up here, we can just start a new document and get back to the original settings. I'll close out of this for now. And before we go, let's turn off some of the snapping so it won't be getting in the way too much. I'll turn off everything but custom node snapping and grid and guideline snapping. Okay, see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use guides to help with our drawings. First, we need to make sure these rulers on the left and top of the canvas are visible. If yours aren't, just go to View, Show Hide, Rulers. Okay, to create vertical guides, we click and drag from the ruler on the left. Now we have a vertical guide. To make horizontal guides, we do the same with the top ruler. To create diagonal guides, we click and drag from the corners, being careful not to click the buttons. We can do this from the top right, the top left, and the bottom left. To delete a guide, we can just drag it back to a ruler or a corner. Each guide has this red dot, which is the origin. If we move the guide, the origin will change the cursor position. If we hold Shift and hover over a guide, the cursor will change to a rotate cursor. If we click and drag now, we can rotate the guide around its origin. Holding Control at the same time will snap the angle to 15-degree increments. If we hold Control before clicking and dragging on a guide, we can change just the location of its origin. We can now rotate around that point. If we double-click a guide, it brings up the Guideline dialog. In here, we can see the guide's ID, which is randomly assigned by Inkscape. We can also see its angle and the location of its origin. This information is also available in the status bar when we hover over a guide. Here we can give the guide a label. This label will appear at the guide's origin. We can change the color of the guide here if we want. We can also change the origin location and angle here. If we check this relative change box, the values we put in here will be added to or subtracted from the current settings. If we check this locked option, the position of the guide will be locked and we won't be able to move it. Let's turn this on. And down here we can duplicate or delete the guide. Let's just click OK for now. The guide is now the color we chose and its label now appears at the origin. It's also locked, so we can't move it. To unlock it, we just double click again to bring the guideline dialog back up, uncheck locked, and click OK. We also have a few options for guides in the Edit menu. If we click this first one, it will put guides along all four sides of the page border. The next option is to lock all guides. Now we can't move any of them. We can also toggle locking of guides with this lock button at the top left of the canvas between the two rulers. Now they're all locked. And now they're all unlocked. And finally, we can delete all guides. Let's go back to the Edit menu and turn off the Lock All Guides option. Then go back and create guides around the page again. Now, if we have snapping to guidelines toggled on in the Snap Controls bar, we can snap objects to the guides in different ways, such as by cusp nodes. And keep the objects within the page borders. Also, the origins of the guides have been placed at the corners of the page, and snapping to guidelines also allows us to snap to guideline origins. So now we can easily make a background or something for the page. Guides will also snap to other guides and their origins. And if we switch to the pen tool, we can create shapes out of the intersections. Another thing we can do is change objects into guides. For this, let's first delete all of these guides. Then let's select one or more objects and go to Object, Objects to Guides. Now we have guides that were created using the sides of the objects we selected. Next, if we want to hide the guides because they're getting in the way, we can go to View, Guides. And the shortcut for this is the pipe key, which we get to by pressing Shift \. Finally, we have a few options for guides in the Document Properties dialog, which we can get to either from the File menu or by clicking this button in the Commands bar. In the Guides tab, we can show and hide all guides, and we can lock all guides. We can also change the color of them all, as well as their highlight color, which is the color we get when we hover over one. And finally, we can create guides around the page and delete all the guides, just like in the Edit menu. Okay, that's how we can use guides. In the next video, we'll learn how to use grids. In this video, we will learn how to create and use grids. To create a grid, we can simply go to View, Page Grid, which we can also get to by pressing the hashtag key. This will create a rectangular grid with horizontal and vertical lines at every pixel. To edit this grid or create a new one, we need to open up the Document Properties dialog. In the Grids tab, we have the option to create either a new rectangular grid or a new axonometric grid, which we will check out in a bit. For now, let's see how we can edit our current rectangular grid. And here we can choose which grid to edit, but we currently only have one grid in our document. When this enabled option is checked, the grid is usable within the canvas. So if we have snapping to grids turned on, we can snap objects to the grid. If we uncheck this, the grid becomes invisible and objects won't snap to it. Let's turn it back on. If we uncheck visible, the grid will also become invisible. However, because enabled is still checked, objects will still snap to the grid. The next option says snap to visible grid lines only. So if we check visible again, right now, because we're zoomed out, we don't actually see all of the grid lines. We need to zoom in to see them all. Inkscape hides some of them when we zoom out because otherwise it would just look like the whole canvas is blue. When this option here is checked, objects will only snap to the grid lines that are visible. If we uncheck it, it will now snap to all of the invisible lines in between as well. If we zoom in a lot, we can see that it actually is still snapping to the grid, but the lines are very close together. Let's turn that back on and zoom out to 50% by pressing 2. And the last option here lets us switch between showing grid lines and showing dots at the grid points. Next, we can align the grid to the page at different positions, such as the top left corner of the page, the top center, the center, etc. These buttons actually change the origin of the grid, which we can also change here. The default is 0, 0, which is the top left corner of the page. We can also change the distances between the vertical grid lines and the horizontal grid lines. They're both currently spaced 1 pixel apart, and we can also change the grid units here. Next, we have minor grid line color and major grid line color. By default, both are blue, but the minor grid line color is slightly more transparent than the major grid line color. We can't actually see the minor grid lines until we zoom in a lot. Now we can see that we have a major grid line, then 4 minor grid lines, then another major grid line, and so on. These help us to evaluate distance, and we can change the distance between the major grid lines here. Okay, let's zoom back out and create an axonometric grid. We can do that by selecting axonometric grid in this drop-down and clicking New. So now we actually have 2 grids on the canvas. We can either go back to the previous grid here and make it invisible, or because we won't be needing it anymore, we can click the Remove button down here. Now we just have an axonometric grid. The only real difference between axonometric and rectangular grids, besides not having the option to use dots for axonometric grids, is that axonometric grid lines are angled. We also only have one spacing option, which is for the base length of the z-axis. If we zoom in, we can see where the major and minor grid lines are. And we can change the angles of the x-axis and z-axis here. The defaults are 30. Axonometric grids are great for creating things like isometric icons and game assets. Anyway, that's about it for grids. If we have one or more grids and we want to hide or show them all at once, we can go to View, Page Grid again, or just use the hashtag key shortcut. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn about the different path operations we can use in Inkscape. These operations are where working with vector graphics becomes really interesting, and it's important to become familiar with how they all work because you will likely be using them very often. It's also a good idea to memorize the shortcuts, so we'll be using them during the video. To start, let's create a few objects. And let's give them some random colors. And let's turn off snapping for now, as it would just get in the way. Now, for path operations to work, all of the objects must be paths. For most of the operations we'll be looking at, Inkscape converts the objects to paths automatically, but for some we have to convert the objects ourselves. So just to save us the trouble later, let's select all of the objects and go to Path, Object to Path. Now we should be good to go. The first operation we will look at is union. If we have 2 or more paths that are overlapping, like this, and we select them both, then go to Path Union, it will combine them into one path. We can see this better if we go to the Node tool. Let's undo all of that. If the paths aren't overlapping, Union will combine them into subpaths. So now we have one object with 2 subpaths. Also, the new object takes the fill and stroke appearance of the object that had the lowest Z order. In this case, that was the rectangle, which is why the whole object is purple now. If we undo all of that and give the ellipse a stroke, then do the union operation on the 2 objects again, which I would do with Ctrl+, Inkscape ignores the ellipse's stroke because the ellipse has the higher Z order. However, if we undo again and bring the rectangle to the top by pressing the Home key, then do Union, the object takes the ellipse's fill and stroke appearance. Let's undo again. Next we have Difference. Difference will take the top path and use it to cut out the part of the bottom path that is overlapping. So if we put the rectangle over the ellipse, select them both and go to Difference, we now have a chunk taken out of the ellipse where the rectangle was. This also deletes the top path. If the paths aren't overlapping and we do Difference, which I would do with Control-, it just deletes the top path, which is the path with the higher Z order. And Difference really only works correctly if we only have two paths selected. If we move all of these together and do Difference on all three, it gives us a strange result. It's better to do it with just two paths at a time. We can also do a union on the top two paths first, then do a Difference with the bottom path. Next is Intersection. Intersection leaves us with just the parts of the paths that are intersecting. So if we do intersection on these two paths, we just have this part left over where the rectangle overlapped the ellipse. Also, the new path takes the fill and stroke appearance of what was the bottom path. This works with more than two paths selected as well. I'll use the shortcut Control*. And if none of the paths are overlapping, they all get deleted, because there weren't any intersecting parts. The next operation is Exclusion. Exclusion will turn the selected paths into subpaths, but will also remove any overlapping parts. So if we do exclusion to these two paths, we now have two subpaths with this chunk taken out, and we can pull them apart if we wanted to. Doing exclusion to paths that aren't touching will just make them normal subpaths, and the shortcut for this is Control plus the caret key, which is the same as doing Control-Shift-6. We can also do this with more than two paths for some cool results. Next up is Division. Division is similar to Difference, in that it will cut out the part of the bottom path that is being overlapped by the top path. However, Division won't delete the cut part. So if we do division to these, we now have two paths created from the bottom path, the cutoff part and the rest of it. And this is actually two separate objects. And like with Difference, division doesn't really work with more than two objects. Also, the shortcut for this is Control/. Next we have Cut Path. Cut Path is the same as division, except it works with a stroke instead of the fill. So if we do cut path on these, we have the ellipse's stroke cut into two objects and the fill is gone. But we can give each object a fill if we want. Cut path actually works better for paths that we create with the pen tool, which only have a stroke. So let's switch to the pen tool and create a path down here. Now let's move the rectangle down here. And let's send the path we just created to the bottom of the Z order by pressing the N key. Let's select both paths and do cut path with the shortcut Control-Alt/. Now this path is split into three parts. Let's undo all of that. The next operation is Combine. Combine turns the paths into subpaths of one object. So if the paths aren't overlapping, Combine gives us the same result as Union. However, if we undo that, then overlap the paths and combine them, and I'll use the shortcut Control-K this time, they actually still become separate subpaths, which we can move apart. This is different from Union, which, as we saw earlier, will turn overlapping paths into a single path. Let's undo the node moving, but keep the paths combined. Now, if we want to split these subpaths into separate objects again, we can do so with the next operation, Break Apart. Now these are two different objects again. If we use Control plus to do a union on these, they become subpaths. So we can do break apart with Shift Control K to separate them. However, if we overlap them, then do a union, they are a single path now, so we can't break them apart. So that's the main difference between using combine and using union. Let's undo until they're separate again. Break apart also works if we create subpaths with the pen tool, which, as we learned before, we can do by selecting a path, switching to the pen tool, holding Shift, and creating another path. We now have an object with two subpaths, and we can break them apart with Shift Control K. Let's overlap these two and combine them again with Control K. So at the moment, the part where these two subpaths intersect is filled in. And that's because if we look at the fill and stroke dialog, we have this button over here selected, which says fill is solid unless a subpath is counter-directional. If we instead select this button, we can now see an empty space where the subpaths overlap. This just helps us see where one subpath ends and another begins. These subpaths are actually still filled in, as we can see if we move the nodes around. We can also see that there are subpaths if we give the object a stroke, because each subpath will get a stroke. We actually have these same buttons in the Stroke Paint tab as well, but they don't seem to do anything in my version of Inkscape. Anyway, if we go back to the Fill tab, counter-directional here refers to the direction of the nodes and the paths. When we created these two objects, because we started at the left and went down and to the right, the nodes were created in a clockwise direction. So the nodes of these two objects go in the same direction. But if we break these apart with Shift Control K, then select only one of them and go to Path Reverse, we can't actually see any difference, but the nodes of this path are now going in the counterclockwise direction. So now these two objects are counter-directional. If we combine them now with Control K, it doesn't matter which button we choose here, because this only works for subpaths that aren't counter-directional. One more thing with break apart. Let's create some more objects over here. And let's make it so they have some space between them like this. Let's now select them all and do union. If we break these apart with Shift Control K, we can see that it actually fills in the previously empty space with a new path. So if there are any empty spaces that can't be filled within a path, break apart will treat them as paths as well. Okay, the next operations we have are inset and outset. Both of these will offset the path by the same amount at every point on the path. To see why this is useful, let's create another rectangle and turn off the stroke. Then let's duplicate it and change the color of the duplicate. Let's now start scaling down this duplicate while holding Control and Shift. As you can see, this keeps the proportions the same, so the width scales down faster than the height. However, if we undo that and go to Inset, if we zoom in, we can see that it scaled down the path by the same amount on all sides. We can keep doing this by pressing Control, open parentheses. Outset does the opposite of inset. And the shortcut is Control, close parentheses. Using these two operations is a good way to give a border to an object. We could of course just use a stroke for this, but that would only work for a single object. With inset and outset, however, we can give a border to multiple objects. So let's delete this object first, then create another object here. Let's select both objects, duplicate them, union them with Control plus, change the color, and send it to the bottom. Now we can outset it to create a border around both objects. And we can select both of these objects and inset and out them together as well. Next we have dynamic offset. Dynamic offset turns a path into a dynamic offset object. This also switches us to the node tool. And now we have this handle at the top left that lets us offset the path. And as you can see, when we outset, the corners become rounded. If we want to edit the nodes of this, we have to turn it back into a path first by going to Path, Object to Path. Let's undo all of that. Next is linked offset. This will also create a dynamic offset object, but instead of turning the object itself into the offset object, it will create a separate object that is linked to the original. Also, if we were using this on a non-path object, such as a shape object, it won't turn the object into a path. We can change the color of the offset object if we want, and we can move it, scale it, and rotate it. However, because it's linked to the original object, modifying the original object will modify it too. We can also link more than one offset object to the original object by clicking it and doing linked offset again, which has the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-J. The offset objects aren't linked to each other though, so modifying one won't modify the other, but modifying the original object will modify them both. We can also create an offset object that is linked to another offset object. We do this by selecting one of the offset objects and pressing Ctrl-Alt-J again. Now if we modify the parent offset object, the child gets modified as well. And modifying the original object will modify them all. If we want to get to the parent object, we can use the handy shortcut we learned in the video about text objects, which is Shift-D. So if we have this offset object selected, pressing Shift-D will take us to its parent here. This shortcut is useful in case we turn off the parent object's fill and stroke for whatever reason. Now we can't click it, so we have to use Shift-D to select it. Next in the path menu, we have fill between paths. If we create another path up here, then select both paths and go to fill between paths. This will create an object using the space between the paths. And this object is actually linked to the space between the paths, and we can't move it away from the paths. Also, moving or modifying one of the paths will also move or modify the linked object. If we want to unlink the object, we can select it and go to Path, Object to Path. Now it's a normal path that we can modify as we wish. I'll delete this now. Next we have Simplify. We actually already saw this in a pencil tool video, where we used it to remove nodes from paths and smooth them out. Like this. But what we haven't yet learned with Simplify is that it actually has a threshold. The shortcut for Simplify is Ctrl-L, and if we do it slowly, the threshold doesn't increase, so the simplifying happens slowly. If we do it fast, however, the threshold increases, and the simplifying becomes much more aggressive. Simplify is also useful for removing unnecessary nodes. For example, if we select this triangle, then go to the Node tool, select all of the nodes, and insert some extra ones. Simplify will remove them because they aren't affecting the shape of the path. Next up is Reverse. Of course, we saw this earlier when we reversed the direction of this ellipse's nodes. However, there's another cool effect that this has. First, let's create a text object and make it a bit bigger. And let's break apart these two paths. Now let's select the ellipse and the text object. If you recall from the video on text objects, if we go to Text, Put on Path, it would normally wrap the text object around the outside of the other object. However, because we reversed the direction of this ellipse earlier, the text will wrap around the inside. And we can reverse it again to put the text on the outside. Alright, so that's how we can perform path operations. All we have left to talk about in the Path menu now is Trace Bitmap and Path Effects, and we will be covering both of these later in the course. For now, I recommend practicing all of these path operations and getting familiar with them. It's definitely a lot of information to take in, and it probably seems pretty confusing right now, but the more you use them, the more sense they will make. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to go over how to clone objects. Let's first create an object. To clone it, we select it and either click this button in the commands bar or go to Edit, Clone, Create Clone. We can also use the shortcut Alt-D. This places the clone directly on top of the original object. Let's turn off snapping for now. At the moment, you might be thinking that cloning objects seems the same as duplicating or copying and pasting them. However, the difference with clones is that they are linked to the original object. So if we modify the original object, the clones get modified as well. We are also limited to how we can modify the clones themselves. For example, we can't modify it with the node tool or the shape tools. We can, however, transform it, and this doesn't affect the original object. Also, if we try changing the fill color of the clone, although the color appears to change down in the status bar, it doesn't actually change on the clone. Unless, that is, we unset the original object's fill color. To do this, we select the original object, and on the Fill and Stroke dialog, we click this question mark button in the Fill tab. Although the color is now displayed as black, if we look in the status bar, it actually says unset. Also, the clone is now the color we chose, and we're free to change it. We can do this with the stroke as well, by selecting the original, going to the Stroke Paint tab, and clicking the Unset button. However, mine is already unset, so I can go ahead and change the clone stroke. If we set the original object's colors again, however, the clone's colors will change as well. And the clone stroke style is also linked to the original object's stroke style. So changing something like the original object's stroke width, for example, will also change the clone stroke width. If we want to unlink a clone from the original object, we select the clone and either click this button in the commands bar or go to Edit, Clone, Unlink Clone. Now this is a separate object, so we can modify it however we want. And modifying the original object doesn't affect it. If we undo a few times to make the object a clone again, we can also unlink the clone by deleting the original object. If we look in the Edit menu again, we see that we also have an option to unlink clones recursively. For this, let's create a few clones of this object. I'm doing this with Alt-D and moving them out of the way. Let's now select a couple clones and group them with Ctrl-G. And let's select the group and another clone outside the group. So if we click this button here for normal unlinking, it will only unlink selected clones that are not in a group. So now this one is unlinked, but the two in the group are still linked, as we can see if we change the original object. Let's undo a few times and select the group and single clone again. Now if we go to Edit, Clone, Unlink Clones recursively, these two are still in a group, but now all three of the objects are unlinked from the original. The next option we have here is Relink to Copied. For this, we need to create another object. Let's turn off the stroke, and let's copy it into the clipboard with Ctrl-C. And we can go ahead and delete these objects now because this only works with clones. Next, let's create a clone of this object again. And with the clone selected, let's go to Relink to Copied. The clone has now been unlinked from this object and relinked to this object that we copied into the clipboard. So now it's a clone of this object. Next in the Edit menu, we have this Shift-D shortcut that we've used a couple times before. This shortcut really becomes useful with clones. To demonstrate this, let's make a lot of clones of this object again and scatter them around. Later we might forget where the original object is, so to get back to it, we can select a clone and press Shift-D. This gives us a dashed line pointing out the original object and also selects the object. Just a couple more things with clones for this video. First, we can make clones of clones. So if we take this clone and clone it with Alt-D, it creates a new clone which is linked to this clone. So if we change this clone, its clone changes as well. And if we change the original object, this clone will change, which will cause its clone to change. Also, if we relink this clone to this copied object, its clone will relink as well. So the point is that we can have multiple levels of clones if we wanted to. Finally, if we group the original object by itself by selecting it and pressing Ctrl G, this new group object is actually treated as a separate object. So if we modify it, it doesn't modify the clones. However, if we double click to enter the group, then modify the actual original object, it will modify the clones. And if we get out of the group, then ungroup it with Ctrl U, we can now modify the clones like normal. Also, let's create another object down here to clone. But before we clone it, let's group it first. Then clone the group. Because this clone is a clone of the group, if we modify the group, it will modify the clone. Another thing we can do is enter the original group and add more objects to it. And these objects will be automatically cloned as well. Alright, all we have left to talk about for clones are these create tiled clones and clone original path options. Clone original path is actually a path effect, and there's not much we can do with it until we talk about path effects later in the course. And there's a lot to creating tiled clones, so we'll talk about this in a separate video coming up next. In this video, we're going to continue our clone discussion by learning how to create tiled clones with the Create Tiled Clones dialog. To dock the Create Tiled Clones dialog, we go to Edit, Clone, Create Tiled Clones. As you can see, we have a bunch of stuff in this dialog. So let's create an object and get started. My object says the stroke is unset, so I will shift click the X here to turn it off completely. And we won't be needing snapping for this. The first tab we have here is Symmetry. If we drop down this box, we can see we have many different options. Let's just leave it on Simple Translation for now. Down here we can choose how we want the tiled clones to be created. We can either put them in a specified number of rows and columns, or place them all within an area of a specified width and height. For this time, let's go with 4 rows and 5 columns, and let's click Create. Now we have 4 rows and 5 columns of clones. It tells us down here that we have 20 tiled clones. And note that this actually creates a clone on top of the original object. Right now we have the original object selected, but if we click here, it will select the clone on top. We can press Shift D to select the original again, then we can raise it to the top. And like with normal clones, if we modify the original object, the clones get modified as well. Let's undo that. Let's try it again with the width height setting. I'll use 300 by 500 millimeters. Now we can click Remove if we want, which will delete all of the clones. However, clicking Create will actually delete all the current clones first, so we can just click Create. Now we have clones filling up an area that is at least 300 by 500 millimeters. I say at least because if we select them all, we can see that it's actually slightly more than 300 by 500 millimeters. This is because Inkscape will keep creating the clones until it fills up the area we specified here. But depending on the size of the original object, it might have to go over a bit. Another thing we have here is this checkbox that says, Use Save Size and Position of the Tile. If we have this checked, Inkscape will pretend that the size and position of the original object's bounding box are the same as the last time we tiled the object. To see this, let's lower this clone to the bottom. Then let's select the original object and change its size. If we click Create now, we get the same result, because Inkscape pretends that the original object is still taking up this area. We can see this better if we click Remove first, then Create. Now if we uncheck this option, then click Create, Inkscape will use the new size and position of the object's bounding box to create clones. Let's check this again. This Unclump button here will randomly spread out the clones in order to reduce the clumping. You can do this repeatedly. Okay, let's remove all of these clones and switch back to rows, columns, and let's check out some of the options we have for symmetry. So as we saw, the Simple Translation option just lays out the clones side by side. The next option is 180-degree rotation. This will tile the clones so that each column is rotated 180 degrees from the previous column. However, rotating rectangles 180 degrees, of course, doesn't have any visible change. So we need to create something like a star. Let's select the star and hit Create. So the second column is rotated 180 degrees from the first column, then the third column is rotated again, and so on. Let's see what else we have here. Reflection will flip each column of clones horizontally. Glide reflection will do the same, but with rows. And the rest of the options are pretty similar to the first four, or are combinations of them, like glide reflection plus 180-degree rotation. These dense and sparse ones are kind of cool. We can get some neat effects with these options in here, and I invite you to try them all out. But for now, let's put it back on simple translation and switch to the Shift tab. And the reason we need to set it back to the default here is because all of these tabs actually work together. So when we click Create, it will use all the settings from all of the tabs when tiling the clones. Okay, so in the Shift tab, we have options for shifting the positions of the clones. We can shift horizontally and vertically, both in rows and in columns. And actually, the rows and columns are already shifted, which is why if we click Create again, the clones aren't on top of each other. The rows are shifted vertically by 100% of the original object's height, and the columns are shifted horizontally by 100% of the width. So this tab actually lets us add extra shifting. Before we start, let's get rid of the current clones. We can click the Remove button, or we can select all of the clones, being careful not to select the original object under this first clone. Then press the Delete key and select the original object. So the values we place in here are percentages of the object's size. So if we put a 10 here, each row is shifted horizontally by an extra 10% of the object's width. Let's give this a try. So each row actually starts at the previous row's X position, then shifts to the right by 10% of the width. We can also use negative numbers to shift to the left. And we can shift the columns horizontally as well. Randomize here will randomize the amount of shifting. If we set this to something big, like 50%, the clones will be all over the place. And we can keep doing this if we want. Okay, let's set all three of these values back to 0. The next row of values will shift the clones vertically. And this time the values are percentages of the original object's height. If we use negative numbers for Shift Y per row, the clones will start to overlap each other. This is also true for Shift X per column. Let's set these back to positive numbers. Exponent here will add an exponent to the shift, making the effect more dramatic. If we set these to a number that is less than 1, like 0.5, the clones will converge. Higher than 1, they will diverge. Let's set these back to 1 for now, which is the default. With alternate, we can make it so only every other row and or column is shifted by the values we set. Accumulate will add on the shifting amount from all of the previous rows and or columns. And finally, exclude tile will exclude the size of the original object from the shifting, so it will bunch them all up. So if we set all of these back to 0, all of the clones will be in the same position. And we can do this for just rows or just columns. This is actually a shortcut for applying negative 100% shifting for rows and or columns. Now let's switch back to the Symmetry tab, and let's select a different option. If we click Create Now, you see that the clones have this effect applied, but I've also had the width excluded from the shifting. This is because we left this option checked in the Shift tab. So unless we want the settings to carry over to the other tabs, we have to make sure to reset them first. We can do this easily by clicking the Reset button down here. And this button actually resets the shift, scale, rotation, blur and opacity, and color tabs all at once. However, it doesn't reset the symmetry tab, so let's put it back on the default. Next, we have the scale tab. The settings here work the same as in the shift tab, but instead of affecting the position of the clones, they affect the size. We can put some values in here to see how this works. Something new we have in the Scale tab is this base setting here. This is actually for setting the base for a logarithmic spiral. But for this to work, we need to use it in combination with the settings in the Rotation tab. So let's reset again and move over to the Rotation tab. The Rotation tab lets us do exactly what the name suggests, which is to rotate the clones. We can set the rotation angle per row and per column. We can see this even better with the rectangle. We can also randomize the rotation if we want. And like with shifting and scaling, we can alternate and accumulate them. Let's remove these clones and switch back to the star by clicking this clone and pressing Shift D. So the rotation here is actually happening around the rotation center of the object. And if we bring the original object to the top, we can move its rotation center somewhere else if we want. And for this to work, we need to uncheck the Use Save Size and Position option. If we click Create Now, the clones rotate around the new rotation center. However, this is a bit of a mess right now because the clones are being shifted. If we want them in more of a circular pattern, we can go to the Shift tab and check both Exclude Tile options. If we click Create Now, the clones form part of a circle around the rotation center. We can move the rotation center to add or remove spacing. We can also move the rotation center back to the original object and rotate the object, which will also rotate all the clones. Let's leave these exclude options checked, and let's go back to the rotation tab and create a perfect circle. To do this, it's better to only use either rows or columns. Let's go with rows. 10 rows and 1 column should work. To get the proper angle for each clone, we need to divide 360 by the number we used here. So 360 divided by 10 is 36. And because we're working with rows, we have to put it in the per row box. And let's set per column and randomize back to 0. We also need to turn off these options. Now we just need to move the rotation center somewhere and hit Create. Now we have a perfect circle of clones. And we can adjust the size by moving the rotation center. If we wanted more stars, like 15, we can put 15 here. Then for the angle, put 360 divided by 15, which is 24. If we wanted to work with columns instead of rows, we can just switch these values, but we would get basically the same thing. Now let's switch back to the Scale tab and see how we can use base to create a logarithmic spiral. First, because we're working with rows, we need to set Scale X and Scale Y for rows. 4 should be good. For base, if we set these to a number smaller than 1, like 0.5, the spiral will converge to the center. If we set it to something higher than 1, like 3, it would diverge. These values don't have to be the same, but if they aren't, the clones will be distorted. Like this. Let's make them the same again. And again, we can move the center of rotation. We could also do things like make the spiral longer by adding more rows, and I encourage you to play around with the settings, but for now, let's reset everything and switch to the Blur and Opacity tab. The Blur and Opacity tab is pretty straightforward, as it just allows us to set the blur and/or opacity percentage per row and/or column. We can change some of these values to see how this works. And I'm going to change back to 4 rows and 5 columns, as well as recheck the Use Save Size and Position option, although it isn't entirely necessary. And now let's click Create. Now the clones become more and more blurry and transparent. We can also randomize this and alternate. Okay, let's reset again and head to the Color tab. The Color tab allows us to change the colors of the clones. First, we select the initial color, which we can do by sliding these around or by using the eyedropper button to choose a color from the canvas. Next, we set it so that each row and or column changes by a certain percentage in hue, saturation, and or lightness. If we go to the Fill and Stroke dialog, hue is the actual color. And as we saw in the previous video, in order to change the colors of the clones, we have to first unset the original object's color by clicking this question mark button. So now if we go back to the Create Tiled Clones dialog, we can give it some values for changing the hue and click Create. Next we have saturation. If we click the initial color button, we can see that the initial color is actually already 100% saturated. So putting positive values here won't do anything. We can either desaturate the initial color or we can use negative numbers to desaturate the clones. Now they become more and more gray. And finally we have lightness, which we can use to brighten or darken the colors. Because the initial color is already pretty light, these clones down here become white. We can fix this by lowering the lightness of the initial color. Okay, let's reset again and move to the final tab, Trace. Trace allows us to choose how the clones appear based on an image or drawing that is underneath the clones. First, we have to check this box to enable tracing. In section 1, we can choose what to pick from the background image or drawing. We can choose color, opacity, or a specific attribute of the color. In section 2, we can tweak the picked value. We can gamma correct it, randomize it, and invert it. And in section 3, we can choose to apply the picked value to the clone's presence, color, size, and or opacity. Okay, so as you can see, there are many combinations we can use for tracing, and we could probably spend hours talking about it. But I think the best way for you to learn how all of this stuff works is by testing it out yourself. So for this video, we'll just do a quick demonstration. First, let's create an object for the background drawing. I'll go with a circle. And we need to make it pretty big. Let's give it a fill color and a radial gradient. Next, let's switch to the gradient tool, select this stop, then bring the alpha channel all the way up, and I'll set the color to white. We can then add some more stops in here and give them some random colors. Alright, for the object to clone, I'll go with another smaller circle. And in order to apply any color changes to this object in the tracing, we have to unset at least its fill color. Okay, let's switch back to the Create Tiled Clones dialog. We'll leave this on color here and here. For down here, let's use the width and height of the background object. So for me, it's about 340 by 340. Now let's select the small circle again and click Create. Alright, so we got our clones matching the colors of the background object. We can also set it to apply to the clone's opacity. For this, the brighter the background color is, the more transparent the clone will be. This is similar for size. The brighter the color, the smaller the clone size. Presence will use the colors to determine whether or not to create a clone there. We can see this better if we turn off these other options first. I'm not sure exactly how this works, and we actually get a different result with this each time we click Create. We can also set it to pick the background's opacity values, but our current background doesn't have any changes in opacity. I invite you to try out different objects and images with this and test all of these settings. And that's how we can create tiled clones. If you know a lot about math, you can get really crazy with the stuff in this dialog. and I recommend taking the time to get the hang of it all. But for now, I'll turn off Trace and close mine out, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use layers in our drawings. If you've ever used any digital painting software, you're likely already familiar with layers, which allow us to layer parts of our drawings on top of each other without damaging the parts underneath. With vector software like Inkscape, we don't really have to worry about damaging our drawings, but layers can still be pretty useful, such as when we're using background and foreground elements. To start working with layers, we can dock the Layers dialog either by going to Layer, Layers, or by clicking this button in the commands bar. So, as you can see, by default we actually already have one layer, labeled Layer 1, and anything we draw on our canvas right now will be placed in Layer 1. So let's go ahead and create an object. To add another layer, we can either click this plus button down here, or we can right-click a layer in the list and go to Add Layer, or we can go to Layer, Add Layer. All of these will bring up this Add Layer dialog. In here, we can give the layer a name, and we can choose whether to place it above, below, or as a sub-layer of the current layer. Let's choose Above Current and click Add. Now we have this new Layer 2 above Layer 1, and we've been switched to it. So if we draw an object now, it will be placed in Layer 2. Each layer has its own Z order, so all objects in the layer will always stay above all objects in the layers below it, and vice versa. To select a layer, we have a few options. We can click on it in the Layers dialog. We can choose it in the status bar, which also shows our current layer. We can switch to the layer above or below the current one from the Layer menu, or we can just simply click an object that's in the layer we want to select. Now we're on Layer 1. Let's add a new layer, which we can do with the shortcut Shift-Control-N. And let's put it below Layer 1. And let's create an object in this layer. As you can see, the object is automatically drawn underneath all the objects in the layers above it. Back in the Layers dialog, we have these buttons down here that we can use to move the layers. This first button will raise the current layer all the way to the top. And now this object is above all of the other objects. The button at the end does the opposite, lowering the layer all the way to the bottom. The buttons in between will raise and lower the current layer by one step. All of these options are available in the Layer menu as well. Another way we can move a layer is by dragging it in the list above and below other layers. And if we right-click a layer in the list, we can raise or lower it a step from here. Another thing we can do from the right-click menu is rename a layer. We can also do this from the Layer menu. For an easier way to rename a layer, we can just click its name in the list and type a new name. If we want to duplicate a layer, we can right-click and go to Duplicate Current Layer, which is also available in the Layer menu. Now a copy of the layer has been placed above it, and this also duplicates all the objects in that layer. To delete a layer, we can right-click and go to Delete Current Layer, or choose the same option at the bottom of the Layer menu, or click this minus button in the Layers dialog. This deletes the objects in the layer as well. We can also hide and show layers with this I button. If we look at the layers in the status bar, invisible layers have grayed out names. We can select it here and make it visible either by clicking the I button here or in the Layers dialog, or by going to Layer, Show Hide Current Layer. Another option we have is to lock and unlock layers by using this Lock button. If a layer is locked, we can't select or do anything to any of the objects in that layer. In the status bar, locked layers have brackets around their names. We can select it and unlock it here, or by going to Layer, Lock Unlock Current Layer. Locking layers is great for creating backgrounds for our drawings. Let's create a layer below all of these layers. Name it Background. And create a gray rectangle or something to use as the background. So right now we can click and move around objects in the background layer, and we can create objects in it. We probably don't want to accidentally do this while working on the foreground layers, so we can lock the background layer. Now we can't move anything or create anything in the layer. If we do create an object in the wrong layer, we can select it, then go to the Layer menu and choose either Move Selection to Layer Above, Move Selection to Layer Below, or Move Selection to Layer. This last option is also available if we right-click the selection. If we click it, we get the Move to Layer dialog, where we can choose a layer and click Move. Now this object is in the layer we chose. If we right-click a layer in the list, we can see some other options we have for hiding and locking layers. We have Show Hide Other Layers, Hide All Layers, Lock All Layers, etc. Another thing we can do is add sublayers to a layer. To do this, we select the layer, open the Add Layer dialog, and choose as Sublayer of Current. Now we have a sublayer, as we can see by the indentation next to the name. We can see this in the status bar as well. Let's create an object in it. If we hide or lock the parent layer, all the sublayers will also be hidden or locked. And if we delete the parent layer, the sublayers will be deleted as well. Let's undo that. To turn a sublayer into a normal layer, we can just drag it out of the parent layer. And another way to create a sublayer is to drag a layer on top of another layer in the list. Finally, at the bottom of the Layers dialog, we have some options for changing a layer's appearance. First, we have Blend Mode. We actually already saw this in the Fill and Stroke dialog, where it allows us to change how an object's colors blend with the colors of the objects underneath it. It works the same way in the Layers dialog, but for entire layers. I invite you to play around with these if you haven't already. And down here, we can change the blur and opacity for an entire layer, which is pretty convenient. So that's it for the Layers dialog. We can go ahead and close it out now if we want. And really, unless we want to use these appearance options, we usually don't need to open the Layers dialog, because as we've seen, most of the options are available in the Layer menu. And most even have shortcuts. However, sometimes it's just nice to have this as a visual aid. And before we go, the Select All that we've been using with Ctrl-A actually only selects all the objects in the current layer. To select objects in all layers, we have to use Select All in All Layers, or Ctrl-Alt-A. Be aware, however, that this only works for layers that are visible and unlocked. So if we lock a layer and use Ctrl-Alt-A, the objects in that layer won't be selected. Alright, so that's how we can work with layers. In this video, we're going to learn how to use clipping in Inkscape. To start, let's create a few objects. And let's turn off snapping. To do clipping, we place one object on top of another, select them both, then either right-click and choose Set Clip, or go to Object, Clip Set. And what this does is it takes the top object, which becomes the clipping path, and uses it to define the visible parts of the bottom object. So basically, any parts of the bottom object that are within the top object stay visible, and any parts outside of the top object become invisible. And we can transform this as if it's one object. If we switch to the Node tool, we can modify the clipped object itself. And if we toggle on this button here in the controls bar, we can now also modify the clipping path. I'll turn this back off for now and switch back to the Select tool. To release the clipping, we can either right-click and choose Release Clip, or go to Object, Clip, Release. Now these are two separate objects again. If we put these two objects together and put this one on top of them, then select all three, right-click and go to Set Clip, it will actually use a separate copy of the clipping path for each object. So these two clipped objects are separate. And if we release them, we can see that it actually created a duplicate of the top object. We can go ahead and delete one of these. Now, if we group these two objects first with Ctrl-G, put this one on top, and select them all, setting the clip will clip the whole group with one clipping path. Also, we can still enter the group like normal and modify each individual object. We can even pop one out of the group and it will no longer be clipped. Let's undo that. If we wanted to clip an already clipped object or group again, we first have to select it and group it. This will create a group of the clipped objects and the clipping path. Now we can create another object on top of this, select them all, and set clip. Let's release this clip and delete this object. And before we can release the clip of this group now, we first have to ungroup it. Now we can release it. Let's look at something else we can do when we group clipped objects together with a clipping path. First, let's give this object a blur. Then let's select it and the object group, right-click and set clip. As you can see, this ignores the style of the clipping path, including its fill and stroke. It just uses its shape to clip the objects. Now let's release the clip and remove the blur from this object. And let's blur the object group. Right now, the blur is spreading beyond the shapes of the objects. But if we select these and set the clip, the blur now remains within the clipping path. We can increase or decrease the blur here, and it will remain within the clipping path. If we would prefer the blur to spread outside the clipping path, we can do so by first grouping the clipped objects and clipping path together. The group is treated as a single object, so when we add a blur now, it blurs the whole object. And if we ungroup, the blur gets clipped again. Now we can release the clip. And let's turn off the blur of this group. A similar thing we can do is create what's called a clip group. We can see this if we right-click an object or group of objects. We have an option that says Create Clip Group. What this does is it will group the selected objects, then it will create a clone of the group and use that clone as a clipping path. Then it will place all of this into a clip group. So we can go ahead and ungroup these now. Then we can right-click one and choose Create Clip Group. It doesn't actually appear that anything happened besides these two objects being grouped, but if we add a blur now, we can see that they are also being clipped. If we release the clip now, we can see that we have this group of clones and this group of the original objects. And this group right here is actually a group within a group. This is why we can modify it without affecting the clones, as we learned about in the video on cloning objects. If we ungroup this, however, now we just have one group of the original objects, so modifying it will modify the clones as well. Another thing we can do with clip groups is add more objects to them to be clipped. However, this really only works well if we first create a clip group with just one object. So let's create an object down here. Right-click and create clip group. And let's double-click to enter the group. Now we can create more objects inside this clip group, and they will be clipped as well. And because the object that is cloned is actually another group here created with the original object inside it, we can enter this group and add more objects to it. And these will be cloned as well. So there's a lot we can do with clip groups, and I encourage you to experiment with them some more. But for now, let's select an object up here to get out of the groups. Clipping is also very useful for cropping images. To demonstrate this, I will import this watermelon image that we've used in a previous video. So if we wanted to crop this image so that we could only see this front slice of watermelon, We can switch to the pen tool, then create a path around the slice. We can then select the path and the image, right-click and set clip. And there we go, pretty simple. One more thing we can do with clipping is invert it. Let's create a couple more objects. And put one on top of the other. To set an inverse clip, we select the objects and go to Objects, Clip, Set Inverse. This actually performs two operations. First, it does the normal clipping by using the top object to clip the bottom object. Then it hides the unclipped part and shows the clipped part. If we undo once, it goes back to normal clipping. And if we undo again, it removes the clipping. We can also go ahead and do the normal clipping step first, then set the inverse. There's a little bit more to inverse clipping, as we will see when we learn about path effects later in the course. And in the next video, we will talk about masking, which is similar to clipping. In this video, we will discuss how to use masking in our drawings. Masking is similar to clipping, in that it allows us to visually crop an object or group of objects. However, masking has the added feature of transparency. To see how it works, let's first create a few objects. Now let's give them different colors. Masking an object is similar to clipping an object. We put the object we want to use as the mask on top of the object or group of objects we want to mask, select them both, then either right-click and choose Set Mask, or go to Object, Mask, Set. Alright, so the bottom object has been clipped by the top object so that we can't see any part of it that is outside the top object's shape. This is the same as clipping. However, unlike clipping, there has been some transparency applied to the masked object, which is why it appears to be a lighter shade now. We can see that it is transparent if we drag it over another object or the page border. And just like with clipping, we can transform the mask and masked object together. We can also change the color of the masked object. If we switch to the Node tool, or a Shape tool if the masked object is a shape object, we can then modify just the masked object by itself. If we go to the Node tool and toggle on this button up here in the controls bar, we can also modify just the mask by itself. To release the mask, we can either right-click and choose Release Mask, or we can go to Object, Mask, Release. Now the two objects are separate again. Let's now talk about how the transparency works with this. So what masking does is it uses the lightness and opacity of the mask to determine the opacity of the masked object. Areas of the mask that are fully white and fully opaque will become fully opaque in the masked object. Areas of the mask that are black or fully transparent will become fully transparent in the masked object. So if we change the fill color of the mask to white, and let's give it a stroke as well. Then select these objects and go to Set Mask. The masked object is fully opaque. And if we release the mask, then set the mask's fill color to something close to black, like this dark gray, and set the mask again, the masked object becomes nearly fully transparent. This also works if we reduce the opacity of the mask. So if we release it and set the mask back to white, then lower its opacity and set the mask again, it will cause the masked object's opacity to be lowered as well. Let's undo all of that. We can also give the mask a gradient. For this, let's use a text object as the mask. Let's just create one down here for now and give it any text. Then let's make it bigger and give it a black fill color. And in the Fill and Stroke tab, let's give it a linear gradient. And this actually works much better if we use black and white instead of opacity. So let's switch to the Gradient tool, select this stop on the right, raise the alpha all the way up, and set the color to white. Now let's give this object a different color and let's group these two. Then let's put the text object on top, select them all, and set mask. Alright, so now we have this mask going from fully transparent on the left to fully opaque on the right. We can also use an imported image as the mask. For this, I'll import and use this grayscale mountain image, which I've also provided as a downloadable resource for this video. You can use any image to follow along with this, but just be aware that masking works best with grayscale images. You might not get the result you want with color images. Now let's create an object over this, give it a different color, and raise the opacity. Then let's lower it to the bottom and select it and the image, then right-click, set mask. And we can change the color if we want. Now if we raise this to the top and move it over another object, we can see that it goes from mostly opaque in the background to mostly transparent in the foreground. If we want to invert this, we have a set inverse option in Object Mask. However, at least in my version of Inkscape, this doesn't work straight away. And just like with inverse clipping, this is actually a path effect, and we will see how to get it working when we talk about path effects later in the course. We'll also learn some other things we can do with it. And finally, like with clipping, if we give this an effect that usually spreads outside of the object, such as a blur, it will stay within the mask. However, if we undo that, then group these together first, now we can blur the group as a whole. If we ungroup, it goes back to keeping the blur within the mask. Okay, so that pretty much covers how to mask objects for the time being, so I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to create 3D boxes by using the Box tool. So let's activate the Box tool here, which we can also do by pressing either the X key or Shift F4. Now let's click and drag to create a 3D box. The way we drag will determine the shape and direction of the box. If we press Shift while dragging, we can define the depth of the box. And when we release the mouse, we get a box drawn in perspective. And yours probably looks nothing like mine because the shape of the box is determined by where we draw it on the canvas. This is because by default, these two vanishing points are placed in the middle of the page's side borders. If we create another box, we can see that its vanishing points are placed in the same positions. The farther away from the page we create the box, the more deformed it will be. And if we create one near the center of the page, we can get a nice normal looking box. If we have a box selected with the Box tool, we can see this crosshair in the center. If we click and drag it, we can move the box around in 3D space. The box is kept in the XY plane, with the red lines following along the X-axis and the blue lines following along the Y-axis. If we hold Control, it will constrain the movement. If we hold Shift, we can move the box along the Z-axis, denoted by the yellow lines. If we click and drag these diamond-shaped handles at the corners of the box, we can resize the box along the 3 axes. We can even flip it if we want. If we hover over the handle at the bottom right, we can see down in the status bar that it lets us resize along the Z-axis. However, if we hold Shift, we can resize along the X and Y axes. Similarly, the handle at the top left lets us resize along the X and Y axes, or along the Z axis by holding Shift. Holding Control will constrain the movement. If we click and drag these square handles at the vanishing points, we can move the vanishing points around. However, this also moves the vanishing point for every box that shares this vanishing point, which is all 3 boxes on our canvas. If we undo that, we can separate the selected box's vanishing point from the other boxes by holding Shift before we click and drag the handle. We can do the same over here. If we want to merge the vanishing point of one box with the vanishing point of another, we have to select both boxes, then drag the vanishing point of one of the boxes onto the vanishing point of the other box. Now they are merged again. Also, be aware that we have to use the box tool to move boxes in perspective. If we switch to the select tool and move the box, it will move without changing shape. We can also scale it and rotate it. And if we go back to the box tool, we can see that the box's vanishing points have been transformed along with the box. In the controls bar, we have some options for changing the angles of the vanishing point lines. In order to change the angle, however, the lines must be parallel, and we can make them parallel by clicking these buttons next to the angle boxes. By default, only the lines on the y-axis are parallel, and because they're parallel, they stretch out to infinity. We can use this to change their angle. And we can do the same with the other axes. To get the vanishing points back, we can just toggle off these buttons. Now the y-axis vanishing point is way up here, and we can bring it down if we want. The buttons here also have keyboard shortcuts. This one is Shift X. This one is Shift Y. And this one is Shift Z. The angles have shortcuts as well. If we make the x-axis lines parallel, we can change angle X with the bracket keys. We can change angle Y with the parentheses keys. And we can change angle Z with the curly brace keys. These shortcuts change the angles by 15-degree increments. If we hold Alt while doing this, they will only change by 0.5-degree increments. Next, let's talk about how we can change the colors of a 3D box. If we just go down to the palette and click a color, the whole box changes to that color. And now we can't distinguish the sides of the boxes. We can give the box a stroke though, which will put the stroke along all the sides. So now we can see where each side is. Let's undo all of that. If we would rather change the color of each side individually, with the box tool active, we can hold Ctrl and click a side. Now we can change its color. If we hold Ctrl and Alt and click, we can switch between the side we can see and any that are hidden behind it. We can even delete sides if we want. Now we have a box we can see through. And actually, a 3D box is a group of objects, with each side being its own object. So we can enter the group and transform the sides individually. However, we can't enter the group by double-clicking it with the Select tool, like we normally can with groups, because this switches us back to the box tool. But we can either right-click the object and choose Enter Group, or if we switch to the Select tool, we can press Ctrl Enter. Now we're inside the group, and we can do whatever we want with the individual sides. We can also transform them. If we get out of the group by double-clicking the canvas, then switch back to the box tool, we can still modify this box like normal, even with the sides rearranged. Okay, so that's how we can work with 3D boxes. In this video, we're going to learn how we can use the Paint Bucket tool to fill in bounded areas of our drawings. The Paint Bucket tool, or Bucket Fill tool, is located here in the toolbox. We can also get to it by pressing either the U key or Shift F7. But first we need to create some objects. Let's go with a rectangle, an oval, and a star. Let's make one red, one green, and one blue. And let's turn off snapping. Now let's switch to the Paint Bucket tool. So a bounded area is any area that has boundaries all around it. If we just click somewhere in the canvas, nothing will happen, because the area isn't bounded, as it tells us in the status bar. If we click an object, however, the area will be filled, because it's a bounded area. And what this does is it fills the area by creating a new path there using the color of the tool, which is shown next to our cursor and up here. So because this is a path, we can go to the Select tool and move it around. We can also change the color of it. I'll go ahead and delete this one. So that's what happens when we use the Paint Bucket tool on an object that is by itself. Now let's move an object on top of it. If we switch back to the paint bucket tool and fill it now, we get this path with the other object cut out of it. This is because it only fills the area that contains the color we clicked on. We can fill the other object as well. That's one use of this tool. Another is for filling in unfilled areas between objects. If we arrange these objects so that they have an unfilled area between them, like here, we can go to the paint bucket tool and fill it in. However, we can see that this tool isn't perfect. We have some gaps between the objects. This happens when we fill in objects as well. The reason this happens is that the area to be filled is defined by screen pixels. The tool stores the color information of the pixel we click on, then it begins to fill in the surrounding pixels until it reaches different colored pixels. This includes the boundaries where two different colored objects meet, as well as where an object meets the canvas. And due to anti-aliasing, the pixels at the boundaries are some mixture of the two colors. This is why we get the gaps. So one way to get smaller gaps is to zoom in before clicking, because this increases the number of screen pixels in the area. So if we zoom in a bit, undo the fill, and fill the area again, it gives us a higher resolution fill. It's never going to be perfect though, and we'll look at another way to fill in gaps as we talk about the options we have in the controls bar. This first option we have here is Fill By. By default it's on Visible Colors, which lets us fill by any visible color that we click on. This includes the background color in these unfilled areas. We can also restrict the fill to certain color channels. However, before we get into this, let's talk about threshold. The tool's threshold determines how closely a surrounding pixel must match the clicked pixel in order to be filled. To see how this works, let's create another rectangle overlapping this one. And let's set its color to a darker version of the other rectangle's color. So dark red for mine. Now let's deselect the rectangle and switch to the paint bucket tool. And let's give the tool a different color by clicking one in the palette. We can see that the color next to our cursor and up here have changed to the color that we clicked. And now let's click one of these rectangles. Because the threshold is pretty low, it only filled in the rectangle that we clicked. However, if we undo and set the threshold to say 40, then click one of the rectangles, it will fill them both. So that's how a threshold works. The lower it is, the closer the pixels must match, and vice versa. Let's undo and set the threshold back to the default of 15 for now. So back in Fill By, if we change this to a specific channel, the tool will store just that channel of the pixel we click. So if we choose red, for example, and click a red pixel, it will store the value of that pixel's red channel. Then it will start filling in the surrounding pixels until it reaches pixels that have different values in their red channels. That includes the pixels of the canvas and other objects. And of course we can increase the threshold if we want to get these dark red pixels as well. Though we might have to use an even higher number this time. Let's undo and set this back to 15. If we now try clicking, for example, this green object, it won't fill anything, and it says in the status bar that the area is not bounded. To see why this is, let's select the green object. In the Fill and Stroke dialog under RGB, we can see that the red channel has a value of 0. If we select this blue object that's touching it, we can see that it also has a value of 0 for the red channel. And although the canvas is displayed as white, it's actually treated as having a value of 0 in all its color channels. So as far as the paint bucket tool is concerned, when Fill By is set to red, all of the pixels of this object, and the canvas are the same, which is 0 red. Therefore this area and this area are not bounded. However, let's try moving this object off the green one and stretch out a red object until the green object is completely surrounded by red pixels. If we click the green area with the paint bucket tool now, it will fill. This is due to the change in red detected between this area and this one. Let's undo that. We can also move this blue object back on top of the green one and shrink it until it is also completely surrounded by red. And now we can fill both areas together. And this object in the back doesn't have to be a pure red. It just has to have some red in it. So we can change it to an orange, for example, which of course has some red in it, and this will still work. Okay, let's undo all of that until the objects are back where they were. We can do the same thing with the green, blue, hue, saturation, lightness, and alpha channels. With alpha, we can fill all areas that are touching and have similar opacity. Because all 4 of these objects have 100% opacity, and the canvas has 0% opacity, clicking inside one of the objects will fill the whole area. And we can do the same with the bounded area between them. Let's set this back to visible colors. The next thing we can do here is grow or shrink the fill path after it's created. A positive number will grow it, and a negative number will shrink it. We can also set the units here. This is the other method we can use to fill in gaps. Let's put it back on 0 for now. Next, we have close gaps. What gaps refers to here is actual gaps in the area we're trying to fill. We don't currently have any, but if we move this object down some, now we have this gap here. If closed gaps is set to none, we can't fill this area. The other options we have here are small, medium, and large. Let's try small. There we go. And the gap has to be pretty small for this to work at all. If we move this down a little more, even large won't work. Let's undo all of that, and let's set this back to none. And we can actually just click this button at the end, which will reset all of these back to the default settings. The Paint Bucket tool also has a few modifier key combinations we can use. First, if we hold Shift and click to fill in an area, it will perform a union path operation between the new path and any paths we have selected. So if we switch to the Select tool, select a couple objects, then switch back to the Paint Bucket tool, hold Shift and click here, we now have one path created with a union between the objects we had selected and the new path that the tool created. Let's undo that. Another thing we can do with this is to keep adding areas to the new path. First, let's normal click in an area to fill it, and now this new path is selected. So we can hold Shift and click in some other areas to add them to the path. Now we have this one big path. We can also fill in an area with a normal click, then zoom in and fill in some of these gaps by shift clicking them. Next, if we hold Control and click an object, it would change that object's colors to the colors we have set for the Paint Bucket tool. So it didn't actually create a new path here, it just changed the object's color. We can give the Paint Bucket tool a stroke color as well by shift clicking a color in the palette. If we Control click an object now, it will get the tool's fill color as well as the stroke color and style. Being able to change the color of objects this way is useful for when we want to create a fill path covering multiple objects, but we don't want to switch to the Select tool to change the colors or deal with the settings up here. First, let's turn off the tool's stroke color by shift clicking the X. Then let's Control click this object again and this one as well. Now we can change the tool color. Then we can normal click here to create a fill path over all of this. Let's undo until these objects are different colors again. Next, if we click and drag in an object, we can see this red line following our cursor. With this, we can fill in all touched areas, regardless of their colors. This is especially useful if we want to fill in an area that has a gradient or a blur. If we hold Alt while dragging, it will only fill in areas with pixels that match the initially clicked pixel. This doesn't seem useful right now, but let's undo. And let's give this object the same color as this one. Now let's deselect and switch back to the Paint Bucket tool, change its color, hold Alt and drag from this object down to this one, and release. Now, although these two areas aren't actually touching, because the pixels match and the areas are connected by this area, they've both been filled. And that's pretty much it for how to use the Paint Bucket tool. One thing we might want to use this tool for is to quickly fill in colors of, say, ink or pencil sketches of drawings that we scan and import into Inkscape. We can also do this with drawings we made with the pen or pencil tools. So if we create a sketch of something over here, we can then switch to the Paint Bucket tool and start filling it in. And better yet, we can do this on a separate layer. So if we undo and create a new layer, we can keep the line art and colors separate. Alright, see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to tweak and sculpt objects by using the Tweak tool. The Tweak tool is located here in the toolbox. The shortcuts for this are the W key and Shift F2. But before we can use it, we need to create some objects. I'm just going to create a square and duplicate it a bunch of times by pressing the space bar as I move it around. And we can go ahead and turn off snapping. Now let's select all of the objects and activate the Tweak tool. And although it doesn't show us on the canvas that these objects are selected now, they actually are still selected, as we can see in the status bar. Okay, so if we look up at the controls bar, the first thing we have is width. This is the size of the tool, which is shown by the circle around the cursor. We can right-click in here to see a few options, but let's just leave it on the default of 15 for now. Next is force. With this, we can control how strong of a force the tool will have. Again, if we right-click here, we can see some options. This button next to it lets us use the pressure of an input device to alter the force, with maximum pressure corresponding to the value we put here. This is useful if you're using a drawing tablet, but otherwise the tool will just always use the force setting. Next is mode. This is where we change the type of action we want to perform. The default is the move mode, which has the shortcut Shift M. With this mode chosen, if we click and drag, all selected objects that the tool touches will move in the direction in which we first moved the mouse. If we want to affect fewer or more objects, we have to change the width of the tool, which we can do up here, or we can do it by just pressing the left and right arrow keys. This allows us to change the width as we drag. Also, the home key sets the width to 1, which is the minimum, and the end key sets it to the maximum of 100. Let's put it back in the default. Another thing to note is that the width is defined in screen pixels. This means that it is independent of zoom, so an easy way to adjust the size of the tool is to just zoom in and out. We can change the tool's force with the keyboard as well, by using the up and down arrow keys. Also, most of the force is situated at the center of the tool, so the closer an object is to the center, the more force will be applied to it. I'll set this back to the default for now. The next mode is Move In Out, with the shortcut Shift I. This mode turns the tool into kind of like a magnet, pulling the objects into it. If we hold Shift, it would do the opposite, pushing the objects away. Next is Move Jitter. This has a shortcut Shift Z, and it will scatter the objects around. Let's increase the force a bit. The next mode is Scale, which we can also get to with Shift plus either the less than key or the greater than key. Normal dragging will shrink the objects, and Shift dragging will enlarge them. Next we have the Rotate mode, with shortcut Shift plus either the open bracket key or the close bracket key. Normal dragging rotates the objects clockwise, while Shift dragging rotates them counterclockwise. Next is Duplicate/Delete, which has the shortcut Shift D. This will randomly duplicate the objects, automatically adding them to the selection. And we can move these duplicates around. This will make a lot of duplicates, so we have to be careful with it. Let's select them all again and switch back to the Tweak tool. If we hold Shift as we drag in this mode, it will delete the objects. So these first 6 modes are for tweaking whole objects. The next 4 are for tweaking paths. This first mode is Push. This has the shortcut Shift P, and it will push around the paths of the objects, allowing us to sculpt them. And it's important to note that if we do this to any objects that aren't paths, it will turn them into paths. We can see this if we switch to the Node tool. These objects we just tweaked are now paths. Let's undo that and select all again. Okay, back in the Tweak tool, the next mode is Shrink/Grow, with the shortcut Shift S. This is similar to the previous mode, but it will shrink the parts of the paths we touch. This will also convert the objects into paths. Holding Shift with this will enlarge the paths. Also, whenever we undo with the tweak tool, like I did just now, it would deselect the objects that we had previously tweaked. So we can just press Ctrl A here to select them all again. Also, for this mode, we can temporarily switch to it from any other mode by holding Ctrl as we drag. So if we switch to the Move mode, for example, if we hold Ctrl, we can see that we're now on the Shrink Grow mode. And if we let go of Ctrl, it switches back to the mode we were just on. So we can hold Ctrl and shrink the paths at any time. And if we hold Shift and Ctrl, we can enlarge the paths at any time. Next, we have Attract/Repel, which uses the shortcut Shift A. Normal clicking will pull the paths towards the cursor, and shift clicking will push them away. The next mode is Roughen, with shortcut Shift R. This will add more nodes to the paths and move them around in order to roughen up the paths a bit. And we have to be careful with the force setting here, because this can cause Inkscape to freeze up. I'll put it back in the default. Next is the Paint mode, which has the shortcut Shift C. For this, let's first change the tool's color either through the Fill and Stroke dialog or from the palette. And we can see that the fill color has changed up here. Now we can drag over the objects and start changing them towards that color. If we hold Shift, it will invert the color. As we learned in a video about the Fill and Stroke dialog, the inverse of a color is the color on the opposite side of the color wheel. Up here we can select which channel of the object's colors we want to affect. This works better if we switch to the Select tool and maybe lower the object's opacity a bit. Now back in the Tweak tool, if we have the O toggled on here, this will increase the object's opacity. We can see this in the status bar, which shows us the average opacity of all of the selected objects. If we undo that and toggle off the O button, now the tool won't affect the opacity of the objects. This works similarly for the other buttons. If we have them all turned off, the tool doesn't affect anything. I'll turn them all back on for now. The next mode is Jitter, which has the shortcut Shift J. This is similar to the previous mode, but it would give the objects random colors. And again, we can choose which channels to affect. The final mode is Blur, which has the shortcut Shift B. Normal dragging will increase the blur of the objects, and Shift dragging will decrease the blur. The last thing we have up here is Fidelity. What this does is, the lower we set this to, the fewer nodes will be added when we use the path modes, and the higher we set it to, the more nodes will be added. To demonstrate this, let's just create a path over here with the Pen tool. Let's switch back to the Tweak tool. Now when we use, for example, the Push mode on this path, then switch to the Node tool, we can see that it has added a bunch of new nodes. This is because the fidelity is set somewhat high. The extra nodes were added to prevent too much distortion in the path that's caused by the tweaking. If we undo the tweaking, switch back to the Tweak tool, set fidelity to something like 10, then tweak the path, we get fewer nodes added. Also, note that the tool automatically closes off paths as well. Setting fidelity to the maximum of 100 gives us a ton of nodes. I recommend just keeping this on the default of 50 for the most part. Okay, that's how we use the Tweak tool. I'll set the mode back to the default, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use the Spray tool. The Spray tool is located here in the toolbox, and it has the shortcuts A and Shift F3. The Spray tool lets us create copies of one or more objects and scatter them around, kind of like using a can of spray paint. So first, we need to create at least one object. I'll go with a rectangle. Now let's give it a stroke as well. And with the object selected, let's activate the Spray tool. So the first thing we have here in the controls bar is Mode. The first mode is the Copy mode. With this mode, the objects we spray will be duplicates of the original selected object or objects. And to use the tool, we can either just click somewhere to spray once, or we can click and hold, then scroll the mouse wheel to spray multiple times in the same area, or we can click and drag to spray continuously. We can now go in and change the objects however we want. And because these are duplicates, changing the original object doesn't affect them. And if we spray the object now, the new copies will have the changes we made to it. Okay, let's delete all but the original object. And let's select it again and switch back to the spray tool. The next mode is the clone mode. With this one, the sprayed objects will be clones of the original. As we learned in the videos on clones, clones are linked to the original object, so modifying the original object will modify the clones as well. We can, however, modify the clones if we want. We can also do everything we've learned about before and edit clone, such as unlink clone and relink to copied. And we can select the original object from here. Alright, let's delete the clones. Make sure to select the object again and switch back to the spray tool. Next is the single path mode. With the single path mode, the union path operation is performed on all of the copies after we release the mouse. So this is now one big object. Any overlapping copies were turned into single paths. Let's undo, select the original, and go back to the spray tool. Of these first three modes, the single path mode is the most CPU intensive, so we have to be careful with it, as it can cause Inkscape to freeze up if we get too carried away. The final mode is the delete mode. This only works if we make either copies or clones first, so let's make some copies. And what the delete mode does is, as we click and drag, it lets us delete copies or clones. And we don't have to worry about deleting the original object or any other objects on the canvas, as this only applies to copies or clones of the objects that we have selected. And by the way, we can use the spray tool with multiple objects at once. So if we create another object, and let's give it a different color, select both objects, and switch back to the spray tool, we can make copies or clones of both objects. Then we can delete them. We can use the spray tool with groups of objects as well. Alright, so those are the four modes we have. Let's switch back to the copy mode and look at some of these other settings. I'm also going to only select one of these objects. Okay, so first we have width. This refers to the size of the orange circle around our cursor. The larger this is, the larger the area we can cover when we spray. We can also change the width with the left and right arrow keys. This allows us to change the width as we spray. If we press the home key, it will set the width to the minimum of 1, and the end key will set it to the maximum of 100. The default for this is 15. Also, the width is defined in screen pixels, so zooming in and out will change the size of the tool as well. And if you have a drawing tablet, you can toggle on this button to use the pressure of your pen to control the width. Next up is amount. This adjusts the number of items sprayed. The default of 70 is pretty high, so we get a lot of copies per click drag. If we set it to something lower, we will get fewer copies. We can also change this with the up and down arrow keys. And again, we can use a drawing tablet to control this. I'll set this back to 70 for now. The next setting is rotation. This will apply a random rotation to each copy. If it's on 0, it applies no rotation. And if it's on 100, the rotation can go up to 180 degrees or down to negative 180 degrees. I'll put it back on 0. Next is scale. This will add a random scale to each copy, with 0 being no added scale and 100 being up to twice or down to half the size of the original object. And again, we can use pressure sensitivity for this. Next we have scatter. The higher this is, the more random the positions of the copies will be, and vice versa. Let's reset scale. The next setting is focus. This determines the spread of the scattered items. First, let's make the width big. If focus is on 0, the copies will be created close to the center of the tool. If we put it on 100, they will be created near the edge of the tool. giving us a circular shape around the cursor. Let's set all of these back to the defaults. Here we have these two toggle buttons, one with an open eye icon and one with a closed eye icon. If the open eye button is on, we can spray over areas that aren't transparent, and if the closed eye button is on, we can spray over areas that are transparent. So right now, because the closed eye button is on, we can spray over the canvas, which is transparent. But if we turn it off, we can't spray over the canvas. For the open eye button, let's create a large object here for the background. And let's select one of the small objects again and switch back to the spray tool. Now, because the open eye button is on, we can spray over this non-transparent object. And if we turn it off, now we can't spray over the object. So that's how these two work. The next button says no overlap between colors. This button only works if we only have one of these eye buttons turned on. So if we just turn on the closed eye, right now the copies we make will overlap each other. And they can also partially overlap non-transparent areas. But if we toggle on this button, now the copies won't overlap each other or the non-transparent areas. This is the same for spraying on non-transparent areas. With the button off, they overlap. With it on, they don't. Okay, let's turn these two back on and this one back off. The next button just prevents the copies from overlapping each other. This is especially helpful when we're spraying multiple objects together. We can also set an offset for this. If this is set to a low percentage, it will start to overlap each other a bit. If it's on 0, it's the same as not even using this. The highest this can go to is 1000, but when I tried it earlier, it didn't make any copies. So let's try 500. We also need a really big width for this to work. I'll reset these and turn this back off. Finally, we have this button with an eyedropper icon. This is actually off by default, and these other 4 buttons are used with it. So if we toggle this off, the buttons disappear. Anyway, if you recall from the video on creating tiled clones, we had an option called Trace, which allowed us to trace a drawing that was under the tiled clones. Well, we can do the same with sprayed items. And if we click on this button, it actually docks a Create Tiled Clones dialog with the Trace tab selected. So first, let's look at these options we have up here now. And before we start, let's select just this object. And let's switch back to the spray tool. This first button says Apply Picked Color to Fill. When this is turned on, the copies will take the fill color of whatever the color is underneath it when it's created. This includes the canvas color, which is white. The next button is the same, but for the stroke. We can see this better if we turn off the fill option. And this button here will invert the color. We can do this for the fill and or the stroke. Let's turn these 3 back off for now. Currently we have this button at the end turned on, which says Pick from Center instead of Average Area. To see how this works, let's create another object overlapping this one. Give it a different fill color and turn off the stroke. Let's select this object again and go back to the spray tool. With this button turned on, if we turn one of these 2 back on and spray over these areas, the color chosen will be the color at the center of the tool. We can see this better if we make these bigger. Let's select this object again. If we undo that and turn this off, now the color chosen is the average of all of the colors within the tool. Let's turn this back on. So far, we've only been using this with copies. If we try this with clones, you probably already know it isn't going to work. This is because, as we learned in the videos on clones, before we can change the colors of clones, we first have to unset the original object's colors. So let's undo that, and let's unset this object's fill. Now this should work fine. I'll turn this back off for now. And then we have trace. We already covered this before in the creating tiled clones video, so we won't cover it again here. But basically this has all of these options plus more advanced ones. You just have to check this to start using it. And all this stuff in here and up here works for copies and clones. If we switch to single path mode, however, we can see that these options all go away, so keep that in mind. Okay, that's how we use the spray tool. We can go ahead and close out this dialog now, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use the eraser tool to erase parts of our drawings. The eraser tool is located here in the toolbox, and it has the shortcut Shift-E. But before we can erase anything, we need to draw something. So let's create a few random objects. And I'm actually just going to create a bunch of duplicates of this. Now, if we have any objects selected, we can only use the eraser tool on those objects. However, if we have nothing selected, we can use the eraser tool on all visible and unlocked parts of our drawings. So let's deselect everything and activate the eraser tool. Alright, so the first mode we have up here in the controls bar is touch mode. For all modes of the eraser tool, when we click and drag, we get this red line. In touch mode, when we release the mouse, every object that the line touches gets deleted. Let's undo that. That's the simplest mode. The next mode is cutout mode. When we select this mode, we get all of these other settings here that we can change. But first, what cutout mode does is, every object we touch with the red line will be turned into a path if it isn't already a path, and the parts of the path touched by the line will be cut out of the path. If we switch to the node tool, we can see that these are now paths. Let's undo that. Back in the eraser tool, the first setting we have up here is width. This lets us change the width of the red line. It goes from 0 to 100, with 15 being the default. We can also change the width with the left and right arrow keys, allowing us to adjust it as we drag. I'll set it back to 15. We've seen this type of button here several times before, and it lets us use the pressure of an input device to adjust the width. If we're not using a pressure-sensitive input device, this doesn't do anything, so we can leave it on or off. Next is thinning. If this is higher than 0, the faster we drag the tool, the thinner the width will be. So if we go slow, it stays thick. And if we go fast, it thins out. We can see this better if we set it to something higher. Setting this to a negative number does the opposite. Slow is thin, fast is thick. And 0 will keep the width at the value of the width setting. This goes from negative 100 to 100, with 10 being the default. Next we have caps. When this is 0, the caps at the ends of the red line are blunt. We can also make it slightly bulging, or long and protruding. I'll put this back on 0. Next up is trimmer. When this is 0, we get a smooth line. When it's higher than 0, we get a rugged and trembling line. This also takes more processing power. Let's put it back on 0. Next is mask. This causes the red line to lag behind the cursor, allowing us to get a smoother line. The higher this is, the longer the lag and the smoother the line we can get. If we set it to 0, there will be no lag. And the line will be rougher but more accurate. The default is 2. Finally, we have this button here that says Break Apart Cut Items. So right now, if we cut some objects and switch to the Select tool, we can see that even paths like this one, which have been cut all the way through, are still one object. If we wanted to split this into 2 objects, we can go to Path, Break Apart. Now each part of the path has been turned into a separate object. However, if we undo all of that and switch back to the eraser tool, by toggling this button on, the eraser tool will perform the break apart operation on these paths automatically, saving us the trouble. Let's undo again. And let's switch back to the eraser tool and turn this back off. Okay, so that's how the cutout mode works. The final mode is clip mode. The clip mode appears to do the same thing as the cutout mode. However, with clip mode, the tool doesn't actually cut the objects. Instead, it uses the line to create a clipping path, then uses that clipping path to clip the objects. So if we switch to the select tool and select one of these, we can see that it says clipped in the status bar. Like with normal clipping, we can release the clip by right-clicking and choosing Release Clip. Now we have the original object and this clipping path that the eraser tool created. The clipping path was centered on the object, so if we wanted to clip the object again, we can select them both, center vertically and horizontally, right-click and set clip. Alright, now let's deselect and switch back to the eraser tool. As you can see in the controls bar, the clip mode has all the same settings as the cutout mode, except it doesn't have the button for breaking apart paths. This is just because clip mode doesn't actually cut any paths, so there's nothing to break apart. Also, cutout mode only works on objects that can be turned into paths, so it doesn't work on things like bitmap images. So if we import an image really quick, then try to cut it with cutout mode, nothing will happen. And it says in the status bar that one of the objects is not a path. Clip mode, on the other hand, works on all objects. Okay, so that's how we use the eraser tool. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the connector tool to create diagram connectors. The connector tool is located here in the toolbox, and it has the shortcuts O and Ctrl F2. And what this tool does is it lets us create what are called connectors, which are basically just lines that connect objects together. This is useful for things like flow diagrams and organization charts. To see how this works, let's first create a few objects. Now let's activate the connector tool. When we hover over an object with the connector tool, we get this connection handle at the center of the object. To create a connector between two objects, we click the handle of one of the objects, then click the handle of the other object. And now we have this path connected to the edge of each object. We can also create connectors from an object to an empty space on the canvas, and vice versa. And we can create connectors that aren't connected to any objects. We can have multiple connectors on one object as well. When we select a connector, we get a handle at each end. With these, we can connect the connectors somewhere else, including a different object. If we start creating a connector, we can cancel it by pressing either Escape or Backspace, or by clicking the right mouse button. If we move an object around that has connectors, the connectors will stretch or shrink in order to maintain the connections. They will also move around the edges of the objects. And other than that, connectors are basically just paths with a stroke. So we can go to the Fill and Stroke dialog and change the stroke color as well as the style. We can also move them, which will disconnect them from any objects they're connected to. We can delete them as well. Let's switch back to the connector tool and look at the options we have in the controls bar. This first button here will make connectors avoid the selected objects. So at the moment, if we move this object over here, the connector between the other two objects passes through it as if it doesn't exist. However, with this object selected, if we click this button, the connector will bend in order to avoid passing through the object. And we can delete this connector and create it again to see that it does the same. If we move this object, the connector will update itself in order to avoid passing through it. Back in the connector tool, the next button will do the opposite. So now it's back to the way it was before, with the connector ignoring the object and passing through it. The third button will force selected connectors to use only horizontal and vertical lines. So if we select this connector and toggle on the button, the connector now goes straight to the right, then straight down to the other object. We can select the connector again and toggle off the button to turn it back into a diagonal line. Next we have curvature. This lets us change the amount of curvature between two straight sections of a selected connector. So if we select this object and click this first button again to make this connector avoid it, the connector now has two straight sections. Let's select the connector and increase the stroke width a bit so we can see it better. And now if we start to increase the curvature setting, the sections will become curved instead of straight. And this goes up to 100. The next setting, spacing, controls the amount of spacing between objects and connectors that avoid them, like right here. If we increase this, we can add more spacing there. And this actually applies to all the connectors. So if we create another connector from this object, the connector will also have the spacing setting applied to it. We can see that as we change this, both connectors are affected. Let's set it back to 0. And I'll delete this connector I just made. The next button here will nicely arrange the selected connector network. And this button is actually also available in the Align and Distribute dialog, under the Rearrange section. For this, let's create a few more objects and connectors. Now let's select everything with Ctrl A and click the Arrange button, either in the Align and Distribute dialog or in the Controls bar. As you can see, this might not work very well by default, which is why we have these next three settings to help make it better. First, we have length. This is the ideal length to use for the connectors when arranging. We'll likely have to set this pretty high. The maximum is 1000. Now let's try arranging them again. That's better. Next, we have this toggle button here. This will make it so that when the connector network is arranged, any connectors that have end markers will be arranged in a way that makes the markers point downward. This basically just means the connectors will become as close to vertical as possible. So if we select one or more of these connectors and use the Fill and Stroke dialog to add some markers to the ends here, and I'll increase the width of this connector so we can see it better. Then select everything, toggle on this button, and click the Arrange button again. The connectors with markers are now a bit more vertical. This might be useful for certain types of arrangements. Finally, we have another toggle button. This one will prevent the shapes from overlapping when arranging. If we set length back to 100 and click Arrange, we can see that this makes everything overlap. But if we toggle this on, then click Arrange, now they don't overlap. I'll turn these two back off now. Okay, so that's how we use the connector tool. One final thing to note is that we can't attach connectors to text objects. So if we create a text object, make it a bit bigger, then switch back to the connector tool and hover over it, we don't see a connector handle in the center. If we wanted to use text objects in a connector network, the easiest way would be to put the text object on top of another object, then select them both and group them. And now we can attach connectors to the group. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to measure parts of our drawings using the measurement tool. The measurement tool is located down here in the toolbox, and it has the shortcut M. We use the measurement tool to measure objects in our drawing, but we can still use it without any objects. So let's activate it and click and drag in the canvas, then release. So as you can see, we have this blue line that extends from the point where we first clicked to the point where we released. The measurement in gray is the distance of this line. We also have a red line that is horizontal by default and which also starts at the point we clicked, and is connected to the blue line by a red arc. The measurement in green on the arc is the angle between the two lines. And both measurements update in real time as we drag. If we continue holding the mouse down and hold Ctrl, then start dragging again, the red line will switch to the position where the blue line was when we first pressed Ctrl. If we hold Ctrl as we drag, it will restrict the angle to 15-degree increments. If we release the mouse, then click and drag one of these circular handles, which are referred to as knots in this tool, we can move that knot. If we shift-click one, we get this Modify Knot Position dialog, which tells us the exact position of the knot and lets us move it to a specific position. If we click while measurements are already displayed, it will keep the ending knot in the same position and move the starting knot to the position where we clicked. If we want to move both knots to different positions, we can just click and drag again. Alright, now let's create a few objects and see how we can measure them. Let's also create a text object. Now let's switch back to the measurement tool. As you can see, when we switch to another tool, the measurements disappear. But when we switch back to the measurement tool, it restores our previous measurements. Let's measure some objects by clicking and dragging over them. When the blue line intersects an object, we get these X's at the intersections. We're also told the distance between the X's. If the line intersects multiple objects, we get the distances between the objects, both from the closest points in the line and the farthest points. If we click and drag over a text object, we can get the width of each letter, as well as the distances between them. And we can hold Control as we measure if we want it to be perfectly horizontal. Also, with snapping enabled, we can snap the measurement tool to different parts of objects, like paths and cusp nodes. And if we hover over an object, next to our cursor we get some information about the object, including its length, position, and size. Length here is actually the distance around the object's path, so for the ellipse, its length is the circumference. Now let's look at some of the settings we have in the controls bar. First is font size. This just lets us set the size of the font used to display the measurements. The default for this is 10. Next is precision. With this, we can change the decimal precision of the measurements. Right now it's on 2 decimal points, and we can make it more or less precise. Next we have scale. This will show us what the measurements will be if we scaled everything by, for example, 200%. Now they're all twice the original numbers. And here we can change the units of the measurements. I'll put this back on 100%. Next we have 5 toggle buttons. If we turn on this first button, it will only measure objects we have selected. We currently don't have this object selected, so it isn't getting measured. However, if we switch to the Select tool and select it, then switch back to the Measurement tool, it will measure the object. And it won't measure any of the objects we don't have selected. Let's turn this back off. When this next button is toggled on, like it is by default, the knots will be ignored in the measurements. So at the moment we don't see the distance from here to here, and the distance down here is from the first X to the last X. If we turn this off, however, now the distance here is from the starting knot to the ending knot, and we can also see the measurements here and here. Let's turn this back on. For the next button, when it's toggled on, we see the measurements between items. That means the measurement here, here, and here. If we turn this off, now we can only see the one long measurement from the first intersection to the last intersection. The next button lets us see measurements between hidden intersections. Hidden intersections refer to points where overlapping objects intersect. So if we make this object overlap this one, then switch back to the measurement tool, right now we can see this measurement from this hidden intersection to here. But if we toggle this button off, now that part doesn't get measured. The next button allows us to measure objects in all layers. So if we had more layers with objects in them, we would be able to measure all the objects in all the layers together. If we turned this off, we would only be able to measure objects in the current layer. Next, we have these 5 buttons we can click. The first button reverses the positions of the knots. This also subtracts the angle by 180 degrees. The next button creates what's called a phantom measure, which is a temporary copy of the measurements. If we click this, the measurements become more transparent to show that it's a phantom measure, and now we can do another measurement to compare the two. Clicking the button again will turn the current measurements into a phantom measure, replacing the old one. To get rid of the phantom measure completely, We can switch to another tool, then switch back to the measurement tool. This next button will create guides using the measurements. If you can't see them, you might have to go to the View menu and check Guides. The start, end, and crossing guides have all been labeled here. Now we can create some more objects between these guides if we wanted to. And like with normal guides, we can move them around and remove them by dragging them off the canvas. Let's remove them all by going to Edit, Delete All Guides. And let's switch back to the measurement tool. If we click the next button, it would change all of these lines of measurements into a group of objects. We can change the text color by selecting the group, then clicking a color in the palette. However, this also changes the color of this object at the arc. So if we wanted, we can enter the group and turn off the color of this. And we can get out of this group and move it around. Back in the measurement tool, this last button will create what's called a global measurement line, which is this path going from the starting knot to the ending knot. We also get this text object, which tells us the length of the line. Let's delete both of these. Back in the measurement tool, over here we can change the offset of the global measure line, which is the space between it and a blue line of the measurement tool. And we can make more than one if we wanted. The default for the offset is 5. Okay, so that's how we use the measurement tool to measure our drawings. In this video, we're going to talk about both the Object Properties dialog and the Objects dialog. First, let's create some objects. To dock the Object Properties dialog, we can either right-click an object and choose Object Properties, or we can go to Object, Object Properties. Now we have the Object Properties dialog over here. The first thing we see here is the selected object's ID. An object is automatically assigned an ID by Inkscape when we create it, and is usually some descriptive word, like path or rect, followed by a random number. For the most part, you probably won't need to change an object's ID. However, it can be useful if you have a drawing with many different parts, especially if you plan to look at the document's XML code. Next, an object's label, by default, is the same as its ID, except with a hashtag in front. This label field will be useful when we talk about the Objects dialog. And we can also give an object a title and description. This might be useful if we are planning to give functions to our objects, such as making them clickable buttons, and use them on a website or something. Down here, we can hide the object and we can lock the object. If we lock the object, then deselect it, now we can't select it again. So we can't get to its properties and unlock it now. One way to unlock it is to right-click and choose Unlock Objects below. And this will actually unlock all locked objects that are at the position where we right-clicked. Similarly, we can select one or more objects, right-click in the canvas, and we can choose either Lock Selected Objects or Hide Selected Objects. If we hide the selected objects and deselect them, now we can't see where they are. If we have an idea where they are, we can right-click over them and choose Unhide Objects below. This will unhide all hidden objects located at that position. Also, the Unhide Objects Below option is only available if there are actually hidden objects below the cursor. So if we hid this once again and forgot where it was, we could keep right-clicking in different places until the Unhide option became available. However, a better way would be to use the Objects dialog, as we will see in a minute. Next in the Object Properties dialog, we have Preserve Ratio. This is actually only used with images, so let's import an image. I'll use the image of watermelon again, but you can use any image. For image objects, Preserve Ratio is off by default. And this means that when we resize the image, the aspect ratio isn't preserved, so the image will become distorted. However, if we turn this on and scale the image, the aspect ratio will be preserved. Also with image objects, we have this extra setting up here, Image Rendering. I haven't seen any need to change this, but you might find some use out of it. If we hover over the box here, we can see what the different options do. At the bottom of the Object Properties dialog, we have this Set button. This is used to apply to the object any changes we made in the text boxes. For ID, label, and title, we can just type something and press enter to apply the changes. But for description, pressing enter will just move down a line, so we need to press set to apply it to the object. Finally, we have this interactivity section that we can open. With this, we can add functions to the object to make it interactive on a website, such as giving it something to do when it's clicked, or when the user hovers a mouse over it, etc. Another thing we can do with objects is turn them into clickable links. We do this by right-clicking the object and choosing Create Link. This docks an Object Attributes dialog, where we can type in the href, target, etc. for the link. And this object is now actually a link group, as we can see in the status bar. If we switch back to the Object Properties dialog, we can see that the ID has an A in front of it. If we double-click the group to enter it, we can edit the original object. If we exit the group and select the link group again, when we right-click it, we have some new options. First, Link Properties will just dock the Object Attributes dialog again so we can edit the link. We can go ahead and close this out. Next, if we added a link address to the object, clicking Follow Link would take us to it. And Remove Link will remove the link from the object. Alright, let's close out Object Properties and open up the Objects dialog, which we can get to under Object, Objects. The Objects dialog looks pretty similar to the Layers dialog, except instead of just seeing layers, we see all the objects in the layers as well. And we can collapse this if we want. On the left, we can toggle the visibility and lock of entire layers and individual objects. This comes in handy for times when we hide an object and later want to unhide it, but we can't remember its location. We can bring up the Objects dialog and unhide it here. We can also select multiple objects in the list by selecting one, then holding Ctrl to select others. Clicking an item again while holding Ctrl will remove it from the selection. And holding Shift and clicking an item will select all of the items in between as well. In the next column, we can see the type of the items. Each type of item has a different icon. This one is for layers, and these are for objects. This will also show groups. So if we group these two objects, for example, now we have this group here. And we can open this to see the objects inside the group. The next column here will tell us whether or not the object is being clipped or masked. So if we move this object over here and put it on top of this one, then select them both, right-click and set clip. Now it lets us know here that the object is either clipped or masked. Next is what color of an outline to use when we hover over an item with the node tool. The default is red, so if we switch to the node tool and hover over an object, we briefly see a red outline around the shape. We can change the color of this here, for example to blue. We also have to raise the alpha channel up. Now the highlight outline of this object is blue. The last column is label. This just shows us the labels of the items. We saw that for objects we can change the label in the Object Properties dialog. We can also change the label of an item here by double-clicking the label and typing something else. At the bottom here we have some buttons. The first one is for adding layers. Let's go ahead and add a new layer. Now we have two layers in the stack. And this actually created the layer as a sublayer of layer 1, so I will move it out. Let's add a couple objects to it. This next button will remove selected objects. This button over here will collapse everything in the stack except for the current layer. And these last four buttons let us move things up and down in the stack. Down here we have blend mode, blur, and opacity. We can use these for entire layers or for individual objects. If we right-click an item in the list, we can see some more options, such as renaming and adding layers, hiding and locking layers, moving things, and grouping things. Here we have options for setting and releasing clips. So if we select this clipped object, right-click it in here and choose Release, it will release the clip. The next set and release are for masking. And finally, we can duplicate and delete items. Okay, so that's how we can change object properties and use the Objects dialog. We can go ahead and close this out, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the Transform dialog for more precise transformations of objects. First, let's create a couple objects. To dock the transform dialog, go to Object, Transform, down here near the bottom. As you can see, we have tabs in here for all the different ways of transforming objects, including moving, scaling, rotating, and skewing. And we also have a Matrix tab. First, in the Move tab, we can either move selected objects by precise amount or to a precise location. If the Relative Move option is checked, typing some numbers in here and pressing Enter or clicking the Apply button will move the selected objects by that amount. So it was moved to the right by 100 millimeters and down by 100 millimeters. If we uncheck Relative Move, these values become the position of the top left corner of the selection box. So this point here, or if we select this object as well, it will now use this point. If we set these to, for example, 0, 0 and press Enter, the selection moves so that its top left corner is at 0, 0, which is the top left corner of the page. Let's turn this back on. This option here actually applies to all of the tabs, and if it's checked, the transformations will be applied to each selected object separately. When moving objects, this is useful for spacing them out evenly. To see this, let's make a couple duplicates of this object, and let's move both duplicates to the right and snap them all together. And let's select them all. Now if we set the horizontal displacement value to something like 100 millimeters, leave this unchecked, and click Apply, all three objects move together by 100 millimeters. However, if we undo that, check this, then click Apply, the leftmost object moves to the right by 100 millimeters, the middle object moves by 200 millimeters, and the rightmost object moves by 300 millimeters. So now there's exactly 100 millimeters between each of these objects. Okay, let's uncheck this again, and let's click this Clear button, which will reset all of the values of the current tab. Now let's move to the Scale tab. In the Scale tab, we can either scale the selected objects by a certain percentage, or we can change the width and height to a specific number of centimeters, pixels, etc. If we check the Scale Proportionally option, the values here will be locked, so that if we change one, the other changes as well. Let's turn that back off. Also, if we select only one object and click Apply, it will scale relative to the center of its bounding box. However, if we select more than one object and click Apply, they will all scale relative to the center of the selection box. And that's actually only because this option is unchecked. If we try it with this option checked, each object scales relative to the center of its own bounding box. Let's uncheck this and click Clear again. Next, in the Rotate tab, we can rotate the objects by a certain number of degrees, radians, etc. And we can choose whether to rotate them counterclockwise or clockwise. If we set this to, for example, 30 degrees and click Apply, the objects will rotate relative to the rotation center of the selection box, which is this crosshair here. We can of course change the position of this if we want. However, if we undo all of that and check this, clicking Apply will rotate each object relative to its own rotation center. We could also change each object's rotation center if we wanted to. Let's undo that, uncheck this, and reset the value. In the Skew tab, we can skew objects by a certain number of degrees, pixels, percentage, etc. And like with the Rotate tab, this works relative to the selection box's rotation center, or with this checked, relative to each object's rotation center. Okay, let's reset all of this again. And finally, we have the Matrix tab. With the Matrix tab, we can apply transformation matrices to objects. To understand how this works, you would have to read up on transformation matrices, and they're a bit too complicated to explain here. But basically, these first four values, A, B, C, and D, are used for scaling, rotating, and skewing. And E and F are for translating. If this Edit Current Matrix option here is unchecked, the matrix we enter here will post-multiply the object's existing transformation matrix, so we can do it multiple times. If this is checked, however, it will replace the object's transformation matrix with this one, so we can only do it once. And again, we can choose whether or not to apply this to each object separately. Okay, so that's how we can use the transform dialog to transform objects. If you don't already know about transformation matrices, I encourage you to learn about them and give this a try. But for now, we can go ahead and close out this dialog, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to arrange objects using the Arrange dialog. First, let's create some objects. I'll just stamp this one a few times with the spacebar. To open the Arrange dialog, let's go to Objects, Arrange at the bottom. So we already learned a lot of ways to arrange objects using the Align and Distribute dialog, but with the Arrange dialog, we can arrange objects in a rectangular grid or around polar coordinates. In the Rectangular Grid tab, we have values for the number of rows and columns for the grid. If we select all of these objects, the values here change to give us enough rows and columns to include all of the selected objects. As we change one of these, the other will change as well to ensure that all objects will be included. Let's go ahead and click Arrange to see what we get. Alright, so now my objects are arranged in a grid with 2 rows and 4 columns. Under rows, we have an option called Equal Height, and under columns, we have one called Equal Width. With Equal Height checked, all the rows will be the height of the object with the largest height, and with Equal Width checked, all the columns will be the width of the object with the largest width. At the moment, all of the objects are the same size, so let's undo the arranging, and let's change the size of some of these. That should be good. Let's select them all again and click Arrange. So now all the rows are the height of this tallest object, and all the columns are the width of this widest object. However, if we uncheck Equal Height and click Arrange, now each row is the height of the tallest object in that particular row. Similarly, if we uncheck Equal Width, arranging them will make each column the width of the widest object in that column. Let's check these again, and let's click Arrange again. Next, we have Alignment. With this, we can change the alignment of the objects in the cells of the grid. By default, this is set to the center, so the objects are all centered in their cells. We can change this to something else, such as the top left corner, center right, etc. Let's set this back to the center. Finally, we can choose whether we want to fit the grid into the selection box or to space the rows and columns by a certain amount. By default, this is on set spacing with 15 pixels of spacing between columns and 15 pixels of spacing between rows, which gives us the extra spacing between the objects. We can set these to something else for more or less spacing. I'll set them back to 15. If we spread these objects out some, select them all, choose Fit into Selection Box, and click Arrange. Now the objects are spaced so that the grid fills up the entire selection box. Alright, let's set this back to set spacing and move over to the Polar Coordinates tab. The Polar Coordinates tab lets us arrange objects around a circle, ellipse, or arc. So first, let's create one. I'll go with a circle. And let's lower the opacity of it so we can see everything. Now let's select all of the objects. And back in the Arrange dialog, let's click Arrange to see what it gives us. Okay, so now all of the rectangles are being wrapped around the circle. At the top here, we can choose what to use as the anchor point for the objects. By default, the anchor point is the center of the object's bounding boxes. We can set it to other points in the bounding boxes as well. I'll put it back on the center. And let's undo all of the arranging. Another option is to set the anchor point to the object's rotational centers. With rectangles, this is by default pretty much the same as using the center of the bounding boxes. However, if we undo that, we can change the rotational centers of some of these. Select everything again and click Arrange. Now it uses the new rotational centers of those objects. Let's undo all of that again, and let's set this back to Objects Bounding Boxes. Next, we have Arrange On. The first two options, first selected circle, ellipse, or arc, and last selected circle, ellipse, or arc, are useful for when we have multiple circles, ellipses, or arcs. So if we create an ellipse here, and let's raise the opacity. Then select everything and click Arrange. The rectangles and the ellipse are all arranged around the circle. This is because it was the first selected circle, ellipse, or arc. If we undo and choose last selected, now they all arrange around the ellipse. The parameterized option here lets us arrange all the objects around an imaginary circle, ellipse, or arc. We can set the center, the x and y coordinates of the radius, and the starting and ending angles. If we click Arrange right now, the objects arrange around a circle with a radius of 100 pixels and centered at 0, 0 here. We can play around with these values for different results. Let's undo all of that and put this back on first selected. Finally, we have Rotate Objects. When this is checked, as it is by default, the objects will rotate when arranged around the circle. If it's unchecked, they won't rotate. Okay, so that's about it for the Arrange dialog. I'll check this again and close out the dialog, and I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to modify and create patterns that can be used for the fill and stroke of objects. As we learned in the video on the fill and stroke dialog, if we create an object and go to the fill and stroke dialog, we can give the object a pattern fill and/or a pattern stroke by clicking this button here. The same button is in the Stroke Paint tab as well. Let's give this object a fill pattern. This gives the object the default fill pattern of stripes 1 to 1. If we drop down this box, we have a lot of pattern options we can choose from. If we wanted to transform an object's pattern, we can use the Node tool or a Shape tool if the object is a shape object. Now we can see these handles at the top left corner of the page. We can transform the pattern with these handles. The square handle lets us scale the pattern. The circular one lets us rotate the pattern. Holding Control snaps the angle. Holding Control while dragging the square handle will scale the width and height uniformly. And finally, the X is the translation handle, which lets us move the pattern. Holding Control will restrict the movement. To see what object or objects are being used to create this pattern, we can go to Object, Pattern, Pattern to Objects. So the stripes 1 to 1 pattern is created with just a black rectangle. Also, as you can see, this deletes the object that had the pattern. We can delete this now. And we can do this with some other patterns to see what objects they use. Like this camouflage pattern. This uses a group of objects, which we can enter. Alright, let's get out of this group and delete it. And let's see how we can create our own patterns. To create a pattern, we first create one or more objects. And we can group them or just select them. Then go to Object, Pattern, Objects to Pattern. Now it doesn't appear that anything has changed, but this has actually been converted to a rectangle with the objects we had selected being used as the fill pattern. The pattern has been given a name and placed inside here. If we switch to the Node tool or Shape tool, we can transform the pattern with these handles the same way as with built-in patterns. These handles here are for the new rectangle object that got created. Let's delete this object and create another one. Let's give it a pattern fill. As you can see, the pattern is still available here. However, a bug in my version of Inkscape causes the pattern objects to be much larger than the original objects were, so we can switch to the node tool and shrink it some. Next, let's try to create a stripe-like pattern. As we saw earlier, when we convert the stripes one-to-one pattern to objects, which we can do with the shortcut Shift-Alt-I, all we get is this small black rectangle. We can give this another color if we want. Let's try converting it back to a pattern with Alt-I. Now let's create another object and give it this new pattern. As you can see, the object just appears to be filled with a solid color. This is because the object here that we turn into a pattern is just being repeated over and over with no space between. What it didn't show us when we converted the stripes one-to-one pattern into objects is that the code for the pattern was edited to add empty space between each repetition, giving us the striped effect. But we can actually do this easily ourselves by using a second rectangle and turning off its fill and stroke. So let's give this a try. And first I'm going to shrink this rectangle down a bit in order to compensate for the bug that increases the size of the pattern objects. If the bug has been fixed in your version of Inkscape, you won't have to do this. Also, this is currently using the pattern we created, so let's give it a flat fill color. Alright, now let's duplicate this with Ctrl D and drag the duplicate over. And I have snapping to cusp nodes enabled, so I'm able to snap these together. Now let's turn off the fill. In being careful not to deselect this object, let's hold Shift and select the other object as well. Now let's convert them to a pattern with Alt-I. Okay, so we have this new pattern here. Let's select this bigger object and give it the same pattern. Now we have a one-to-one striped pattern. Okay, so that's how we can create patterns in Inkscape. And don't forget we can do this with a stroke as well. I encourage you to now go do the patterns and see how they work, and to try to replicate them and create your own. And one more thing before we go. If we use the node tool or a shape tool to transform an object with a pattern, the pattern stays at the same position and size and just repeats more or less in order to fill up the whole object. However, if we use the select tool to transform the object, the pattern transforms as well. This is actually because we have this button at the end of the controls bar toggled on. We saw this briefly in the video about the fill and stroke dialog. If we turn the button off, now the pattern won't transform with the object. It seems like it does until we let go of the mouse, then it goes back to the way it was. Okay, I'll turn this back on and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how we can vectorize bitmaps by tracing them with the Trace Bitmap dialog. To start, let's import an image to trace. I'll import the image of a kingfisher that we used earlier in the course, when we learned how to trace images with the pen tool. You can use this image as well to follow along, or you can use your own image. However, this works best with images that have high contrast, so keep that in mind. Alright, to dock the Trace Bitmap dialog, we can either right-click the image and select Trace Bitmap, or we can go to Path, Trace Bitmap. And now we see it over here on the right. At the top of the dialog, we have three tabs: Trace Bitmap, Pixel Art, and Help, where you can read about how to use the dialog. In this video, we'll be going over the Trace Bitmap tab, and we'll go over the Pixel Art tab in the next video. So the first setting we have is to select whether we want to do a single scan or multiple scans. Single scan will create one path object. Multiple scans will create a group of path objects. We actually have to do multiple scans if we want to vectorize the colors of the image, but for now we'll just leave it on single scan. Next, we have different modes that we can use for tracing the image. We will discuss each one, but for now, what brightness cutoff does is it encloses a path around areas of the image that are darker than this brightness threshold value. If we want to see what the result of the trace will look like, we can click this update button, and now we get a preview here. If you don't see a preview, make sure you have the image selected. If we like what we see in the preview, we can click apply, then give it a few seconds, and now we have this new object that was created by tracing the image. And this is all one path object, so we can perform path operations and other things on it. I don't recommend using the node tool on this right now though, because there are a ton of nodes here and it might lock up Inkscape. But we can simplify the path with Ctrl L a few times if we wanted to. Alright, we can go ahead and delete this and select the image again. If we increase the brightness threshold and click Update, we start to get more of the background in the tracing. Decreasing it will result in a smaller tracing area. The default for this is 0.450. And we can easily reset all of the settings here by clicking the Revert button. Another thing we can do is invert the image. For this image, we will get a tracing of the background with the bird cut out. Let's turn that back off. Now let's move on to the next mode, Edge Detection. Edge Detection will create paths to separate areas that have changes in brightness which exceed this edge threshold value. This is good for trying to create outlines around areas of the image. Let's click Apply to see this better. Let's select the image again and try increasing and decreasing the threshold to see what results we get. This is the result of increasing the threshold. And this is the result of decreasing it. And again, we can invert this if we want. Okay, let's revert these settings and move on to the next mode, which is color quantization. This mode will use paths to separate the image into the number of colors we put here. The default and maximum is 64, which will give us a result like this. If we set this to a smaller number, like 10, it will use fewer colors to separate the image. Here's what it will look like inverted. Okay, let's click Revert. Next we have Auto Trace. These first three modes use an algorithm called ProTrace, and these last two modes use a different algorithm called Auto Trace. Auto Trace mode gives us a similar result to the brightness cutoff mode. However, with the two modes that use the Auto Trace algorithm, we can't see a preview. So we have to click Apply to see the result. This mode also gives the object a fill with a color similar to what's in the traced area of the image. We have some settings here that we can change, but they don't seem to do much with this image. Finally, we have center line tracing. This mode will attempt to create line artwork using the image. This mode and the edge detection mode work much better if the image is a line drawing, such as a sketch that we've scanned or created in raster image software. Okay, let's revert again and let's see what we have under multiple scans. For multiple scans, we have 4 modes to choose from. First, brightness steps will scan through the image and separate it into brightness levels, and it will create a path object for each brightness level. The number of path objects it will create will be whatever value we set in scans here, and the resulting object will be a group of all of the path objects. The higher the scans, the more accurate the result. Let's click Apply and see what we get. This will take longer than single scanning, as this is tracing the image multiple times. If it seems to be taking too long, we can click Stop here to stop the tracing at any time. Okay, here's the result. As you can see, this is much more detailed than single scanning. And this is a group of 8 objects, so we can enter the group and edit each path. We have some options we can turn on or off here, and these actually apply to all of the multiple scan modes. Smooth here will apply a Gaussian blur to the image before tracing, resulting in a smoother tracing. With Stack checked, each path object will actually include the areas of all of the path objects above it. We can see this if we move some of these objects off each other. The topmost object covers the least amount of area, and as we get closer to the back, the paths take up more area. The advantage of this is that it prevents holes from appearing between the paths. But if we delete this, then try it with Stack unchecked, now we have an object with more gaps in the paths, making it more transparent. Let's delete this and select the image, and let's check Stack again. Finally, remove background or remove the path object that contains the brightest areas of the image. This would be good for images with a white background, as it will automatically remove it, saving us the trouble of doing it ourselves. For images with dark or multi-valued backgrounds like this one, however, it's not very useful, unless you want to remove the brightest parts of the image. Okay, let's look at the other modes now. Colors will separate the image by color. With this mode, we can actually get colors in the tracings. Next is grays. This mode is similar to the colors mode, but the resulting tracings will be in grayscale. The last mode is auto trace. This gives us a similar result to the brightness steps mode, but it uses the auto trace algorithm and is much slower. It actually froze Inkscape the last time I tried it, so I won't try it here. At the bottom here, we have these three options that apply to single scans and multiple scans. First, with speckles turned on, the tracing will ignore small spots in the image up to this many pixels. I tried changing this setting, but this image doesn't have many speckles, so I couldn't see any differences. Smooth corners will smooth out sharp corners of the trace. This image doesn't have many sharp corners, so I wasn't able to see any differences with changing this setting either. And Optimize will attempt to optimize the paths by joining adjacent Bezier curve segments. This isn't really visible in the trace, but we'll try to give us fewer nodes in the path. I invite you to use different images and play around with these, as well as everything else in the dialog. Finally, we have this SIOX option in the preview area. With this, we can draw an object over what we want to be the foreground area of the image, and the tracing will attempt to exclude everything that is different from that area. This is a good way to get a vectorized version of a specific item in the image, as long as there is a lot of contrast between it and the rest of the image. To do this, we first draw a path over the area we want, for example the bird. And the path doesn't have to be perfect. We do, however, have to give the path a fill in order for this to work correctly. Now we select the path and the image, then check SIOX, and for this we can choose any mode in either single scan or multiple scans. I'll go with colors. Now let's click Apply. If we move the path out of the way, we can see the result. And this actually gave a white background to the tracing. So if we undo all of that, then select the objects again and check Remove Background first. Now we get a vectorized version of just the bird. Alright, so that's how we trace bitmaps. We can go ahead and click Revert to reset everything, and in the next video we'll go over the Pixel Art tab. In this video, we're going to continue learning about the Trace Bitmap dialog by using it to vectorize pixel art. If you don't still have the Trace Bitmap dialog docked from the previous video, you can get to it by going to Path, Trace Bitmap. Okay, for this video, I'm going to import a pixel art image of a heart. I've included this image as a downloadable resource for this video, but you can also use your own pixel art. However, be careful not to use anything too large or detailed, because the tracing can create up to one path per pixel. So if the image is too complicated, it might lock up Inkscape. Alright, let's make sure we have the image selected and that we're on the Pixel Art tab over here. Before we talk about the settings, let's go ahead and click Apply. Now we have a vectorized version of the pixel art. And as you can see in the status bar, this is a group of 1024 objects. The image of the heart is 32 pixels by 32 pixels, so the tracing created a path object for every single pixel. This is why we should stick with small, simple pixel art for this. Let's select the image again and look at the settings. First, we have a group of settings under heuristics. These are pretty complicated to explain, and to really understand them, you would need to read up on the algorithm the tracing uses, which is called libdepixelize. But basically, these settings are used to try to get a more optimized result. I couldn't really see any differences after changing these for this image, but I invite you to try them out yourself, on this image as well as others. Down here we have two options for output. The default is Voronoi, which gives us the paths for each pixel. B-splines takes it a step further and converts the paths to Bezier curves. This gives us a smoother result. And now we have a group of 189 objects instead of 1024. This output is a bit slower though. Okay, so that's it for the Trace Bitmap dialog. We can go ahead and set this back to the default and close out the dialog, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to add path effects to objects using the Path Effects dialog. First, let's use the pen tool to create a path that we can add path effects to. To open the Path Effects dialog, we go to Path, Path Effects. And now we have it docked over here. If we had any path effects added to the selected path, they would show up in this area here. To add a path effect, we click this plus button down here. This brings up the Live Path Effects Selector dialog, which shows us all of the path effects we can add. If we click the arrow under one of the effects, we get these three icons. If we hover over the first one, we can read about what the effect does. Clicking the second one lets us add the effect to our favorites, and clicking the third one will add the effect to the selected path. At the top of the dialog, we can search for a particular path effect, we can change how they are displayed in the dialog, we can view our favorites, and we can show effects that are still in the experimental stage. The experimental path effects are listed here with bomb icons. We won't be going over these in this course because they're likely to change in the future, so we can go ahead and hide them again. We've actually already used a few path effects throughout the course. This includes B-spline here and spiral spline down here. We saw both of these as modes for the pen and pencil tools. We also briefly saw power clip and power mask, which can be used to do inverse clipping and masking. However, the Path Effects dialog provides us with a few more things we can do with all of these effects. So let's go over these four again in this video, and in the next few videos, we'll go over some of the other effects. Let's start with the B-spline path effect. To add the effect to the selected path, we can either click this check mark button or we can just click the effects icon. And now it has been added to the path, as we can see in this list. If we click the eye icon next to it, we can toggle the effect on and off. Down here we can add another effect, and we can remove the selected effect. In the path menu, we also have this remove path effects option. However, this one will actually remove all path effects from the selected objects, so keep that in mind. If we had more than one path effect added to the selected path, we can move them up and down with these buttons. Changing the order of the path effects will usually give us different results. If we switch to the node tool, we can see the original path in blue, which is referred to as the skeleton path, and we can modify it if we want. We also have a couple buttons related to path effects in the controls bar. For this one, some path effects, as we will see later, allow us to edit certain parameters on the canvas. With this button, we can show the next editable parameter. The B-spline path effect doesn't have parameters that can be edited on canvas, so this has no effect. Toggling on this last button will make it so the skeleton path is always shown when the path is selected, and the outline will be displayed in red. If this is turned off, sometimes the skeleton path or parts of it won't be displayed here in blue, so we could use this button to always show the whole thing, but we can leave it off for now. Now let's look at some of the parameters we can edit here in the Path Effects dialog. First, we can switch between making all of the nodes cusp nodes by clicking Make Cusp, or smooth nodes by clicking Default Weight. With the next parameter, we can set the weight percentage ourselves. The default is 33.3333%. Increasing the weight will decrease the curvature, and decreasing the weight will increase the curvature. Setting it to 0% will turn the nodes into cusp nodes. I'll set it back to the default. We can also change the curvature at a specific node by selecting the node, then holding Shift and dragging one of its handles up and down. If we hold Control instead of Shift, we can do the same, but it will snap to certain distances on the segment. And this next parameter, Steps with Control, determines how many steps we can move a node's handle when holding Control before it reaches the end of the segment. By default it's 2, so when we hold Control and drag this handle, we can move it twice before it snaps to the end. If we change it to 4, for example, we can move it 4 steps before it reaches the end. Next is helper size. If we set this to something higher than 0, we can see these circles along the curves of the path. These are called helpers, but I'm not sure exactly what their purpose is. If you're more familiar with B-spline curves than I am, you might find some use for these. Next, we have 3 check boxes for deciding how to apply the changes we make here. The first one lets us apply changes to nodes with weights that are equal to 0%. This means cusp nodes, so if we turn these into cusp nodes, we can change their weights here. However, if we turn this option off, now we can't change the nodes. The next option lets us apply changes to smooth nodes, which have a weight greater than 0%. So if we turn this option back on and change the nodes into smooth nodes, right now we can change their weight here. If we turn this option off, however, we can't change them anymore. Let's turn this back on. And the third option lets us choose whether to only apply the changes to selected nodes. So if we check this one, we can select one or more nodes and change them to cusp nodes or smooth nodes, for example. Finally, we have the option to change the default parameters. If we drop this down, we can see labels for all the parameters in the dialog. Each one has this information icon that we can hover over to get information about the parameter, including its current default. If we click a parameter set button, it will replace the parameter's default with whatever we have entered up here. Then, whenever we apply the path effect to another path, it will use the new default for that parameter. We also have unset buttons to restore the parameters back to the original defaults. Alright, now let's move on to the spiral spline path effect. For this, let's activate the pen tool and switch to the spiral path mode, and let's draw a path. And this will automatically add the spiral spline path effect to the path, as we can see here. We also could have done this for the B-spline path. If we go to the node tool, we can see that, unlike with B-splines, the skeleton path isn't shown here in blue. This is where toggling on this button becomes useful. And with no parameters, that's pretty much it for the spiral spline effect. It's a nice and simple one. Another thing we can do with path effects is copy and paste the path effects from one path onto another path. So if we wanted this path to have this other path's B-spline path effect, we can select the other path, press Ctrl+C to copy it, then select this path again, and go to Path, Paste Path Effect. Now this path has a spiral spline effect and a B-spline effect added to it. And as you can see, this also copies over the parameters from the other path. And we can edit them for this path if we wanted to. We can also turn each path effect on or off, and we can move them up and down in the stack, which will change the result. And if we go to Path, Object to Path, it will flatten the path effects, meaning it will replace the original path with the resulting path created by the path effects. And now we can edit the nodes like with a normal path. Okay, we can go ahead and delete these paths. And let's now create a couple shapes to use for clipping. Let's select them both. Now if we look here in the Path Effects dialog, the button to add path effects is disabled. This is because we can actually only add path effects to a single object or a single group of objects at a time. If we want to add the Power Clip path effect to these, our options are either to go straight to Object, Clip, Set Inverse, or to first just choose Set. And now the Add button is enabled here, so we can click it and add the Power Clip effect. As you can see here, the inverse clip parameter is by default set to true, so the clipping is automatically inverted. And we can turn it off for normal clipping if we want. For this next parameter, Flatten Clip, if we give this object a stroke right now, when Flatten Clip is turned off, there will be no stroke around the clipped out part. We can see this for normal clipping as well. If we turn on Flatten Clip, however, we get a stroke around that area. And here's the result with Inverse Clip turned on. This info box here tells us that if we don't get the same flattened result after converting this to paths, then we need to make sure that in the Fill tab of the Fill and Stroke dialog, we have this Even Odd option selected. Alright, and finally we can hide and show the clip. Now let's move on to the Power Mask path effect. For this, I will use the same grayscale mountain image I used in the video about masking objects. Let's create an object here. Then move it below by pressing the page down key, and let's select them both and go to Object, Mask, Set Inverse. Now we have the Power Mask effect added. So this might be different if you're using a later version of Inkscape, but in my version, Invert Mask here is by default set to false. This is why the mask doesn't get inverted straight away, as I mentioned in the video about masking objects. So we can turn this on now to invert it. Now the darker shades in the mask are the most opaque, and the brighter shades are the most transparent. Next, we have the option to hide and show the mask. And finally, we have the option to add a background color to the mask. This is actually only visible if the object we use as a mask isn't fully opaque. So first, let's right-click this and release the mask. And let's select just the image and decrease its opacity a bit. Now let's select them both again and go to Object, Mask, Set Inverse. Now back in the Path Effects dialog, we can see the difference when we turn the background off and on. With it on, it makes the object a bit more opaque. We can also change the color of the background. Okay, so that's how we add path effects to objects. In the following few videos, we'll discuss some of the other available path effects. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the Attach Path effect. And if you don't still have the Path Effects dialog open from the previous video, you can dock it by going to Path Effects. What Attach Path does is it allows us to attach the ends of a path to different parts of one or two other paths. So first, let's create 3 paths. And let me switch this back to the Bezier mode. Now let's select the top path to use as the main path, then click the Add button in the Path Effects dialog and click Attach Path. The Attach Path effect is now added to the path, but the path isn't yet attached to any other paths. To attach it to another path, we need to select the other path, then copy it into our clipboard, which I would do with Ctrl-C. Then we select the main path again, and in the Path Effects dialog under Start Path, we click this button that says Link to Path in Clipboard. This creates a new path called a Start Path, connecting the starting node of the main path to the starting node of the other path. We also have this button here that will select the other path. And if we move the path around, the Start Path will stay connected. For the main path, the Start Path will update after we release the mouse. Next in the Path Effects dialog, we can change some parameters of the Start Path. First, we can change its position. This will change where the Start Path attaches to the other path. Next, we can change the angle and distance of the Start Path's starting curve and ending curve. The starting curve is at this point, and we need to zoom in a bit because changing these parameters has a very subtle effect. We can do the same with the ending curve down here. We can actually also change the angle of the ending curve by switching to the Node tool and dragging this handle around. And this handle here lets us change the Start Path's position. Next in the Path Effects dialog, we have End Path. This is similar to Start Path, but this one will create an end path, which will connect the ending node of the main path to another path. We still have this path here copied into our clipboard, so if we click this button, we now get an end path from the ending node of the main path, and which, by default, connects to the starting node of the other path. We can now change all of the same parameters for the end path as for the start path, such as its position. And we also have these handles here for changing the angle of the ending curve and the end path's position. And finally, we can attach the main path to 2 paths. We do this by selecting the third path, copying it into the clipboard, then selecting the main path again and clicking one of the link buttons. Now we have 3 paths attached together. Okay, so that's how to use the Attach Path effect. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the Bend Path effect. The Bend Path effect lets us bend an object along the curvature of a path. So to get started, let's create an object. I'll go with a star. Now in the Path Effects dialog, let's click the Add button, then click Bend to add it to the object. The first thing we have in the dialog are these options under Bend Path. If we click the first button, it switches us to the Node tool and shows us this green line through the middle of the object. This is called the control path, and we can drag its nodes around to stretch and rotate the object. We can also click and drag the control path to change its curve. This is where the name bend comes in, because the object bends along the curve of the control path. And we can actually do pretty much all the same things with the control path as for a normal path, such as double-clicking it to add nodes and changing the node types. This handle coming off the control path down here is called the width knot, and it lets us change the width of the control path. This stretches out the object vertically. We can change the control path's width in the Path Effects dialog as well. We can also still manipulate the handles of the object to change its shape, either with the node tool or the shape tool if it's a shape object. One thing to note, however, is that if we change to another tool, then switch back to the node tool, we can only see the shape handles and the width knot. If we want to see and edit the control path's nodes, we have to either click this button again in the Path Effects dialog, or we can click this button here in the controls bar for the node tool. Now we can edit the control path on canvas again. This button is very handy for times when we might not have the Path Effects dialog open. Next in the Path Effects dialog under Bend Path, we have this Copy Path button. This will copy the control path into the clipboard, and we can then paste it on the canvas, which I would do with Ctrl V. Now we can see what the control path actually looks like. If we select the object again, we also have a Paste Path button here. With this, we can replace the object's control path information with the information of a path that is copied into the clipboard. So if we create a path with the Pen tool, select it and copy it, then select the object here again, clicking the Paste Path button will give us a control path that has curves and nodes similar to the copied path. Though we might have to edit the path a bit to make it look better with this object. The last button we have under Bend Path is Link to Path in Clipboard. This is similar to the Paste Path button, but this will actually link the object to the copied path. So because we still have this path copied in the clipboard, if we click the button now, the actual path becomes the object's control path. And because they're linked now, if we move the path, the object moves as well. And using the Node tool to edit the nodes of the path will also affect the shape of the object. And if we select the object again, we can change the width of it with the width knot. Next in the Path Effects dialog, we have these three checkboxes. This first one will scale the control path in units of its length. The next checkbox says Original Path is vertical. This rotates the object 90 degrees before bending it. I guess this helps to make the effect look better if we were using a vertical control path. And the final checkbox is just for hiding and showing the width knot. Okay, so that's how we use the Bend Path effect. And without knowing it, we actually already used this path effect before with the pen and pencil tools. For both tools, using the Bend from Clipboard Shape option actually applies the bend effect to the path. To see this, let's create another object and copy it into the clipboard. Now let's switch to the Pen tool, select the Bend from Clipboard Shape option, and draw a path. And there we go. We now have an object with a Bend Path effect. Alright, I'll set shape back to none, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll learn how to use the Clone Original Path effect. The Clone Original Path effect allows us to make an object behave like a clone of another object, in that it takes on the other object's attributes and properties. However, it also lets us control which attributes and properties to take on. To start, we need to create two objects. Let's give strokes to both objects. Now let's add the Clone Original Path effect to this object by clicking the Add button in the Path Effects dialog, then clicking Clone Original. Next, to turn this object into a clone of another object, we have to link it to the other object. To do this, we select the other object, copy it into the clipboard with Ctrl C, then select this object again and click this first button in the Path Effects dialog under Linked Item. Now the object is linked to the copied object, which is now referred to as the original object. And because it has a lower Z order, it has been placed under the original object. And like with normal clones, by default we are free to move the clone around and do things like scale it and rotate it. But if we scale or rotate the original object, the clone will scale or rotate accordingly. Also under linked item in the Path Effects dialog, we have this button that will select the original object. Next we have some options for shape. The default is with LPEs. With this option selected, the clone's shape will also be affected by any path effects that the original object has. The original object doesn't currently have any path effects applied to it, so as an example, let's add the bend path effect to it. Let's bend it by first clicking this button, then dragging the control path. As you can see, the clone bends as well. If we select the clone again, we also have a without LPEs option here, which will ignore the original object's path effects. Another option is no shape. This will ignore the original object's shape information, reverting the clone back to its original shape. And even if we modify the original object, such as by scaling it, it won't affect the clone. And finally, under shape, we have spiral or B-spline only. This will ignore all of the original object's path effects except for the spiral spline or B-spline path effects, if it had either of these. Let's set this back to with LPEs, and let's go ahead and remove the bend path effect from the original object. Next in the Path Effects dialog, we have these two boxes labeled Attributes and CSS Properties. With these, we can type in exactly what we want the clone to copy from the original object. An object's attributes refer to things like its position, size, and transform information. However, I've only been able to get this to work with the transform information. So if we type the word transform into this box, and either press enter or click this button, the clone copies all of the original object's transform information. This includes its translate information, so now we can't move the clone away from the original object. Let's hold Alt and click this object to select the clone again. To make it so we can move the clone again, we can just delete what's in this box and press enter. Now we can move the clone. An object's CSS properties refers to things like its fill color, stroke color, opacity, etc. And although the clone copied the original object's CSS properties when we first linked the objects together, if we change the original object's CSS properties, such as its colors right now, we can see that the clone isn't still copying them. But if we type, for example, fill into this box and press enter, now the clone will keep copying the original object's fill information. And we can actually put multiple items into these boxes. We just have to separate them with commas. So fill, comma, stroke will cause the clone to copy the original object's fill and stroke colors. We also have to make sure not to put any spaces in here, or it won't work correctly. Next, we have this checkbox labeled Allow Transforms. This being turned on is actually the only reason we've been able to freely transform the clone. If we turn this off, we won't be able to transform the clone at all. Let's all click the original object to get back to the clone, and let's turn this back on. Finally, we have this button that says No Shape Sync to Current. This basically just sets the shape to no shape, reverting the clone back to its original shape. Okay, so that's how we use the Clone Original Path effect. And if you recall from the video about cloning objects, we also briefly saw this path effect as an option in the Edit menu under Clone. So if we create another object, then go to Edit, Clone, Clone Original Path LPE, it creates a copy of the object and adds a Clone Original Path effect to the copy, then links it to the object. And by default, shape is set to spiral or B-spline only, and Allow Transforms is turned off, so we can't change the clone. But of course, we can always change the parameters if we want. Alright, that's it for the Clone Original Path effect, so I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will learn how to use the Construct Grid Path effect. The Construct Grid Path effect uses the first 3 nodes of a path to create a perspective grid. So to start, we just need to create a path with 3 nodes. We can use a path with more than 3 nodes, but the path effect will ignore all but the first 3 nodes, so there's really no point. Alright, now let's click the Add button in the Path Effects dialog, then click Construct Grid to add it to the path. So what this did is it created a grid with the center node of the path defining the origin, and the other two nodes defining the direction and length of the sides of each cell. It also by default created 5 cells in both the X direction and the Y direction. In the Path Effects dialog, we can change the number of cells in each direction. And if we switch to the Node tool, we can drag the 3 nodes around to change the perspective of the grid in any way we want. If we turn on snapping to path intersections in the Snap Controls bar, this grid would be useful for drawing a perspective like so. Okay, so that's how we can use the Construct Grid path effect. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the Corners Fillet/Chamfer path effect. The Corners path effect lets us create rounded corners, known as fillets, and beveled corners, known as chamfers. So to get started, let's go to the Pen tool and create a path with some corners. And let's go ahead and close it off. Now let's click the Add button in the Path Effects dialog and click Corners Fillet/Chamfer to add it to the path. Okay, so we have the path effect added to the path now, but before we can see any changes, we need to increase the radius parameter here in the Path Effects dialog. As we do so, the corners of the path all start to become rounded. The more we increase the radius, the more rounded the corners become. By default, the radius is in pixels, as we can see in the unit parameter. And we can change the units to something else if we wanted to. Changing the radius here by default affects all of the nodes of the path. But if we switch to the Node tool, at each node we get 2 green knots. If we drag one of the knots, we can change the radius at that corner. We can also move around the node itself. Next in the Path Effects dialog, we have the Method parameter. With this, we can change the method used to calculate the rounding of the corners. By default, it's on Auto, and the next option, Force Arc, seems to give the same result as Auto. The third option, Force Bezier, will use Bezier curves, which makes the corners a bit more angular. We might need to zoom in a bit to see this better. Force Arc makes the corners more circular. I'll set this back to Auto for now. The next parameter we have here is Chamfer Steps. For this to work, we need to switch to chamfer mode. By default, we're on fillet mode, which is why we get rounded corners. And to change the mode, we just click on one of these buttons at the bottom. So let's click the chamfer button to switch to chamfer mode. Now we have beveled corners, which are squared like they've been cut off. And just like with the fillet mode, we can change the radius to increase or decrease the effect, either in the Path Effects dialog or per node via the Node tool. With the Chamfer Steps parameter, we can change the number of steps used in the chamfer. This is basically the number of line segments used to connect the knots of the corners. If we set this to a high number, the corners start to appear rounded like in fillet mode. I'll put it back on 1. The other 2 mode buttons we have down here are Inverse Fillet and Inverse Chamfer. These will make the fillet or chamfer move inwards. Here's what the Inverse Fillet mode looks like. And we can change the radius of it. For Inverse Chamfer, we can only see the difference if we use more than one chamfer step. Let's go back to fillet mode for now. Next, we have a bunch of checkboxes here. If we turn on the first one, Radius and Percentage, the radius of the fillet or chamfer at each corner would be percentage of the length of the segments at that corner. And we actually need to change the radius first to get this to start working. This gives us a much more dramatic effect. Let's turn this back off and change the radius to update it. The next option is Use Knots Distance instead Radius. Turning this off will change the way the radius parameter is used. This causes some of the corners to change more rapidly than the others. Let's turn it back on. Next, we have 2 options for how to apply the changes. First, we can choose whether or not to apply changes to nodes with a corner radius equal to 0. This is turned on by default, so if we give one of the nodes a 0 radius by dragging its knots back to the node, changing the radius here will change the radius at that node. However, if we drag the knots back up again, then turn this option off before changing the radius, the changes won't be applied to that node. Let's turn it back on. The next option is basically the opposite, allowing changes to nodes in which the radius is greater than 0. Currently, all of the nodes have a radius greater than 0, except for this node that we changed. So if we turn this off, then type a new radius here and press enter, only the node that had a radius of 0 changes. And because the node now has a radius greater than 0, changing the radius now won't change it, or any of the other nodes. Let's return this back on. Now we can change all the nodes again. The next option here is change only selected nodes. If we turn this on and select one or more nodes with the node tool, now only the selected nodes will be affected by changing the parameters. And finally, we can hide the knots if we want to. There are also a few more things we can do with the node tool. First, if we hold Ctrl and click a knot, we can cycle through the different modes. If we hold Shift and click a knot, it brings up the Modify Fillet Chamfer dialog. In here, we can change the knot's distance, we can change the chamfer subdivisions at the knot, which is the same as chamfer steps, and we can change the mode. And finally, if we hold Ctrl and Alt and click a knot, it removes the fillet or chamfer. To get it back, we can just drag out the knots again. Alright, and that does it for the corners fillet chamfer path effects. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will learn how the envelope deformation path effect works. To get started, let's create an object. Now let's click the Add button in the Path Effects dialog, then click Envelope Deformation to add it to the object. And what this effect does is it allows us to create control paths on one or more sides of the object's bounding box. And if you recall from the video about the bend path effect, control paths allow us to bend an object and change its shape. So if we click this first button next to Top Bend Path, we get a control path along the top edge of the object's bounding box. It's a bit hard to see here, but it's a green line going across the top of the object. And now with the Node tool, we can click and drag the control path to bend the top of the object. And if we move the object's handles out of the way, we can also move the control path's nodes. We can bend the control path with its handles as well. Back in the Path Effects dialog, we can create a control path for the right side, the bottom, and the left side. Note, however, that we can only modify one of the control paths at a time, which is the one shown in green. The others are currently blue and we can't modify them. To modify one of these control paths again, we can either click its button in the Path Effects dialog again, or we can cycle through the control paths with this button in the controls bar for the Node tool. We can also use the shortcut for this button, which is the 7 key. Next in the Path Effects dialog, we have a column of buttons for copying a particular control path into the clipboard. So if we copy the top control path, for example, we can then paste it onto the canvas with Ctrl V, and now we can see what the path actually looks like. Next, we have a column of buttons for pasting control paths onto an object. So if we create another path with the Pen tool and copy it into the clipboard with Ctrl C, now we can paste it, for example, onto the object's bottom. And if we show the bottom control path, we can see that it's now a smaller version of the path we copied. And we can modify the control path like normal. We can also link to a copied control path with this last column of buttons. So because we still have this path copied into the clipboard, if we click this button for the bottom becomes linked to the copied path. So modifying the path will modify the bottom of the object. Finally, we have these two checkboxes here. These just let us enable and disable either the top and bottom control paths or the left and right control paths. If we turn them both off, the object reverts back to the way it was, as if we hadn't deformed it. Okay, so that's how we use the envelope deformation path effect. This effect is especially useful for shaping text objects into particular shapes for things like logos. Let's say, for example, we want a text logo that has an elliptical shape. First, we can create an ellipse. Then we can create a text object on top of it. and let's make it bigger. And before we can add a path effect to the text object, we have to turn it into a path by going to Path, Object to Path. Now let's add the envelope deformation effect to it. We can now go in and enable the control path for each side and manipulate them until the text fits inside the shape. We can definitely make it better, but that's good enough for now. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the Hatches Rough path effect. First, let's create an object. Now, over in the Path Effects dialog, let's click the Add button, then click Hatches Rough to add it to the object. And as you can see, what this does is it fills the area inside the object with a squiggly line. It doesn't look so cool right now, but in the Path Effects dialog, we have a ton of different parameters we can use for changing the appearance of the squiggly line. We can hover over each of them to see what they do. For example, frequency randomness lets us randomize the variation of distance between hatches. This goes from 0%, which will have no randomness, to 99%, which will give a lot of randomness to the distances. We also have this button with a dice icon, which we can keep clicking to generate different random sequences. The next parameter, growth, lets us change the growth of distance between the hatches. With this, we can spread out the wiggles of the line. Next, we have this checkbox that says Bin Hatches. When this is turned on, it adds a global bin to the hatches. Here's what it looks like with this turned off. It's a very subtle difference. Next, we have a bunch of parameters for adding jitter to different parts of the line. As well as options for bending the line in different ways. Down here we have another checkbox, which says Generate Thick-Thin Path. With this on, we get a stroke that varies in thickness. If we turn this off, it doesn't look right at the moment, because our object has only a fill with no stroke. If we give it a stroke and turn off the fill, now we get a stroke that doesn't vary in thickness. I'll turn this back on and also turn the object's fill back on and the stroke back off. And finally, we have some options for changing the thickness of the line in different ways. Okay, so changing the parameters through the Path Effects dialog is one way of trying to get the results we want. However, it's pretty time consuming and not very intuitive. A much better way I find is by using these handles we get on the object when we have either the Node tool or a Shape tool active. First, we have these two green diamonds. With the middle green diamond, we can change the positioning of the hatches within the object. With the green diamond over here, we can change the scale and rotation. If we move it close to the other green diamond, we can give the shape a hand-shaded look. The yellow diamonds let us change the bend of the hatches. The farther we move this one on the right away from the middle one, the more we can bend the hatches. We can also change the direction of the bending. Okay, so I'm sure you can imagine that we can get some really cool effects with this, and I encourage you to try it out with different settings and different shapes. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll go over how to use the Pattern Along Path effects. Pattern Along Path lets us stretch and/or repeat a path along another path. To get started, let's create a path with the Pen tool and a shape object. And we have to turn the shape into a path first by going to Path, Object to Path. Now let's select the path we created with the pen tool. Then in the Path Effects dialog, let's click the Add button and add the Pattern Along Path effect to it. Okay, this path is now referred to as the skeleton path, and to put a pattern along it, we first have to select the path we want to use as the pattern, copy it into our clipboard with Ctrl-C, then select the skeleton path again, and in the Path Effects dialog under Pattern Source, we can click either the third button or the fourth button. This one will just paste the copied pattern onto the skeleton path, and this one will link the skeleton path to the copied object, so that modifying the copied object will modify the pattern. To keep it simple, I will just click the Paste button. So by default, pattern copies here is set to single stretched. This means it stretched the pattern along the skeleton path without repeating it. And the pattern also took on the fill and stroke information of the skeleton path, so it currently only has a stroke set. However, we can add a fill to it if we want. We can also turn off the stroke. If we drop down this box for pattern copies, we have a few other options to choose from. Repeated will just repeat the pattern along the skeleton path as many times as it can. Repeated stretched will repeat the pattern and stretch it in order to cover the entire skeleton path. And single will just give us a single copy of the pattern object at the start of the skeleton path. Let's set this back to repeated for now. Next, we can set the width of the pattern. We can also do this by switching to the node tool, which enables this width knot here that we can use to edit the pattern's width on canvas. We can drag the skeleton path's nodes around as well, and the pattern will repeat more or less in order to cover the skeleton path's new size. If we scale it with the select tool, however, it will also scale the pattern. Another thing we can do is edit the shape of the pattern itself by clicking this first button under Pattern Source. Now we can see the nodes of the path as being used for the pattern, which is basically just a smaller version of the path we copied. And we can drag around the nodes to change its shape. We can also add more nodes if we want. This second button under Pattern Source will just copy this pattern path, and we can paste it on the canvas with Ctrl-V. Next, under the width box, we have this checkbox that lets us scale the pattern's width in units of its length. This doesn't seem to do much with this pattern. Next, we have the spacing parameter. With this, we can add or remove spacing between the copies of the pattern. We can also use negative numbers, which will cause the copies to overlap. Next, we have two offset parameters. With normal offset, we can move the pattern above or below the skeleton path. With tangential offset, we can change the positioning of the pattern along the path. By default, these offset parameters are in pixels, but if we check this box here, the offset parameters will be expressed as a ratio of the pattern's width and height. Next, we have a checkbox labeled Pattern is Vertical. Inkscape assumes that the path we're using as a pattern is horizontal, but if we turn this on, it will rotate the pattern 90 degrees before applying the other parameters. This would be good if we were using a vertical path as a pattern. And the last checkbox just lets us hide and show the width knot. The final parameter is Fuse Nearby Ends. This lets us fuse parts of the pattern together when they're closer than this number, which I believe is in pixels. When it's on 0, this has no effect, so if we move the nodes of the skeleton path so that parts of the pattern are close to other parts, nothing happens. But if we start increasing this, parts of the pattern will start to fuse together. I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of this is, but it might be useful for certain types of patterns. Okay, that's how we use Pattern Along Path. And we're not restricted to just using simple paths like this. We can do it with more complex shapes as well. We can also use a shape as a skeleton path. I'll use an ellipse as an example. Now let's copy the path we want to use as the pattern. And for the ellipse, let's give it a stroke and turn off the fill. Then let's add pattern along path to it. And this time, let's click the link button under pattern source. And let's change pattern copies to repeated stretched. Now we get the pattern repeated along the ellipse's path. And because it's linked to the pattern object, we can modify the pattern by modifying the object. And we can change the width, spacing, etc. And finally, just like with the bin path effect, we actually already saw this path effect with the pen and pencil tools. Under shape, bin from clipboard uses the bin path effect, and from clipboard uses pattern along path. So we can copy this object here again, then switch to the pen tool and choose from clipboard. And I'll put the mode back on Bezier. Now when we draw a path, it uses the path as a skeleton path and patterns the copied path along it. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to apply filters to objects. If we open the Filters menu, we can see that we have a ton of filters to choose from, including blurs, bumps, materials, overlays, shadows and glows, etc. The best way to learn what all of these do is to just create some different types of objects and apply the filters to them. And if we hover over a filter, it gives us a brief description of it in the status bar. In this video, we'll just go over a few of the filters, as well as learn how to use the filter editor. Let's get started by creating some objects. Let's give this one a stroke, and let's give this one a gradient. And let's create a text object as well. Also, because some filters work best with images, I'm going to import the image of the kingfisher that we used earlier in the course. Feel free to use any image you want. And we can actually apply filters to multiple objects at once, so let's select them all. First in the Filters menu, we have bevels. These are useful for creating things like buttons, as they give the objects a raised up appearance. Bloom gives them a highlight at the top left corner. Let's undo that. We actually even have a button filter here. And the filters that have 3 dots after them, like this matte jelly one, will bring up a dialog with different settings we can change. We can check this live preview option to see what the filter will look like, and we can try different settings. If we like what we see, we can click Apply, or we can click Close to cancel it. Next we have blurs. This plain blur filter here actually does the same thing as adding a blur to the fill and stroke dialog. However, if we apply it from the Filters menu, we get a dialog for some extra settings. For example, we can use different values for the horizontal and vertical blurs. We can also choose to blur only what's inside the shape of the object. With these objects, we can really only see this with the object that has a stroke and with the image. The filters under bumps give objects different kinds of bumpy appearances. Here's bubbly bumps. Paper bump is a pretty cool one. Color gives us filters that modify the colors of objects. For example, Colorize lets us change the colors completely. We can also change the lighting and the color modes. With the grayscale filter, we can make the objects grayscale. We can also adjust the color channels. Next we have Distort. Ripple is a pretty cool one. Roughen is quite useful as well. We can add some noise to the objects with this. Under Fill and Transparency, we have Blend. This is what we get when we change an object's blend mode in the Fill and Stroke dialog. We can also choose if we want to use the background or the image as the source. Under Image Effects, we have filters like Film Grain, and Soft Focus Lens. And under Image Paint and Draw, we have Neon Draw, which is pretty cool. And Oil Painting is another useful one. Under Materials, we can make the objects look like different types of materials, such as 3D marble, 3D wood, and leopard fur. This one's pretty weird. Next is Morphology. A cool filter under here is Outline, which lets us put an outline around the objects. We have a bunch of settings we can change here. We can also change the color of the outline in the Color tab. The filters under non-realistic 3D shaders don't seem to work very well, but feel free to try them out. Some useful filters under Overlays are Clouds and Frost. Swiss cheese is pretty cool too. Under Pixel Tools, all we have is Pixelize. This will remove anti-aliasing from objects. This causes the edges of the objects to become jagged. Under Protrusions, we can do things like add a dripping effect, and add fire around the objects. Ridges has some weird filters. With the scatter filters, we can do things like make objects look like scattered cubes or scattered leaves. Shadows and Glows has some really useful filters. Here we can give the objects a glow effect. We can also give them drop shadows. And we can choose whether to make it an outer shadow or an inner shadow. We can also change the color of the shadow. Textures also has some really useful filters. We can make the objects look like tree bark, like rough paper, like watercolor paint, etc. We can also apply multiple filters to objects. So for example, we can give these a bark texture and a button appearance. This will combine the effects of both filters together. Another thing to note is that applying filters doesn't actually change the original objects. The image is still an image object, the text is still a text object, and the shapes are still shape objects. So we can still edit them like normal. And to quickly remove all of the filters from the selected objects, we can go to Filters, Remove Filters. Now let's take a look at the Filter Editor dialog, which we can dock by going to Filters, Filter Editor. At the left side of the dialog, we have a list labeled Filter. This is currently showing the previous filter combination that we applied to all of the objects. We can turn one back on by checking the box next to it. These are all the same because we applied the same filters to all of the objects at once. Also, when we choose Remove Filters from the Filters menu, it actually just turns off the filters here. If you want to actually delete a filter, we can right-click it in the list and choose Remove. We can go ahead and remove all but one of these. Some other things we can do by right-clicking a filter are duplicate it and rename it. We can also easily rename a filter by clicking its name and typing a new one. To the right, we have a list of the selected filter's effects. These are also referred to as filter primitives, and they include things like turbulence, color matrix, displacement map, and blend. If we scroll to the right, we can see the various connections the effects have, as indicated by these arrows. Most of the effects are connected to the previous effect, but some are connected to different parts of the object, shown here. We can click and drag an arrow and connect it to, for example, the object's background alpha, which will give us a different result. We can also click and drag an effect to change its position in the stack. Changing the stuff in here can give us vastly different results. Let's undo all of that. And if we right-click an effect, we can duplicate it or remove it. Down here, we can drop this down to see all of the effects that we can choose from. When we choose one, it will give us a description of it here. We can also click the Add Effect button, which will add the effect to the bottom of the stack. And down here, we can see and edit the parameters of the effect that we have selected in the list. There's also a Filter General Settings tab here. When this Automatic Region option is turned on, the rendering area, as indicated by the dashed line around each object, will automatically expand to provide enough room for the filters. If we turn this off, we can give specific coordinates and dimensions to the rendering region. One more thing we can do is create a custom filter by clicking this New button here. We can now go in and add effects to it and change the parameters and connections until we get what we want. This stuff can get really complicated really fast, and I've never actually needed to mess around with it much myself, but if you're feeling experimental, you can probably get some really cool effects with this. Anyway, that pretty much does it for filters, so we can go ahead and close out the Filter Editor dialog now, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use extensions in Inkscape. Like with filters, we have a ton of extensions we can use, and we can even download more off the internet or create our own. Also, like with filters, the best way to learn how extensions work is by trying them out yourself on different types of objects. So in this video, we'll just go over a few of the most useful extensions. The first extension we'll go over is Deep Ungroup, which is under the Arrange category. What Deep Ungroup does is it completely ungroups a selected group of objects, including any other groups nested within it. To see how this works, let's create some objects. I'll just stamp this one a few times. Now let's select these two and group them. Then let's add this one to the selection and group them, and so on. Now we have a group with a bunch of groups nested within it. If we wanted to ungroup all of these, doing it the normal way, such as by clicking the Ungroup button, will take a while because we will have to click it once for every single group. If we use the Deep Ungroup extension, however, we can ungroup them all in one go. We also get this dialog where we can choose what depth to start at, what depth to stop at, and if there's a particular depth we don't want to ungroup, we can put it in here. Let's just keep everything on the defaults and click Apply. It'll take a few seconds to complete. Now that it's finished, we can go ahead and close out the dialog and see that all of the objects have been ungrouped. This extension can be a great time saver if you're working with a very large document with many nested groups. Next, let's look at some of the extensions under the Generate from Path category. First, we have Extrude. Extrude lets us connect the nodes of two paths together using either lines or polygons. For this, let's create a star. Let's duplicate it, make it bigger, and move it over here. Now let's select them both. We also need to turn these into paths, so let's go to Path, Object to Path. Now let's apply the Extrude extension. The default mode here is Lines, and if we check the preview box, we can see that it creates lines connecting the nodes of both paths. And these lines are just normal paths with a stroke, so if we click Apply here and close this out, we can change the colors and styles of the lines if we want. Let's undo all of that and open the Extrude dialog again. The other mode we have is Polygons. This will create filled-in polygons between the nodes of the paths. Let's click Apply and close this out. All of the polygons are in a group, so we can change all of their colors at once. We can also enter the group and edit the individual polygons. Next in the Generate from Path category, let's take a look at Interpolate. This lets us do a linear interpolation between two or more selected paths. For this, let's select one of these rectangles and turn it into a path. Let's create an oval over here, and also turn it into a path. Now let's select them both and apply the Interpolate extension. Let's go ahead and click Live Preview to see what we get. So by default, we get 5 new paths that are mixtures of the shapes of the selected paths. The first setting we have here is exponent. When this is 0, the spacing is even between the paths. If we set this to a positive number, like 0.5, the spacing will start out large and get smaller and smaller. Setting it to a negative number will have the opposite effect. Next is interpolation steps. This is the number of new paths you create between the original paths. For interpolation method, we only have 2 options, 1 and 2. Changing this will give us different shaped paths. When duplicate in paths is turned on, the selected paths will be duplicated and added to a group with the paths between. We can turn this off if we don't want to duplicate them. Interpolate style lets us interpolate things like colors as well. Use Z order will change which selected path style to use when interpolate style is turned off. Right now it's using the style of the path with the higher Z order. If we turn this on, we get a warning that the setting is being deprecated. But it still works for now, so let's click OK. Now it's using the style of the path with the lower Z order. Alright, so that's how we use the Interpolate extension. Let's close this out now. Under the Render category of extensions, we can create things like 3D polyhedrons, barcodes, calendars, gears, and grids. Under Barcode, we have a few options to choose from. Let's check out the classic one. In the dialog, we have a lot of different types of barcodes. Let's go with EAN5 extension. This barcode type needs 5 digits, so in barcode data, I'll just type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can also change the bar height here. Let's check Live Preview to see what we get. We now have a barcode object here. Let's go ahead and click Apply here, then close this out and zoom in. This object is a group of a bunch of rectangles and a text object. We can even go in and edit the text object. Let's select another object to get out of the group. The text category also has some useful extensions, such as changing the case of a text object in different ways, and this lorem ipsum extension is good for creating placeholder text. Here we can set things like the number of paragraphs and how many sentences to put in each paragraph. Let's see what we get. As you can see, if we have a path selected, the text object will be created so that its text flows into the shape of the selected path. Otherwise, it would have placed the text object at the top left corner of the page. Let's click Apply and close this out. Now we have this placeholder text object here that we can edit. And it's actually connected to the path we had selected, so if we resize the path, it will resize the text object as well. Let's delete the text object. Another thing we can do with extensions is repeat the previous one by going to Extensions, Previous Extension. So it created another text object using the lorem ipsum extension, but because we didn't have a path selected, this one is flowing into the page. And if we just want to open the settings dialog for the previous extension, we can go to Extensions, Previous Extension Settings. Finally, at the bottom of the Extensions menu, we have Manage Extensions. If we select this, it will open the Extensions dialog. And here we can see a list of active extension packages. We can install packages off the internet. And we can learn how to create and upload our own extensions. I highly encourage you to try out all of the extensions the Inkscape community has to offer, and maybe even take a stab at creating your own. But anyway, that should do it as an introduction to extensions, so I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to create SVG fonts. So we actually could just start drawing letters on our canvas like it is, and create a font that way. However, if we want our font to look good and be more uniform, it's better to use some kind of template. Fortunately, Inkscape provides us with a template for just this purpose, which we can get to by going to File, New from Template, then selecting Typography Canvas, and clicking Create from Template. This brings up a new document with a page of the canvas marked with guidelines that we can use for drawing each character of a font. Between height and baseline is where most lowercase letters would be drawn. Descender is where we would draw parts of characters that drop below the baseline, like the tail of a lowercase y. Capital letters would normally go between baseline and caps. And ascender is for parts that might extend beyond caps, which is common for serif fonts. For drawing characters, we can use shape objects or paths. I like to use the calligraphy tool, so I'll activate it and I'll draw capital A. Next, in order to create a font and add this character to it, we need to use the SVG Font Editor dialog, which we can dock by going to Text SVG Font Editor. The first thing we have in the dialog is a list of fonts we've created. We haven't created any yet, so let's go ahead and do so by clicking New. We now have a new font here labeled Font 1. We can click it again to change the name. To the right, we have Global Settings. Here we can change font attributes, such as the default width of each character and the position of each character's origin. We also have font face attributes. Family name is the actual name that will be displayed in font selectors. And here we would type in the amount of space for the accent, descent, etc. for the characters. However, this isn't really necessary at the moment, so we can just leave them on 0. The next tab is Glyphs. Glyph is the term used to refer to a character in a font, so all letters, digits, etc. in a font are called glyphs. And this tab is where we actually start adding glyphs to our font. To do so, first we need to click the Add Glyph button. Now we have a new glyph in the list. It's not really necessary to change the name of the glyph, but if we want to, we can click it again and type a new name. Since this glyph is going to be a capital A, I will go with capital A as the name. Matching string is where we type in the character that the glyph will use, so a capital A. And with the advanced setting, we can set a specific width for this glyph. If we leave it on 0, it will use the default glyph width from the Global Settings tab. Next, we need to select the objects that we will use as the glyph. We also need to union these together by going to Path Union. Now, in the Font Editor dialog, we need to select the font again and the glyph, then click Get Curves from Selection. And right now, we can't actually see that anything has happened, but at the bottom of the dialog, we have a place where we can type in some text to see a preview of the font. If we use characters that aren't in the font, like right now, it would display them as black boxes here. So let's replace this with a capital A. Now we can see the glyph we just created, and we can type in more to see how the spacing will be. To create another glyph, the best way would be to do it on another layer. So we can hide this layer with the A, then create another one by going to Layer, Add Layer, then clicking Add. Now we can draw another glyph. I'll go with a capital B. Next, let's select the objects and union them with Ctrl+. Now let's go back to the font editor dialog, select the font, and add a new glyph. I'll name it capital B and put a capital B as the matching string. Now let's make sure the glyph is selected in the list, then click Get Curves from Selection. We now have a new glyph, which we can see by typing the matching string for it here. Something else we can do in the Glyphs tab is use a placeholder glyph for any missing glyphs in our font. We do this by first drawing the placeholder glyph, then selecting it and clicking this From Selection button. I still have this B glyph selected, so if I click From Selection, now all the missing glyphs will use the B glyph. We can see this as I type other characters in here that we haven't yet created. If we click the Reset button, the missing glyphs will go back to being displayed as black boxes. We also have a kerning tab here. Kerning, as we learned in the video about creating text objects, is the space between a pair of glyphs. So, for example, we can change the kerning between the A and B glyphs by selecting them in these boxes, then clicking Add Pair. And now we can decrease the kerning between them with this slider. We can also do this between a glyph and itself. Okay, so that's how we can create an SVG font. And we actually have a group of extensions that will do some of the steps for us. These are located under Extensions, Typography. The first one, Setup Typography Canvas, will actually set up our canvas to look the same as what the Typography Canvas template gives us, with the font face attributes marked. And it will also do so without us having to start a new document. To see this, let's go ahead and close out this document to get back to our previous document with the default template. Now let's go to Extensions, Typography, Set up Typography Canvas. We also even get a dialog where we can type in specific numbers for the font face attributes. Let's just stick with the defaults and click Apply. And now we're ready to go. I'll just draw another capital A. And let's select it all and union them. Next we have Add Glyph Layer. This will create a new layer for us, and it will also give this layer a name using whatever we type here in Unicode character. Let's go with a capital A and click Apply. And let's close this out. Now we're on a new layer labeled Glyph Layer A, and if we unhide it, we can see that it also moved our selection into this new layer. Let's hide the layer again, switch back to layer 1, and create another glyph. I'll just go with a capital B for simplicity. Let's now go to Add Glyph Layer again, type in a capital B and click Apply. And let's unhide the new layer to see that our B glyph is there. So now we have two glyph layers, each with a glyph on them. The next step is to go to Convert Glyph Layers to SVG Font. What this does is it actually goes through the steps we went through with the SVG Font Editor dialog, creating a font and adding glyphs to it. We can see this if we open up the SVG Font Editor dialog again. We have a new font here, and it even filled out all of the attributes for us. If we switch over to the Glyphs tab, we can see that it also added two glyphs with the matching strings equal to the Unicode values we used when creating the glyph layers. However, it doesn't appear to actually add the drawings that we created to the glyphs, as we can see if we try to preview the font. We just get blank spaces. So we still need to manually select the drawing in each glyph layer and add it to its corresponding glyph. The next option we have in extensions is convert SVG font to glyph layers. This would be useful if we were using a document that only had an SVG font created, but no corresponding glyph layers. Next we have View Next Glyph and View Previous Glyph. These will hide the current glyph layer and make the next or previous glyph layer visible. Alright, so that pretty much covers everything about creating an SVG font in Inkscape. It's important to note, however, that we can't actually use SVG fonts in most software, including text editors. We would first need to save this document, then import the file into a font editor, such as FontForge, which can convert the SVG font into a normal font format. The font can then be installed and used in other software. Converting fonts is beyond the scope of this course, but you should be able to easily find a font editor online, along with this documentation. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to create our own markers. Earlier in the course, we learned that under the Stroke Style tab of the Fill and Stroke dialog, we can add markers to the nodes of an object. This works best with paths, so let's create one with the Pen tool. Let's increase the stroke width. Now we can add markers to the first node, the middle nodes, and the last node. The size of the markers depends on the stroke width, and the color of them is the same as the stroke color. If we change the direction of the path by going to Path Reverse, it will also change the direction of the markers. I'll reverse mine again to get it back to normal. If we look through the list of markers, we have a ton of different ones to choose from. However, sometimes we might want to create our own. To do this, let's create an object that we will convert into a marker. And let's change the fill color as well as the stroke color. Also, like with creating patterns, my version of Inkscape has a bug that causes the markers I create to be much bigger than the original objects, so I'm going to shrink this down quite a bit. You may or may not have to do this. Now, to turn this into a marker, we simply go to Object, Objects to Marker. The object disappears, but if we select the path and look in the marker list, we see our newly created marker at the top. Now we can set it as a marker, and we can do this on all the nodes if we wanted to. Now, notice that the marker we created has the same colors as the object we used to create it. And even if we change the colors of the path, it doesn't affect the colors of the marker. If we want to change the colors of this marker, we actually have to use an extension. The extension is located under the Modify Path category, and it's called Color Markers. Clicking it will bring up the Color Markers dialog. The first tab we have in the dialog is From Object. This lets us choose how we want the colors of the markers to be determined based on the colors of the object that they're attached to. Let's check Live Preview to see what we get. As you can see, by default, the fill and stroke colors of the marker changes to the stroke color of the path. It actually also by default assigns the path's alpha values to the markers. Let's close this dialog out, then change the alpha value of the path's stroke and its fill. Now let's bring the Color Markers dialog back up. And let's check Live Preview again. We can now see that the markers are using the path's alpha values. If we don't want this to happen, we can disable the option. In this tab, we can also change the type of the markers. By default, the type is solid, which causes the marker's fill and stroke colors to become the same as the path's stroke color. If we change this to filled, however, now the marker's stroke color goes back to the original color, and its fill color becomes the path's fill color. I'll put it back on solid for now. We also have this Invert Fill and Stroke Colors option in here, but it doesn't seem to do anything. I'm also not sure what this Modify and Place option is for. Anyway, let's now switch over to the Custom tab. In here we have tabs for applying custom fill and stroke colors to the markers. At the top of the Fill tab, we have this Assign Fill Color option. If we turn this off, the marker's fill color will go back to being the original fill color. And if we turn it back on, we can change the fill color to anything we want. We can do the same with the stroke color. Alright, so that's how we can create custom markers. I'll go ahead and close up this dialog, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the project section. After learning a ton of stuff about Inkscape, we're finally going to put that knowledge to work in this section by creating some real artwork. And although I will be showing you step by step everything I do in each video, I highly encourage you to do things a bit differently, such as using different colors or shapes or adding extra details. Or you can do exactly what I do first, then try to create something similar afterwards. And I would love to see all of your work, so after you finish your projects, please export them to images and upload them. Also, you don't have to worry about doing the projects in any particular order, so feel free to start with any one you want. Okay, and before we start, for the most part I will be using the same simple canvas setup for each video in this section. It's not entirely necessary that you use the exact same setup I use, but if you would like to, I will now go through the setup. First, let's bring up the Document Properties dialog by clicking this button up here. We won't be needing the page, so we can go ahead and hide the page borders. I'm also going to set the display units up here to pixels. Okay, we can go ahead and close out this dialog now. In the Align and Distribute dialog, just make sure to have Last Selected chosen in the Relative To box. In the Controls bar for the Select tool, let's have these 4 buttons here turned on. As for the Snap Controls bar, we'll be turning various options on and off throughout the videos, but I will be starting out each video with just Custom Mode Snapping, Grid Snapping, and Guide Snapping turned on. Okay, and that's about it. We can now save this template if we want by going to File, Save Template. I will call it Projects and click Save. Now when we begin a project, we can start a document using this template by going to File, New from Template, then choosing the template. Alright, I'll see you in the project videos. For this project, we're going to learn how to create a battle axe game asset in Inkscape. First, let's turn off snapping. Let's create a long rectangle for the shaft of the axe. And I'll give this a dark brown fill. Let's make the corners of this rectangle slightly rounded. Okay, now let's create another rectangle for the blade. Now let's make the corners sharp by clicking this button in the controls bar, and I'll give this a medium gray fill. Now let's turn this into a path by going to Path, Object to Path. And let's switch to the Node tool. We can get crazy with the shape of the blade here if we want, but I'll just go with the typical triangular shape. First, I'm going to hold Control and drag these nodes over here a bit. And I'll also move these a bit closer together. On this side, I'll drag them a bit farther apart. Now let's drag out this edge here to give it a curve. And we can play around with the handles until we get what we want. And let's adjust these nodes some more. We can also drag these 2 edges in a bit. That looks pretty good. Let's create another rectangle over here on top of the blade and shaft. Let's round the corners a bit and make it a slightly lighter color than the blade. Now let's shift click the shaft and center these vertically. And I'll hold shift and drag this handle in to shrink its width while keeping it centered. Okay, now let's add some detail to the blade. First, I'm going to give it a gradient. Let's switch to the gradient tool, select this stop on the right, and raise the alpha all the way up. And I'll give this a really light gray. Then I'll move this stop down here, and this one up here to give it a shine at the bottom corner. Let's make the front of the blade shiny as well. One way we can do this is by duplicating the blade twice, then dragging the top duplicate to the left some while holding Control, then shift click the other duplicate to select them both, and go to Path Division. Now we can delete this part here, and we're left with this piece here, which we can give a very light gray fill. Next, let's give the blade some streaks. We can do this by creating a long, thin rectangle and changing the color to a darker gray. Now let's click it to get the rotation handles, and while holding Control, let's rotate it a few times. 45 degrees should be good. Now let's duplicate this and move it down. And we can switch to the Squares and Rectangles tool and make this one a bit thinner. Now let's duplicate this one and move it down. Let's duplicate one more time. Let's make this one the thickest. Now we can select all of these rectangles, union them with Ctrl+, then duplicate the blade, shift-click the rectangles, then go to Path, Intersection. Now we can lower this a step to put it below the shiny part of the blade. And we could probably make this a bit brighter. Let's also give a highlight to the top of the blade. I'll do this by creating a triangular shape with the pen tool, then switching to the node tool and dragging the sides to get the curves right. Let's turn off the stroke of this and give it a fill pretty close to white. Okay, that should do it for the blade. Now let's work on this metal part of the shaft. We can make this look rounded by adding some shadows to the sides. Let's do this by creating a rectangle overlapping some of the side here. And I'll make this a slightly darker gray than the piece under it. Now we can duplicate this and move it over to the other side. Then we can duplicate the middle piece here, then shift-click one of these side pieces, then do an intersection with Ctrl**. And we can do the same for the other side. Now let's create another rectangle overlapping some of the top of this piece. Let's make this a very light gray. Then let's duplicate this middle piece again, shift-click the top piece, and do an intersection. We can also add a highlight going down the center by creating a rectangle here the same color as the top highlight. Now let's alt-click this to select the middle piece, duplicate it, and do an intersection on these two. And let's center this highlight vertically with the shaft. Now let's give the highlight a gradient. Then switch to the gradient tool, and while holding Control, let's move this stop up here and this one down here. That should be good. We can do the same with the shaft. First, I'm going to make it a bit longer. Now let's create a rectangle overlapping this side. Change the color to the same as the shaft, then darken it a bit. Now let's duplicate this and bring it over to the other side. Now we can do intersections with these and the shaft. And we'll have to lower these a few steps to put them below the metal pieces. We also need to put a shadow here where the metal part meets the shaft. And now we can put a highlight down the middle of the shaft. For this, I'm just going to create a triangular shape here with the pen tool. Then turn off the stroke and give it a fill that is a brighter version of the shaft color. We can also make it a bit more yellow. Now I'll duplicate this, flip it vertically, and move it over here. Alright, and now let's add a grip to the shaft. I'm going to create a rounded rectangle here. And give it a dark red fill. Now let's create another rectangle on top of this. Sharpen the corners and make it a slightly lighter red. And let's duplicate this and bring it down while holding Control. I'm going to resize this to make everything fit better. Next, I'll create a highlight with the pen tool. Now let's select all of these grip pieces. Group them with Ctrl G, then duplicate the group and move it down. And we can change the size to give it some variety. Let's do this a few more times until we're near the bottom of the shaft. Now let's add a shadow to the part of the shaft below the grip. We can just create a rectangle down here, make it the same color as the other shadows, and do an intersection with it and a duplicate of the shaft. Then move it below the grip. We can also add a bit of a highlight to the top of the shaft in the same way. Okay, and one final thing we can do is add an outline or something to the X. First, let's select everything. Then let's group it. Now let's duplicate this, click ungroup until there aren't any more groups. And now let's do a union on these. Now we can turn it black, put it below everything, and outset it a few times. Or if we want to make our axe look magical or something, we can change this to a bright color, then add a blur to it so it looks like the axe is glowing. Okay, that should do it. I encourage you to now create your own weapon, be it another axe, a sword, a bow, whatever, and upload it for us to see. And I'll see you in the next video. For this project, we're going to create a street sign, and we'll add some effects to it to make it look old and worn. For my sign, I will create a stop sign. A stop sign is of course an octagon, so I'll switch to the Stars and Polygons tool, set the type to Polygon, change corners to 8, and draw an octagon while holding Control to snap the angle. Notice, however, that because of the strange way the tool starts creating the shape, it's not possible to make the octagon perfectly horizontal. So what we can do is, after creating the octagon, we can turn on cusp node snapping and rotation center snapping, then click the octagon to get the rotation handles and move the rotation center until it snaps to one of the top nodes. And with guideline snapping toggled on, we can drag a guideline down until it snaps to the same node as the rotation center, then rotate the octagon around the new rotation center until the other top node snaps to the guideline. Okay, now let's turn on snapping to object midpoints Let's move the rotation center back to the center of the octagon, in case we want to rotate it again later. Now we can get rid of this guideline and turn off snapping. I will make my sign red like a normal stop sign, but I also want it to look old with faded paint, so I will lower the saturation some as well as make it a bit darker. Next, I want to add the white border that stop signs usually have. So I'll duplicate the octagon and hold Ctrl and Shift and shrink it down a bit. I want it to look old, so I will give it a light gray stroke instead of white. We can also turn off the fill and adjust the width of the stroke some. Next, let's add the text to the sign. I'll create a text object in here, type the word stop, make it the same gray as the border, and make it bigger. Now let's open the text and font dialog by clicking this button with the T icon in the controls bar, and I think Arial Bold would look good for this. Let's click Apply, close out the dialog, and readjust the size of the text object if necessary. Now we can shift-click the sign and center these vertically and horizontally through the Line and Distribute dialog. Alright, so the text is looking a little too nice for an old sign, so I want to cut out parts of it to make it look like the paint has been chipping off. Before we do this, we need to turn the text object into a path by going to Path, Object to Path, then ungroup the letters. And to make it easier to cut out parts of the text as a whole, we can union these together into one path. Now we can switch to the Pen tool and start creating some paths that we will cut out of the text. After creating one, we can select it and the text, then do a difference on them with Ctrl-. We can repeat these steps until we have what we want. That should be good. Let's do the same around the outside of the sign. Now we want to bring this all the way back around and close it off. Let's give it a medium gray fill to look like the metal of the sign is showing through. Let's turn off the stroke. Now we can select the octagon object, duplicate it, shift-click the path we created, then do an intersection with Ctrl**. And we can cut out some parts of this path to add some of the paint back if we want. We can also add some of these paintless parts to the inner part of the sign. Next, we're going to add a texture to the sign to give it more of a scratched and grungy look. For this, I'm going to import the cement.jpg image, which I provided as a downloadable resource. Let's make it big enough to cover the whole sign. Now we're going to create a path out of this image with the Trace Bitmap dialog. So let's open it by going to Path, Trace Bitmap. For the settings, we can leave it on single scan and brightness cutoff, and we might need to adjust the brightness threshold until we get something we like. .65 looks pretty good. Now let's click Apply. Okay, now we have a trace path of the image, which we can move on top of the sign and adjust the size the way we want. Let's turn down the opacity of this quite a bit. Now we'll give it a dark, desaturated brownish feel. Now we can Alt-click the texture to select the octagon under it, duplicate it, Shift-click the texture, and go to Path Intersection. Alright, cool. We can go ahead and close out the Trace Bitmap dialog now, and delete the image. One final thing we can do is add some bullet holes to the sign, because why not? To start, let's switch to the Stars and Polygons tool, change to the star mode, and I'll leave everything else as is, and let's create a star over here. Now let's raise the opacity all the way up. Next, let's hold Alt and drag this handle a bit to start randomizing the shape. Now we can let go of Alt and drag both of these handles around until we get a shape that we like. Okay, that should work. Let's make this the same color as the metal parts of the sign. Now let's create an ellipse near the center of the star. It doesn't have to be perfectly round or centered. Let's give this a dark gray feel. Let's now duplicate this, give it an almost white feel, bring it down one step, and move it a little down and either to the left or right by using the arrow keys. This will give it a highlight so it actually looks like a hole. Now we can select all three of these objects, group it with Ctrl-G, shrink it down some, and put it on top of the sign. We can duplicate this a couple times and move them to different positions. Then we can enter each of the groups and use the Stars and Polygons tool to change up the shapes a bit. Okay, that should do it. Now we have an old sign we can use in an apocalyptic game or something. I encourage you to now create your own sign. It can be old and grungy like this one or a nice shiny new one. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. For this project, we're going to create some icons for buttons that can be used in a mobile app. To start, let's create a circle. I'll give this a reddish feel, then give the fill a linear gradient. Now let's switch to the gradient tool, and I'll give this stop a yellowish color. as well as raise the alpha channel all the way up. Then let's turn on snapping to smooth nodes and quadrant points here, and now we can snap this stop up here and this one down here. Now let's give the button a highlight by creating an ellipse up here. Turning it white and giving it a linear gradient. Let's switch to the gradient tool and snap the opaque stop to the top of the ellipse and the transparent one to the bottom. Now we can turn off snapping and adjust this until it's about how we want it. Then we can select both objects and center them vertically. Let's lower the opacity of the highlight a bit. Let's now give a drop shadow to the button by duplicating the circle, turning it black, and using the arrow keys to move it down and a little either to the left or right. Now let's lower it to the bottom, give it a blur, and lower the opacity some. Okay, so we're finished with the button part. Now we're going to make 3 different icons. So let's select everything and group it. Then duplicate it and move it over while holding Control. Then repeat that for the 3rd button. And if we want to make this prettier, we can select them all and put equal horizontal spacing between them. And now let's give these buttons different colors. First, let's double click the second one to enter the group. And let's select the circle. To change the colors, we can either use the gradient tool and adjust the colors of the stops, or we can try out the colorize filter we saw briefly earlier in the course. Let's do that now by going to Filters, Color, Colorize. Now let's turn on the live preview and adjust the colors. I'll give this one a pinkish color. And we can also go to the Options tab and adjust the lighting a bit. I think that looks pretty good, so I will click Apply and close this out. Then we can do the same with this button. I'll give this one a greenish color. I'm actually going to bring the colorize dialog back up and maybe make this a bit less saturated. Okay, for the first button, let's make it a play button, like you see for audio or video. Let's first enter the group so any objects we create will be inside the group. And now let's switch to the Stars and Polygons tool, switch to the polygon mode, set corners to 3, and draw a triangle in here while holding Control to snap the angle. Now I'll make this black and put the opacity at, say, 80%. Let's lower the step to put it below the highlight. Next, we want to center this on the button. We could try shift-clicking the circle and centering them through the Align and Distribute dialog. It looks fine when we center them horizontally this way, but because this aligns the centers of the bounding boxes, centering them vertically doesn't look right. That's because we actually want equal distance between the button object and each of the triangle's corners. An easy way to do this is to enable snapping to object midpoints here. Let's also turn off snapping to custom modes for the moment. Now we can just move the triangle to the right until its midpoint snaps to the button's midpoint. And this will actually try to snap to the midpoint of the shadow object as well, which is a bit down and to the right. So let's make sure it snaps to the main circle's midpoint over here. Now let's turn snapping back off. Finally, if we want, we can round the corners of the triangle by adding the corners path effect to it. So we can go to Path, Path Effects, then in the Path Effects dialog, click the Add button, and choose Corners, Fillet/Chamfer. Now we can adjust the radius here until the corners are as rounded as we want. Okay, our first button is finished. For the next button, let's create a home button with an icon of a house. First, let's enter into this group. Now let's create a rectangle here. Let's bring the opacity all the way back up for now. Now let's create another triangle. Let's hold Control to snap the angle. Let's keep this one upright, as it will be the roof of the house. Now let's turn on snapping. And I'll turn on custom node snapping and turn off these others. And now let's snap these corners over here. We want this triangle to be the same width as the rectangle, so we can select the rectangle, copy the width value of it with Ctrl-C, then select the triangle and paste the rectangle's width value into its width box with Ctrl-V, then press Enter. Next, let's grab this scale handle at the top center of the triangle and drag it down a bit. The next thing we'll do is create a chimney, which will simply be a rectangle over here on the roof. Now let's duplicate this and bring it down here to use as a door. Let's turn off snapping again. We can turn this white and make it the size we want, making sure it continues to extend beyond the bottom of the house. Now let's shift click the main part of the house and center these vertically. Then let's cut out the door by going to Path, Difference. Okay, we can now add the other parts of the house to the selection and go to Path, Union. Now let's lower the opacity of this. I'll set it to 80% like for the play button. Then lower the object a step to put it below the highlight. Then shift click the button and center these vertically and horizontally. Alright, so normally I wouldn't worry too much about having the icon of this button perfectly aligned with the icon of the other. I would just eyeball it. However, just in case we did want it to be perfect, we can do so with the use of guides. First, let's double click the canvas to get out of this group. Now let's turn on snapping. And we will need to have snapping to path intersections here turned on, as well as snapping to guides down here, which should already be on. Next, let's drag a guide from up here and snap its origin to this intersection at the top corner of the play button triangle. Then let's drag another guide and snap its origin to the bottom corner. We can now turn off intersection snapping. Then let's enter this group and move the house up while holding Control until it snaps to the bottom guide. And finally, we can scale this down a bit until it snaps to the top guide. Okay, now the objects are aligned. We can also go another step and make them the same width, but I think it looks pretty good as is. Now let's move on to the final button. We can turn off snapping for the time being. Let's leave the guides where they are. For this button, we're going to create a settings button, which typically have an icon of a gear. One way to do this would be to use the gear extension under the render category. However, the gears created with this extension don't quite look the same as the gears we usually see for settings buttons. So instead, we'll create our own. This will also allow us to get more practice with things like path operations and the arrange dialog. To get started, let's make sure we're inside this group. Let's create a circle here. We don't have to worry about its alignment at the moment. Let's make it black and raise the opacity up for now. Next, let's create a rectangle up here to use as a spoke. Now let's turn this into a path by going to Path, Object to Path, then switch to the Node tool, hold Control, and move the top left node in some. Now we can duplicate this, flip it horizontally, and move it to the right a bit while holding Control. That should be good. Let's now select both of these pieces, union them with Ctrl+, then shift-click the circle and center these vertically. There are a few ways we can get spokes all the way around the circle, but if we're using an even number of spokes, an easy way to do it is with the Arrange dialog. So let's open the dialog by going to Object, Arrange. And for this, we're going to be using the Polar Coordinates tab. Okay, so now we need to decide how many spokes we want on our gear. It has to be an even number, and I will go with 8, so I'll duplicate the spoke 7 times. Let's now select all of the spokes and make sure the status bar shows the correct number. Let's also select the circle. Next, with the default parameters set in the Arrange dialog, all we need to do is click Arrange. Alright, now we have a gear. Let's union all of these now, and we can go ahead and close out the Arrange dialog, as well as the Path Effects dialog. Next, let's create a small circle in the middle to cut out of the big circle. We can make this any color we want. Let's now center it vertically and horizontally with this object. Then do a difference with Ctrl minus. Next, let's get the gear 80% opacity like the other buttons, lower it below the highlight, and center it vertically and horizontally with the button. Then let's turn on snapping and shrink the gear while holding Ctrl and Shift until it snaps to the top guide. And we might have to zoom in a bit to make sure the bottom of the gear snaps to the bottom guide. Alright, so now we have icons for 3 buttons. I would like you to now create your own 3-button icons. They can have the same style as these buttons, but with different symbols, like maybe one for an undo button or a pause button to go with the play button. Or the buttons can have a completely different style. It's entirely up to you. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. For this project, we're going to create a health bar that we can use for a character in a video game. Let's start by creating a long rectangle. Let's turn off snapping for now. Let's round the corners of this rectangle some by dragging this handle down. And I'm going to use this rectangle as the border for the bar, so I will turn it black. Now let's duplicate this, and I'll make this one a gold color. I'm also going to give it a lighter gold stroke. Let's make the stroke a bit wider. Now let's do the inset path operation on this a bunch of times by pressing Ctrl, open parentheses. That should be good. Next, I want to cut out some openings here, like windows, which will show the amount of health remaining in the bar. So let's create a vertical rectangle here. Let's make the corners of this rectangle less rounded, then turn off the stroke and give it a different fill color so we can see it. The color doesn't really matter, as we'll just be cutting this object out of the object behind it. Now let's shift-click this gold object, then center these vertically. I'm going to hold Ctrl and move this small rectangle to the left a bit. Okay, now let's make a duplicate of it, and move the duplicate to the left. Now let's do this a few more times until we can't fit any more in the bar. Next, being careful not to select the larger objects, let's select all of these small rectangles. And in the Align and Distribute tab, under the Distribute section, let's click this button to put even space between the objects horizontally. Now we can union these together, then shift-click the gold object behind it and align them vertically. Next, I'm going to grab these 2 larger rectangles, hold Shift, and drag this handle in to scale them down horizontally. Now let's select this object and the gold one, then do a difference on them. Okay, so because the gold object has a stroke, it put a stroke around all of the holes we cut out of it. That might be what we want sometimes, but I actually think it will look better without the strokes around the holes. So I will undo the difference, then select the gold object and go to Path, Stroke to Path. Now this is a group of 2 objects, so we can ungroup them. We now have the stroke separated from the center part. So with the center part selected, let's shift-click this object we want to cut out of it, then go to Path, Difference. Alright, that looks better. Now for the health, we can just simply create a red rectangle over these, sharpen the corners, then move it down a couple steps and center it vertically and horizontally with this object. And now as our character gets injured, we can make this smaller and smaller. Let's also give a highlight to the bar to make it look a bit more like glass. First, let's drag a rectangle over these objects starting above them, and I will bring it down to a little higher than the center of the objects. Now let's make the fill white, and let's give it a linear gradient. And we can bring this down a bit more. Then let's switch to the gradient tool, move the opaque stop up here, and while holding Ctrl, move the transparent stop down here. And we can adjust it until it looks the way we want. Okay, so I want this to show on the 2 gold objects, but not the black border. I also wanted to show on top of these holes we cut out. We can do this by first selecting the two gold objects, duplicating them, and doing a union on them. Now to fill in these holes, we can first go to Path, Break Apart, which will give us objects covering the holes. Now we can union all of these together. Okay, and finally, we can shift-click the highlight object and do an intersection on these. There we go. Alright, now let's create a heart to put here. First, let's create a long vertical rectangle over here. Let's give it the same red as in the health bar. Now let's round the corners all the way. Okay, now let's create a horizontal rectangle completely overlapping the bottom third or so of the object. And we can sharpen the corners and change the color just so we can see it. Now let's shift-click the red object and do a difference on these with Ctrl-. Okay, now let's click this again to get the rotation handles. Then hold Ctrl and drag one of the corner handles until it's rotated 45 degrees. Next, let's duplicate this and flip it horizontally. Then turn on snapping with snapping to custom nodes enabled. And drag the duplicate to the left until the bottom points snap together. Okay, now we have a heart. We can now select both of these and do a union with Ctrl+. Then move it into place and resize it how we want. I'm also going to add a black border to this, so I'll duplicate it and turn the duplicate black, lower it below the red part, and outset it a bunch of times with Ctrl, close parentheses. Next, we can create a shadow on the heart by duplicating the red part and giving it a darker red fill, then moving it down here while holding Ctrl. Let's turn off snapping. Now let's duplicate the lighter red part, then select both red parts and do an intersection with Ctrl*. Finally, we can add some highlights by creating an ellipse up here and turning it white. Then let's give it a linear gradient, switch to the gradient tool, and move this stop up here and this one down here while holding Ctrl, making it so only a small part of the ellipse shows. Now let's duplicate this, hold Ctrl and drag it over. We can then select both of these, union them, and center them vertically with the heart. I'll also make the shadow a bit brighter. Okay, that should do it. Now it's your turn to create a bar like this that shows an amount of something. It can be a health bar like this one, a time bar, or any other kind of bar. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. For this project, we're going to create a glowing neon sign like you often see outside places like bars and nightclubs. To get started, let's create a large rectangle to use as the background. Let's turn this black. And we're going to have this on a separate layer from the sign so that we can lock it if we need to. So let's go up to Layer, Add Layer, and add a new layer above the current one. Now for the sign, let's create a text object on top of the background. I'm going to use the word open. Let's change the fill to white for now so we can see it. Let's make this bigger. Now let's open the Text and Font dialog by going to Text, Text and Font. I'm going to use the Calibri font for my sign, but you can use pretty much any font you want. Now let's click Apply, and we can go ahead and close out the dialog. Let's turn off snapping for now. Now let's center the text on the background by first holding Shift and clicking the background to add it to the selection. Then in the Align and Distribute dialog, let's center them vertically and horizontally. Now let's deselect them and select just the text object. Okay, now we can choose the color we want to use for the neon. It doesn't really matter what the color is, as long as it's bright. I would go with one of these bright reds. That should be good. Next, I want to make these letters look like tubes or something that have been bent into shape, so I'm going to cut out a small part of each letter. Before we can do this though, we need to turn the text object into a path by going to Path, Object to Path. And now we have a group of objects, which we can ungroup by pressing Ctrl-U. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, for the O, I'm going to cut out a small chunk at the bottom. So I'm going to grab the Squares and Rectangles tool and drag out a rectangle overlapping the O down here. Let's make this another color like white so we can see it better. Now let's select it and the O. then center them vertically. Then let's cut the rectangle out of the O by going to Path, Difference. Okay, now we can zoom in and make this look a bit more tube-like by switching to the Node tool, then dragging out these segments to round them. We can also click on the nodes and straighten out their handles a bit. That should work. For the P, I will do the same at the bottom of the loop. And we need to cut it out flush with the vertical line here, so we won't have any pieces sticking out. So let's turn on snapping and make sure snapping to cusp nodes is enabled. Then let's switch to the pin tool. Now we can snap to this node, then to this one, then click somewhere over here at about the thickness we want, hold Ctrl and click up here, then close off the path by clicking the first node. Now let's select the path and the P, then do a difference by pressing Ctrl-. Now we can go to the node tool and round this off. And we might need to turn off snapping again. For the E, I will do the same as with the P, but cutting off this middle horizontal line here. And for the N, I guess we could cut it somewhere, but it's not really necessary as you could make an N with just one tube, so I'll leave it as is. For the remaining steps, it's going to make our lives easier if we turn all of the letters into one path. We can do this easily by selecting them all, then going to Path Union. Let's now duplicate this path by pressing Ctrl-D. Let's inset the duplicate by going to Path Inset. Let's inset it again. This is going to be the inner part of the sign, and we need to make it a lighter version of the color that's under it. So in the Fill and Stroke dialog under the Fill tab, let's slide the lightness until it's pretty close to white. Now let's Alt-click this path to select the one behind it, and let's give this path a bit of a blur. Around 20% looks pretty good. And we could probably actually make this a bit darker. Let's outset this once as well by going to Path Outset. Maybe we can give the inner path a bit of a blur too. And make it a bit brighter as well. Nice. Okay, let's Alt-click the inner path again to get back to the outer path. Let's duplicate this one. Then let's put it under the other two paths by clicking the Page Down key twice. Let's outset this one a few times. Okay, let's make the fill a bit darker and give it more of a blur. We can also lower the opacity some. Alright, now we have a pretty good looking neon sign. Okay, to finish up, let's create a rectangular border or something surrounding the text. But first, let's click the background object, then lock the layer. Now let's select all of the sign objects and group them with Ctrl-G. Alright, now let's create a rectangle on top of this group. Let's raise the opacity to 100. I'm going to make the border a neon blue, so I'm going to choose one of these light blues over here. Let's actually do this for the stroke by shift-clicking the color. And let's turn off the fill. I'm going to make this a bit smaller. As well as adjust the stroke width a bit. Now let's shift click the text group and let's center these vertically and horizontally. Okay, and I want this to have rounded corners, so I'm going to switch to the squares and rectangles tool and drag this handle down some to round them. Now let's turn the stroke into a path by going to Path, Stroke to Path. And we can cut out part of this as well like we did with the letters. Okay, now we can go through the same steps we did with the text for making it appear neon. And I realized I made this a bit too thin, so I'm going to use this path as the inner path. So for the second path, I'm going to duplicate this one, then move the duplicate down one step and outset it a couple times. Now let's select the inner path and make it bright. And we can go ahead and give it a slight blur. And maybe we can also inset it once. Now let's alt click it to select the path below it and give it a blur. Okay, and we can duplicate this path, send it down 2 steps, make it darker, increase the blur, and lower the opacity. For the final touch, let's create another rectangle over the text and lower it below the text. Then let's shift click the text group and center these. Let's deselect the text group, set the rectangle's fill to a bright red, and give it a high blur and low opacity. Now let's create an even larger rectangle covering everything. Send it below everything. Center it with the text group. And give it a light blue color and a high blur. Now the sign looks like it's glowing more in the background. Alright, and that should do it. Feel free to create your own neon sign with different colors, text, and shapes, and upload an image of it so we can see your awesome work. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. For this project, we're going to create a tree. Let's start by using the pen tool to create the trunk. I'll begin with the roots. Let's give it a few branches coming off near the top. Now let's give this a brown fill and turn off the stroke. And we can go in with the node tool and fix some parts if necessary. Let's turn off snapping. Okay, that'll do for now. For the leafy part at the top of the tree, we're going to create a leaf and use the spray tool to make many copies of it. So for the leaf, let's create a small ellipse over here. I'll give this a dark green desaturated fill. Now let's turn this into a path by going to Path, Object to Path, then switch to the Node tool. Let's select the nodes on the left and right and turn them into custom nodes by clicking this button. Now let's zoom in some more and drag the handles of the nodes in a bit. Let's do the same for the left node. This gives it more of a leaf shape. Next, let's create a large ellipse up here with the same color fill. Then let's select the leaf and switch to the spray tool. For the spray tool settings, we first want to put it on the single path mode so that we don't get a ton of paths when we spray the leaf. For the width, let's make it smaller, like 5. To give the leaf some variation, let's set rotation to 100 and scale to, say, 35. We also don't want too much scatter, so I'll set it to something like 20. Alright, now let's click and hold the mouse somewhere at the edge of the large ellipse, then spray the leaves around the entire edge. That should work. Now we can select this path we just created and the large ellipse and union them. Next, let's select the leaf object again and give it a slightly brighter fill. We can move the hue a bit more toward yellow as well. Now let's switch to the spray tool again and spray the brighter leaves around inside this object. And we can give it another layer of leaves by making the leaf a bit brighter and more yellow. Then spraying it on top of this layer. Now we can select all 3 leaf layers and group them, then move it over here. Let's drop the Z order of this group until it's behind the trunk, then adjust it until it's the way we want it. Now we can simply duplicate this and move it over here, and put it behind the trunk as well. Let's adjust the size some so it doesn't look too similar to the other side. We can also try flipping it. That should be good. Okay, now we're going to put another group of leaf layers in the middle here, but this one will be closer to the viewer, so the leaves will be brighter and more saturated. Alright, so let's select the leaf object and make it a bit brighter and more saturated. Let's make it more yellow as well. Next, like we did with the other parts, let's make a large ellipse up here that's the same color as the leaf. Then select the leaf, switch to the spray tool, and spray around the edge of the ellipse. Let's select all of this and union it with Ctrl+. For the next layer, let's make the leaf brighter, slightly more saturated, and closer to yellow. Let's spray it around in here. We could probably make the width a bit larger for this. Now let's do the same for another layer. We can also add some bright yellow leaves in a few spots here. Now let's group all of this, move it into place, and adjust everything. That looks okay, but I think we should add a few darker layers of leaves to give it more depth. First, let's change the color of the leaf to the color of this first dark green we used. Now let's switch to the spray tool and spray around the edge of this top group of leaves. Let's lower this below the top group of leaves and the trunk. Now it looks like the top group of leaves is casting a bit of a shadow on the bottom groups. Let's also add an even darker layer in the middle here near the trunk. I'll select the leaf, make it darker, and spray some in here. Then I'll lower this below the top group and the trunk. Let's put another layer of these dark leaves down here. Let's move it all the way to the bottom so we'll fill in some of the space in the back. Alright, that should work. Now let's finish up the trunk by adding some shadows. First, let's select the trunk and group it. Then double-click it to enter the group. Now we can create objects in here without having to bother with moving them below the leaf parts. Okay, let's switch to the pen tool and start creating some shadows. I'll start up here first. Let's make this the same color as the trunk, then make it a bit darker. Let's turn off the stroke. Now we can duplicate the trunk, shift-click the shadow part, and do an intersection with Ctrl**. Let's continue with the rest of the trunk. Finally, just to make this look a bit better, we can add some grass or something around the roots. First, let's select another object to get out of the trunk group. Now let's switch to the pen tool and create an area down here for grass. I will give this the same fill color as this green up here and turn off the stroke. Let's lower it below the trunk. Let's also add some shadows close to the roots. I'll turn off the stroke, give this a slightly darker green than the grass, and lower it below the trunk. Okay, I think it's finished, so we can go ahead and delete this leaf object here. I would like you to now take a shot at creating your own tree. It can be any kind of tree, oak tree, palm tree, or even a Christmas tree. Alright, I'll see you in the next video.